Look, we gon' make it. Put a shoe too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Perfectly played, boys. Well done.
Infernal on ultimate low ground. It's going to be New Esports in a good spot. They push wide right. They're getting so many great shots in it just like that.
Victory is assured.
Target spotted.
There's a team in front of us, man. We gotta kill them.
Empire being so methodical here, closing out the game. The final kill was so easy.
I'm doubling with the finish. Sprint, come here and TP on this. Sprint, come here and TP on this. Finish this kill.
The one shot is about the damage. Oh!
Players, can they hold on? A big shot there from Amaz on reply totem. And it's 7, 8, 9. Who swing?
Look on the left. One dead. Find on me, really good on me.
Can we focus the team on the high ground? Get them out of here, please. They have us.
Regroup here.
Kick somehow, still alive, but look at all the angles they're being shot from.
Finding kills, getting KB, and staying alive.
Creeping around the corner together, moving into somebody else's dome now. They fancy this dome for themselves. Full send from Hardeki, but they've gone straight into the fire, and now it's only Hardeki.
Shoot right. Finish them.
Now the fish farms is getting lit over here as Team Empire looking to kill the rest of Totem. The dance has continued between the knockdown shields, between the smoke, in between the zone.
Scars with 6 kills at the moment, looking for more. They've made it to 7, looking for 9.
Go, boys! We're so good!
Every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. For some, today will be the end of split number 2. For others, it will be just the beginning of a journey that'll take them to Stockholm. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League here in our EMEA region. My name is Kate. Alongside me in the dropship, we got Fallout, we got T-Squared. Now, Tom, I'm going to start with you, actually, and say that you have been casting and analyzing day in, day out throughout this group stage. Can you think of a more pressure-filled 6 matches than the 6 we're about to witness right now?
I really can't. These players have gone through so much to get to this point. The grind is real, and get ready. If you love Apex, you're going to see the best Apex you've ever seen in your life. That's facts.
Those are facts, to be sure. And Fallout, the reality is we call this the Apex Legends Global Series, right? We have global series all around the world. APAC North, APAC South, South America, and we have EMEA and NA. We have championships and competitions going on all over the world. And of course, everybody converges in Stockholm. But what's more important is that some of the teams around the globe have already qualified. They've already punched their ticket to the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom's spitting straight fire after 6 days. Truly, this is going to be the best Apex we have seen. We have global, international competition back. The top 10 teams from APAC North, AD Raccoon, Crazy Raccoon, all the way down to FC Destroy in 10th. Those are a combination of Japanese and Korean teams. The top 5 teams from APAC South, Reignite, the dominant God Squad from Australia, led by Jen Burton. They've looked so good. They are a dynasty, undisputed best in APAC South. Sutaraiku, though, Rising Stars, Team Burger right behind them, Free Agents, and Method to Madness. And then we also, of course, have South America, Team Singularity, who's arguably been the best team in South America. Brazilians, well, they actually were given quite the challenge from Phoenix Team, another Brazilian squad and roster. Adic, Elevate, and Zen joined them. Almost entirely Brazilians, met with 2 Chileans in Wolf and Elysium. And then, of course, North America, 6 teams qualified and punched their ticket yesterday, Kate. Esports Arena on top alongside G2, 100 Thieves, NRG, TSM, and Cloud9. Now, the most fascinating part about all of it, Kate, not one EMEA team has clinched yet. That's how close the competition is, and it all comes down to today.
It does today, and some fast math. Luckily for me, we've got a nice graphic to see where our teams currently stand. And as a reminder, we are looking at B versus C on this main stream. A versus D will be on the other secondary stream, but they all come down to this, Tom. And here is the killer. We've all been talking about it all group stage long. You want to be in the green, and at least you don't want to be in the red.
No doubt about it. The people in red, they're going to be going through the relegation. But keep in mind, when you win your group today, that's 25 points. So when you look at 89 points all the way down to 57 in Guild, that's how they were able to accumulate those. Second place is 21, and it kind of trickles down from there. So that's the math. If you're able to win, maybe Guild Esports can pull out that win and make their way into the green.
Absolutely, and those teams on that first few yellow teams, my goodness, that has got to be the dare to be great scenario today. And as a quick change of graphic here, I'll tell you, today's action, we're looking at B versus D, apologies for that, and A versus C on the secondary stream. But speaking of secondary, let's take a look at this second page. And you know what, Fallout, you had talked to us a little bit before we got on camera here about some interesting elements to the relegation for the red.
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't want to be a bottom 8 team in any pro league across any region. The bottom 7 teams here because one team dropped out. Reason being, you're going to be relegated, which means you're going to have to compete in last chance qualifier number 1 against the top 20 or so challenger circuit teams who are on fire, by the way, and are ready to take their spot. And then, of course, the rest of the pro league teams that don't qualify, well, they'll have a chance to compete in last chance qualifier 2 with the best teams from last chance qualifier number 1 for a spot in ALGS Championship. So you want to avoid relegation, those bottom slots. And I just got to say, this ALGS global format just keeps getting better and better. It is intricate. It is beautifully designed. And a big shout out, I say it almost every broadcast, but to EA, the commissioner at EA and the commissioner of ALGS, John Nelson, formerly known as Anakin from the Major League Gaming days, putting together a brilliant format with him and his team, Chris Pfeiffer and everyone else.
They have indeed. And I will say as an aside, a hungry challenger lobby is nothing to shake a stick at. Gets me scared just thinking about it. But let's take a look at today's lobby. As I mentioned before, we're going to go group B versus D on this stream. But if you want to check out the other streams, well, I'm so glad you asked. It is going to be, and let me get my notes up here. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot the notes.
Versus _ GG. We
there
got you,
it
Kate.
is.
Don't worry about
versus
it.
Gaming _ GG.
Yeah, versus gaming _ GG. Looking at this page right here, Fallout, you have to look at 7, 8, 9, the way that they performed yesterday. You have to look at T-Rex, Rats. These are teams that has really started to step it up over the last couple days, and you know why. These are the teams in relegation, but still everybody's trying to stamp their way into that top 10. Alliance is the big story right there. We saw Guild that was sitting in 20th. Kick is in there, 69 IQ, IG. This is going to be the most insane day of EMEA Apex we've ever seen. I cannot wait to see what these players are bringing to the table.
Absolutely. And
yeah, you absolutely nailed that, Tom. I mean, in that first lobby, the group B versus D, I think there's 7 or 8 teams that are on the fringe with potential to qualify. That is the fringe lobby. That is the biggest bloodbath we are ever going to see in EMEA in terms of Apex and competitive play. Meanwhile, Group A versus C, well, this is where you have some of the top teams. Ascend, who dominated yesterday, looks so incredibly good. GMT in second, players in the top 4 overall, Empire in first. So a very stacked lobby in our side stream. Once again, you can catch the side stream. We're bringing you all the action on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. But this main broadcast is for all the stakes. It's who's going to qualify, who's going to make it really on the fringe.
You are absolutely correct. And like I said, the bright lights of a tournament, no matter if it's online or on LAN, cannot be understated. And of course, we have switched things up a little bit throughout our group stages here, Fallout, because we started on Storm Point. These teams have now had the ability to play 12 matches on this particular rotation. I mean, what have been the headlines for you at this point as we change things up in this back half?
Yeah, we started with Storm Point first, then World's Edge. We flipped it to World's Edge, then Storm Point. And the highlight for me is the true diversity of maps has shown diversity in results yesterday. Perfect example. Alliance, non-existent in the first 3 games on World's Edge, nowhere to be found down from Thermal Station where they play. Well, they come back and they win Game 4 and Game 5 on Storm Point, and they leapfrog in the standings and end up winning the whole day, which now keeps them alive and makes them relevant in the grand scheme of things, with an opportunity to qualify today for Sweden to defend their home turf in Stockholm, Sweden next month in the playoffs. It is just insane, and I love the fact that we have the diversity of maps it's been showing.
Momentum and a nice feeling of home there. Gosh, that story writes itself. But speaking of diversity, let's talk about diversity of points of view, and that would, of course, require our multi-view. It's possible. If you're watching on Twitch, the ALGS channel we got here, click on that command center below the Twitch channel player. It's also near the follow button if you'd like to click that too. We'd love that. You can choose which perspective you want to follow. Look at all of these perspectives. You can follow your favorite players, your favorite teams. And here's the kicker that I love, listening in. You hear sometimes on our broadcast, we bring those listen-ins up at key moments. Well, you can listen in the entire game. Head on over to that command center and make your pro viewing dreams come true. I'm talking to two former pros right here in the dropship right now. Can't understand a better way to take a look at the players, certainly from their point of view. Gents, you guys know better than anybody that straight from the horse's mouth is absolutely the coolest, especially in game. Well, speaking of these two gents, with so much on the line and the pressure at a fever pitch today, more than ever, I am excited to see which teams our analysts have their eyes on. Okay, John, tell me a story. Who do you got?
Absolutely, and we talked about him a little bit already, but number one team has to be Alliance. All eyes on Alliance, who was virtually non-existent in the first 4 days of Pro League and was down in the bottom half of teams, I think in around 30th place. They dominated yesterday on Storm Point, back-to-back wins, and kept their dreams alive. It is history in the making for Alliance to leapfrog up the standings. The question is, can they do it today, Tom?
The big reason that they had improvements is they changed their composition, and a team that changed their roster, which is absolutely crazy to think about. It's going to be IG. You have to watch out for Urban on this squad. Blast, he's out. He's on T-Rex now. Urban's coming in, filling some big shoes. But talking about changing legends, that's completely different than changing your roster. It's amazing to see how they've been able to do.
Yeah, all eyes on IG with that controversial roster change. Meanwhile, the last team, a team we haven't really seen on the teams to watch ever, I don't think, is Fenerbahce. If you're going to include Alliance in this discussion, you got to include Fenerbahce. They're right behind Alliance in the standings, I believe in 15th place, and they have an opportunity to represent all of the Middle East. I mean, EMEA stands for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Guess what? There are no Middle East teams that have qualified yet. They have an opportunity, the 3 members from Turkey, to put their entire sub-region on the map today. They got to perform, and there's a lot of pressure on Fenerbahce as well, Kate.
Oh, yes, there is. Well, we've got 6 matches to find out the end of this story, or possibly the beginning. So stay tuned. Match number 1 is coming up right after this. And of course, the teams aren't the only legacies on the line today, and I'm going to wring my hands because I'm really hoping that this talent prediction is going to be as epic as I think. Tom, let's start with you. You got the A next to Gaskin and Fallout.
I had to start with Alliance. I'm finishing with Alliance. Again, I really think that Hockey's is one of our best in-game leaders, not just in this region, in all of Apex, all globally. So I really think that he's going to bring it to the table today. I was in his stream beforehand. The intensity is there. The vibes are there. Watch out for Alliance today.
Fallout. I mean, you and Gaskin and Tom right in cahoots, and you've already been talking so many great things about this team.
Absolutely. How can you not? We got to manifest it, all right? Listen, it is a remarkable story if they can make it happen. The question is, it's a big if. Let's manifest Alliance going big. The hype is there. You're absolutely right. Love your pick as well in 69 IQ, though. I think they're going to perform.
Oh, man. Backs against the wall. They're right on the bubble. Come on, boys. We can do this. You know what? With that, I'm going to make sure that we get to match number 1 ASAP. So I'm going to peace out for a hot min, and I will see you guys a little bit later in the show.
Let's get it. Thanks so much, Kate. Pleasure as always. And speaking of pleasures, a damn pleasure to be casting alongside my friend Tom T-Squared Taylor. First time in a long time. It's going to be a pleasure, man. It's going to be so much fun. The hype is there. Game 1 around the corner. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is going to be so good to see this type of intensity brought to the table all in one day. You would never think that after 5-6 days of playing, nobody would have stamped their ticket to Stockholm in this region. And again, that just shows how competitive it is, right? We have 6 teams that have already qualified going in towards North America. Space Station's very close here. That means it's very top-heavy, right? This region has so many different players. It's always been a conversation of which region is going to be the best, and they know they want to represent for their country and their spot.
Yeah, that's right. And what I love about Europe is it's multinational. I mean, truly, you see some teams that are multinational players representing different flags, and maybe English isn't their first language, but they speak English on their team. And then we have players that are all kind of representing one country. We have teams like Solaris, who are a little further down in the standings, representing France, the former Le Cité France squad, and France has really stepped up. Then you have CIS teams representing kind of a sub-region within Europe, and you have Western Europe, Northern Europe. It's really, really going to be an interesting thing, an interesting change of events here in EMEA, and I just can't wait to see how the action unfolds. One of the most interesting storylines in general, though, Tom, is this lobby we're casting today, B versus D. the top 5 out of 6 teams in Pro League right now are not in this lobby. So it's truly all the fringe teams. And I think for that reason, that's a wide open door for teams like Alliance to perform.
It's going to get crazier. My thing that I'm thinking is, what are going to be the compositions that are being brought to the table? Is somebody hiding something that they haven't brought out before? Because we saw in North America Watson yesterday. We also saw a non-traditional, non-rotation composition without a Wraith, without a Valkyrie, without an Ashe. That was absolutely insane to see what Fury was able to do in those lobbies without those specific legends that have almost been 100% pick rate, right? So you think, okay, are we going to see Gibbyless compositions? Yes, we've seen that in EMEA, and it's worked out really well.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yesterday we saw a Gibby-less comp instead running Watson over Gibby, which is such an interesting decision. Furia and Tech, obviously a student of the game, studying APAC North, which, by the way, APAC North typically has 10, 11, 12 Watsons in a game. I mean, meta has evolved in different ways depending on the region. European meta has always been super unique, kind of pushing the meta, if you will. You saw Crypto, you saw Caustic a lot earlier than you did in North America, and I think that's going to continue to be a case. We saw Mad Maggie yesterday. Empire won a game with Mad Maggie, so we might see Maggie be brought out here, but you've been casting every single day. By the way, kudos to you for that. You've been on an absolute sprint and a marathon at the same time. But you talked about Alliance's comp changes. What's different about Alliance yesterday than Alliance previously?
I just think that they're a little bit more aware because they're hitting the scans, and they've also adapted, in terms of watching each team and what they're doing, and that's what you have to do. If you feel like you're weak in a certain area, then you have to change that, because what's going on with Alliance is they're such a strong team. Why aren't they performing? And sometimes it's just because you're not adapting with the meta. Maybe it's because you've been playing a certain legend for so long, you feel like that has to be your legend. But to go and switch and to have really good performances, that's what you got to hand to them. But they've been a little bit of up and down, right? They did great yesterday, but the day before that, they were kind of non-existent. So we'll see what they're going to be able to bring to the table as we take a look at the rest of the teams. But it is stacked. It's hard to pick. That's why it's so hard to go through who those top 3 teams were. It's hard to put those predictions in because everybody's fighting for something different here.
Yep, that's right. And even the teams at the bottom have something to fight for. I never would have guessed Rebel would actually be mathematically out of the equation for qualification. They cannot qualify at least top 10 for Sweden, but at the same time, they're now on the fringe and they're making sure that they don't get relegated. And relegation means you have an absolute grind having to go through LCQ #1 against the top Challenger Circuit teams who are hungry, who want your spot in Pro League, and of course want a spot in the ALGS Championship. So you want to avoid the bottom 8, and Rebel right now in 30th place is just a few placements out of potentially being relegated, which again, we never would have thought about as former multi-champions, that flavor of the month squad.
That's why you have to have a strong start, right? You don't want each game to go on and the pressure just continues to build and build, and you may crack under that pressure. If you come through swinging, you get that good momentum boost, maybe you pick up an early dub. That could translate later, but maybe that's going to translate you to being into the next Pro League, which means you could move up and up and up. And you have, again, on the other stream happening, a team like Solo Q Goats that came out #1. It looked like they were definitely going to lock their spot. Now they're fighting for their spot, and they were almost falling outside of the top 20. You saw players come through. They were looking really strong. They slowed down a little bit. And it just makes you wonder how competitive this region really is, where almost any single team could make it. Any single team could win. And it's amazing to see that level of apex.
Yeah, you nailed it. Speaking of former champions, yesterday, if you missed the action, Scars came out swinging and looked really, really strong. Scars was a team I had a giant question mark next to going into Split 2 playoffs. Let's be honest. They didn't perform in Split 1, and we wondered, is this team going to have a roster change? Are they going to change it up? But no, the 3 of them have so much chemistry, so much love for one another. I'm so glad they stuck through it, and right now, Scars is sitting tied for 3rd place with players.
And when you look at the placings, they're right there with some of the most consistent teams, right? Players has been playing consistent. IG's been playing consistent. When then you look at Ascend, they started off really slow, and they started to really pick it up over the last 3 matches. So GMT, Players, Scars, Empire, these are the squads that have done a really great job to set themselves up for success today, but they have to finish it off on the most important day.
That's right. And then Empire. Who would have thought coming in to Pro League Split 2 in EMEA, Empire would be your #1 team. This Major Pushers squad gets signed by Empire. They've always been great. They've always shown signs and glimmers of greatness. And guess what? That has now manifested into a 1st place Pro League spot, but they want to finish it. They want to end up with a 1 seed. And keep in mind, Tom, it's really important to end up with a 1 or a 2 seed because your seeding after Pro League is going to determine your seeding going into playoffs, which means you're going to be not matched against the fellow #1s in APAC North, in North America, etc. And God knows Empire does not want to match up against ESA right now.
Yeah, that's always key, right? The format in terms of what you said with John Nelson, the commissioner, setting things up. I think it's very even. Such a tough game to determine. How are you going to set all of this stuff up? Well, from a competitive standpoint, it's as even as you possibly could get. I love the format that we have going. I can't wait to see how all of these regions stack up. It's been time, right? Apex is a global game. It's time to get everybody together and see which region really is the best. But first, we have to find out which teams are going to come. And it makes you wonder, is EMEA the strongest region because it's so evenly spread? Or maybe is North America, these other teams that have already stamped their tickets, are they just that darn good that they're maybe a little bit stronger than this region too? It all remains to be seen, right? The compositions are going to come to the table, but I love the interview that we had yesterday with Jay Savage, and he was talking about Nemesis. And I asked him, what's the biggest surprise here? And he says, Nemesis playing this well, nobody in this region was really thinking about that. So are they going to go and take a spot away from one of these squads? We'll see. They're a team that actually heats up as the day goes on.
Yeah. Yeah, you said it well. I'm excited to see what Nemesis can do. They're definitely the rising stars, kind of the dark horse of the region so far. But you covered it well. I mean, that's the difference between NA and EMEA. And arguably, people like to say, especially Europeans, like to say EMEA is better because there's more competition. That's factually true. I mean, North America is so top-heavy. You can guarantee TSM, 100 Thieves, so many top teams, ESA and many Energy and many others are always going to be within that top 7. From second place with 82 points all the way down to 10th place with 71, make 11th with 69. That's a 13-point difference between 10 or 11 or 12 placement spots. It is so evenly stacked, and there are so many teams all the way to 20th place with Guild Esports and Odin Gamers that have a chance to qualify today. It's just crazy to think about, Tom. And I'd love to take a look at the second page to make sure to set the stage for relegation as well.
I mean, mathematically, yes, looking at this page too, but mathematically in terms of the amount of people that actually sign up to compete is greater in the EMEA region than the North American region. When you talk about the scrim lobbies that are going on, there's way more scrim lobbies that are happening in the EMEA region than the North America region. If you follow the players on Twitter in North America, sometimes they struggle to even find their type of scrims with the best 20 teams for some of the biggest tournaments. That's unheard of, and that's why I think EMEA feels like they have the upper hand.
Yeah, that's right. And you saw on that second page as well, 789 playing in this lobby, Rebel playing in this lobby on the brink of relegation. They have to perform for a chance to stay within the Pro League overall standings and make their way to LCQ number 2. Well, guess what? Sorry for the slight delay there, everybody. Match 1 is ready. It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen. An opportunity to qualify for the $1 million Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs in Stockholm, Sweden. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, sit in the back of your seat right now because you're going to be at the edge of it when this day is all said and done. Maybe grab your Monster, watch it on your Lenovo laptop. Shout out to our 2 sponsors, Monster and Lenovo. We're starting this on off with Zeta Division, and they're going to be getting some quick loot over here. It's all about your rotations. It's all about moving over towards that next zone. It's deadly game to play the edge right now. Everybody's going to be looking for the third parties. Hopefully you could get that scan and you get that beacon, and then you can make your way on the clock right around that 1 minute and 40-second mark, 1 minute and 30-second mark. That's when a lot of these pro teams will start making their move.
That's right. Zeta Division dropping over in Fragment and looking like they're getting the entirety of Fragment. I believe they may be uncontested here over in Fragment West, and obviously we don't know which team is kind of facing across the river from them in Fragment East, but they'll be able to loot up and chill. I like the fact that we're starting with Zeta Division, Zeta, a team, and it's actually going to be Odin Gamers over to the right in Fragment East. Obviously, since GMT is not in this lobby, and GMT decided to kind of give up their Fragment East positioning overall, but with that said, I love that we're starting with Zeta. Zeta Division currently in 14th place with 64 points, right in front of Alliance with 63, another team that we have to keep an eye out for today.
And this is a tricky zone fallout because you can see right there where the vault is. That mountain is taking up a majority of this zone already. Plus, you have a lot of the lava from Lava Siphon coming into play here. So when you look at the real estate that needs to be taken from these teams, there's not a lot of buildings. There's a decent amount of choke points. You have to move in from that Fragment East side, right where Odin's going, face all these teams like Fenerbahce. They're going to be moving down, and that's going to be tough, right? Where do you set up here, Fallout? I mean, this zone is going to be a little bit unpredictable.
That's right. That is for sure. It'll be an interesting one indeed. Rebel, team that drops over in Lava City. Their peers, their counterparts in North America is ESA, who's been dominating from that Lava City spot. Hasn't been the same story for Rebel necessarily, but it might be for this reason. Kick right above them in Big Mod. That means they're splitting loot, whereas ESA typically gets Big Mod and Lava City all to themselves, Tom.
Whew, just look why this is so important. You're over here getting that stacked wingman. You have the gold longbow for IARCA. It's just such a strong POI. Plus, if you get a pull down over here, you want to be inside a Big Mod instead of outside of it, as we have our first fight taking place.
Oh, it's underrated. versus Vexed. A big matchup and a big fight over towards staging. It looks like neither team wants to take this fight necessarily by risk and fear of third party. And a nice defensive bubble, and it's going to come through to make sure that they can skip their way out. Underrated says, nah, not going to happen today, as they're not very well looted either. Only a gray shield in the hands of Jazz.
Yeah, Underrated sitting in the 23rd spot right now. Meanwhile, in the 10th spot, that's where you have them sitting on the opposite side of the fight. So it's tough because, again, you do not want to get that first third party in. And if you're not taking the fight earlier than the rotations, you know that the teams are going to be waiting in the wings. And they're so secret about it, right? They're so sneaky. And until you know that there's a couple people down and then that Bloodhound scan hits you or a crypto drone flies in and you have a full team of 3 bubbling on top of your head.
Yeah, that's right. Yarka now. Back over to Kick. Kick, a team that performed very well 2 days ago and actually won their lobby. You thought they'd be able to potentially do it again or perform really well in their lobby. And yesterday was relatively quiet, Tom.
Yeah, relatively quiet, just like their armors, but the weapons are looking pretty solid. And they're big chilling still over towards Big Mod, too, which is in the next zone, I believe. So when you see a setup like this, it kind of makes you wonder, do they know where the zone's going to be? Do they, want to just continue to play over here? Are they looking for kill points? This is, again, a very tricksy zone. So I don't know how these players are going to go about it, and I don't really think they know where the zone's going to be going either, as you can see Zeta making their move outside of the Fragment West side. It's all about getting past those choke points, right? You know you're going to be able to Valkyrie Skyward dive over here, but this is where things get a little bit hairy. You can see this choke point always has a lot of action leading on over towards the Harvester side, and it seems like they have some damage on the team in front of them, and if they're able to hit the scans, this could be how this lobby explodes already.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're seeing a lot of aggression. You think these teams would be very nervous? Look at the wingman shots. They're going to connect. That's going to be 125 damage done already for Zeta. And G-Dolphin, who's been actually one of the best individual performers of the Pro League so far, is going to be tagged. Alpha Draft goes down. It's looking really scary right now for the Rascals.
You just don't want to fight in this choke point. You have to get inside over towards that no-name area, because look at the amount of teams. Everybody's starting to come through over here. We knew it was going to be an explosive day today, but the fact that they're willing to fight this early is just unheard of.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunate for Rascals. They're going to find themselves as the meat of a sandwich between Rats and Zeta Division that they didn't want any part of. And the first kill is going to come through for Rats, who are playing for their relegation life right now. Currently, they will be relegated unless they perform today. Alpha Draft is down, all up to G-Dolphin and Syvan, but don't sleep on them by any means. This is a strong duo.
Right, it's just unfortunate when you're trying to get that Loba bracelet out, and it just feels like it's taking forever to get to that spot, as again, the fighting is going to continue over here. All the teams are starting to rotate. Zeta is making their way on over towards the no-name area. Just a sliver of HP. You know you're going to have to hit these scans over here. There's 3 or 4 teams setting up. They're not even in the next zone. This is just them trying to get past this point.
And that EMEA Bangalore team comp, that really, it was Solo Q Goats who started it. Everyone thought they were crazy. Teams have followed. You see Zeta rocking Bloodhound and Bangalore. Talk about unique team compositions in a world of Gibby, Valkyrie being so incredibly powerful alongside Wraith, Ashe, other legends. We do see Bangalore and Bloodhound at ease. And obviously that duo is such a good wombo combo, right? You got the scan combined with the smoke, or a one-way smoke that can be used, and it's incredibly powerful, which is why we've seen EMEA pick it up.
Definitely the one-way smoke helping for sure, but it's also been great to see the other compositions that have came into play over here. Also that revved up Thermited Rampage taking down the doors and griefing the doors. Everyone's filtering into these spots, right? Multiple teams said, you know what, we don't want to be over here towards the choke. We want to get inside of the building. And Zeta Division, I like this. I don't want the smoke over here. I don't care if I have Bangalore. We're trying to fight for our lives, and you guys are way too crazy for points right now.
Yeah, wise decision. Such a smart play right now from Zeta to get out of dodge, avoid that absolute madness from that choke, which tends to be very populated with traffic, and find themselves some good positioning over here towards center circle. They're going to be tagged a little bit, but should be safe. And now the question is, where is everyone else? Rebel, Kick, teams that play southeast side of the map. They got to be careful.
For sure, and Task with the movement right there. You can just see all over the place in terms of the strafe. This is an actual viable position where we saw an ending yesterday, and we saw some, I think, 4 or 5 teams just set up on over here. Getting inside of the vault area, getting inside of this cave would be huge. Shockingly, no one's really made their way over there. I was pretty surprised to see the congestion that happened over towards that choke, but that's just how the circle works, and we had the mini-map pop up early. You saw there's a lot of teams, but yes, there is a team over there, and they got caught out. Oh, great shots right there from 9 Imps.
Yeah, and that's a big mistake. Kimchu thought he'd catch him off guard, but ends up getting beamed by all three. Zeta can't be stopped right now in pure fights. They knock 2 as he goes down as well. And just like that, Zeta eliminates High Society. 3 kill points already for the Zeta division.
And that's why you come in full health, because look at the sliver of HP. The 1 HP coming through right there. And if your name shows up in the kill feed that you're knocked, that's when teams are going to full send. They're playing a little bit careful right now on the kick side because they don't know exactly how much HP they have on the other side. And you'd rather be safe than sorry. Hit that portal back on over towards the top of Lava City. They have the replicator over there. You want to continue to hold that high ground. Maybe they can get a scan onto zone number 3. That seems to be the big brain play, right? Right now, since everyone's going to be going a little wild in terms of the fighting, we've already seen the pace that's taking place. It would be safe to say, okay, let's play on the outside of the zone, figure out exactly which one's this going to be, and then skyward dive immediately to a spot.
Yep. You broke that down, analyzed that perfectly. Zeta is playing so smart right now. Their ability and decision to take fights, you saw earlier against Rascals. They almost took out Rascals, but realized there's so many teams in this area. Let's live to fight another day. Great rotate from them with the Valk ult, which obviously Valkyrie has introduced such a change to competitive Apex meta, the ability to do that, basically get a free rotation, and then immediately taking a very, very powerful spot, which is going to be this center choke point within this tunnel, is great. One thing I'm curious about, Tom, if you're Kick right there, who's on the other side of that tunnel, are you hearing that fight in third partying? I mean, why'd they
tried
play
to.
so passive?
Yeah, they tried to, but they didn't see enough knocks, right? And that's because the sliver of HP that he had. So I'm saying if he gets knocked, I think they full send, and that's why the portal went down, but they backed off immediately once they realized the situation. And then you saw Zeta saying, you know what? No, we're going to come through and play aggressive and land shots back up on you. If you kind of turtle back, that means that you're probably looting, you need to heal, something along those sorts, you're hitting some sort of res. But if you see 2 players immediately charging out and hitting some shots on you and they take your shields down, you have to back off and heal because you understand, wait, there could be another team that's trying to fourth party this. And going back to Zeta's best placing that they ever got, that was in round 4. They got second place. That's 21 points overall for them. We'll see what they could do. They're sitting in 14th. They are only 7 points behind Vex Gaming.
And that's a great start for them. I'm impressed, like what I'm seeing so far out of the Zeta division. Meanwhile, Guild, another team that's on the fringe for qualifying, needs a big, big day. Set 57 points in 19th place. They got to win this lobby, and they know that. Now we're going to jump on board for the first time with Alliance. Coming from Thermal Station, great rotation coming through for them. Rocking the Caustic, Yuki on Caustic. Alliance needs to perform today as well, Tom.
For sure, and whenever you're looking at potential lava siphon zones, that's one of the best buildings to hold because it's one of the most common end spots over there, and you're going to be safe sitting on that Caustic. But the scariest part for Alliance, they didn't know if anyone was in that building. Fallout, you go in there and you really hope that you're not going to pull an ESA and run into a Caustic barrel type of situation. Now 69 IQ, they're interested in rotating as well, and they're going to go back on over towards the lava siphon area, and you hit the nail on the head perfectly. This is Valkyrie, and that's why she's so important on a majority of these maps.
Yep, 69 IQ. Big story there. Smegito, retiring teacher in a school, and was also playing Apex in addition to that. Also a married man, and made such an impact. He was a big part of this team's success. Now they find themselves fighting. This is his legacy. Nags joins this team, and just like that, takes out Huskies Esport. That's 4 squads already eliminated, and that's a good start for 69 IQ, doing it for their boy Smeggy.
They had to, right? And they have double gold armors. This is such a feel-good moment. Already having the red Evo shield charged up. You see the gold backpack, too. If anyone is the most looted or in the best positions right now, you would have to say 69 IQ. They have all of these different armor swaps. They're going to have multiple guns that they could choose for. Tons of ammo in terms of resources as we take a look at what's happening on the opposite side of the map over towards the dome side. Now, nobody lands over here in this POI, so there's going to be a lot of free loot as well, and you should be getting a lot of information with that scan on the backhand side, and that's what I'm talking about with these scans. Maybe one of the safe scans is the play, but 69 IQ is being sent on. You can see the black hole over towards the side. Where are the barrels, though? You got to see more barrels maybe inside of this bubble, and that's what they're thinking. Play on the outside of where we already have the barrels. Try to get these players slowed down. The shots are connecting with the wingman, and Guild's going to be eliminated. 69 IQ continues to impress this early on, but you have to get the res. Maybe the defensive bombardment is going to come out, but they have the gold bag. That is key, not losing out on Slayers so he can continue to hit K-Swinny up and get that gold armor back in his hands. Wow, another early fight happening. They thought they could push in there, but again, great team fighting and use of the barrels.
And the theme of today is going to be $1 million fights. Why do we say that? Literally, the $1 million prize pool, an opportunity to qualify for Sweden. That was a $1 million high-stakes fight. Guild Esports, 69 IQ, both on the fringe, and 69 IQ clutches up with their backs against the wall and wins the 3v3 fight. Guild playing with aggression, and they get punished. That's huge, Tom.
They probably didn't know how strong they were inside of there, right? They already had the setup with the barrels. They had red armor. They had gold armor. You don't expect that early. You're expecting maybe some blues, purple maybe. But they came through fully looted, fully ready for that fight. And that's why you get there early with the Valkyrie redeploy. That's why you play caustic. You hope for situations like that. And then again, keeping your Gibby up so you can hit the gold bag res so you don't get third-partied immediately. That's how you execute. But now look at the ring and where it's pulling. It is kind of going in the center of that lava siphon area. Very similar to the ending we were talking about before, where you have that giant mountain in the middle where teams are going to play high ground. We saw some Ashe plays over there earlier, and I don't think we have many Ashes in this lobby currently, so we'll see who ends up taking the high ground later on.
Yeah, it's another big fight here. Invictus Gaming dropping in staging with the wide left and bottom south rotation. They lost Urban, they revived him, but Rebels right in front of him. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with Invictus.
I mean, I got nothing to give you. We have to get to Bryn and just send him.
3 cells are on the roof.
Where are they?
They're just inside the main room.
Let's kill them now. We have to do it now. You ready? I'm gonna bubble in. Okay. You ready, boys?
Yeah.
Where are they? They're not in here, bro.
Zone, man.
Okay, take the Oxel. Oh no, we have to Valcott. We have to come here and Valcott.
Yeah.
Come out the backside here. We have to Valcott on me, right here.
Oh my god, bro.
We have to go towards the lava siphon and try and find a place to play. We have no other choice. Maybe we can play the low ground lava here. You know what I'm saying? You hear me, boys?
I got a knock.
Yeah, I hear you.
They just died the zone. They're fucking stupid. Look for the low ground lava. Look for the low ground lava, okay? Low ground lava.
Under the bridge, under the bridge.
Under the bridge.
That was Rebel. Holy shit. I'm going right with.
And literally right here. We have to rat here. We have to rat. Don't make any noise. Play small as you can. I'm popping Oxel. LOS the pillar. Yep, perfect. Yeah. Just fucking triples here, boys. Like, we gain nothing from doing anything else. We can still have a good game here, and we're in a decent spot, okay?
Yeah.
I have Bubble and I have Gibio in 60%. If a team finds out we're here and they start challenging us, we're going to die, okay? So we have to fucking play this smart. Look, we have a really good spot.
They're going to find us on Northwest. They're crypto.
Yeah, they will, but they might not do anything about us. Like, we might be fine here.
Yeah, true.
Look, we're in zone on this fucking crate right here, boys. We're just going to walk it in. So the priority now is to stay alive, okay? Just stay alive. Don't show presence. I'm 63 off the perp.
There's one team playing in like the little ravine here.
Yeah. Bryn, I think what we're going to do is play the cart in front of me here on red ping, and maybe look to climb up and just third bite the truck fight, potentially.
Yeah, it might be rough playing there though, because they're going to be slightly in here, and if they have LOS on us, we'll be fucked.
The other option is to climb behind us here and third party from there, but if the zone cuts us off, we can't.
Yeah.
So you have to time it right. We got kills from zone. Like, we're doing fine, boys. I know this feels scuffed, but we can make a lot of this with all full HP. I have 4 grenades as well, and I have gold bag.
I'm 1 by 1 cell right now.
I'm 0-1.
I got stuck.
I'm bubbling. Oh. Is it safer on your side, Bryn?
Yeah, it's pretty good on my side, to be honest.
I'm coming to you then.
I'm 0-0.
Wait, I'm popping my only cell here. We have no bubble, obviously. We're still going to do the same thing we played, okay?
I could just TP us in here and we could like hard right here, but...
They're
going to try to peek down on us.
Yeah. I think we look to swing around on the low ground and even play for, like, the little cubby on my ping, you know? Yeah, angles, careful!
Good else on me.
Okay, coming to you. I have give you what? We can also look to Valcott here, but I think we're safe here. I think we have to play for that.
I'm gonna Valcott.
Okay. The thing is, boys, if they don't, they might maybe kidnap.
EMP shit.
No, they're going for truck. I have 0 meds now.
What a listen in and noises. One of the most underrated IGLs it showed right there. I love the calls, and you got to be comfortable playing uncomfortable in Apex, and it's showing right now for IG, Tom.
No doubt about it, and you have to have multiple plans over here as we take a look at what's going on with the zone. Zeta is the team that's directly in the middle of the next one for the scan, plus they're hitting the Ultic cells. We also saw a mobile respawn beacon come in, and that was in play. I love the thought process of the checklist of what needs to happen to get to this next spot.
Yeah, that's interesting. And the fact that they're kind of in a no man's land. This zone is in the middle of the open, not a whole lot of cover outside of some rocks, but they do have Bangalore smoke, which will help them. So that is pretty big right now for Zeta, who are playing perfect. This is a demonstration of brilliance from Zeta Division. They have 8 or 9 kills already, but here comes a big fight. It's going to be 7-8-9 versus G-Dolphin.
Alliance is trying to third-party this the entire time, too. They came from their lava siphon building over towards the side, but look at the barrel placement from Yuki. He's gobbling up so much real estate with this, and again, tossing it over towards where he suspects people are going to be. Fortunately, we have the player outlines, and he sees that, and now Alliance is aware that that team is behind them. So they're going to have to focus that team, plus the fight that's taking place below them if they want these points.
Oh, great shots from Zeta. Taskmaster connects, he turns, and takes out Target. Zeta can't be stopped right now. Take a look at the top right of your screen. Cumulative kills. 10 kills for Zeta Division, and there's still 9 squads remaining. Zeta is playing perfect to try and earn a spot in Sweden.
They started inside of the cave, they rotated back on out, they picked up kill points over towards the no-name area, and they're still doing it big with this unpredictable zone. You can see having some makeshift cover, using some, if you played ranked before, you'd be like, this isn't a spot that I could actually hold, Pops. No way. These pro players, they're making something out of nothing, and they are trying to swing for the fences. No one's doing it better to start than Zeta.
So darn impressive from this team. Meanwhile, Fenerbahce, who drops right here in Lava Siphon, find themselves in a fight. IG, talk about being uncomfortable. They are as uncomfortable as it gets right now. Noises gets knocked all up to Bryn and Urban. Urban healing for his life. And IG's going to pop off a little bit. Bryn gets some good shots in, but some way, somehow still alive. Trying to do what he can to keep his teammates in this, but it's a tight 2v2. They got to be careful for third party. Bryn's popping off right now.
And that's Fenerbahce that they're going up against. Pinky Pinky is going to go down. The problem here, Fallout, is that you've already lost 2 players with the zone closing down, so you're basically just trying to fight it out for these kill points and then trying to rat it out if you're Bryn. You're not going to have enough time to go for the res. You're not going to have an opportunity to get your teammates back into this game. The banners, it's only for the armor swap, and that is a quick armor swap. That's the points you're looking for. Let's see if you can rat it out and get out of the zone.
Bryn, you gotta be kidding me. 1v1 for an extra placement point and an extra kill point, but it's gonna be tough for him to stay alive right now. All up to Bryn for IG, last alive. Alliance still alive. 8 squads remaining in this one. We got Zeta, we got Alliance, we got all of our teams that are on the brink of qualifying here, Tom.
Yeah, and somehow, some way, Hockeys is able to get his shield back on up and keep all 3 members of his teammates alive. Now Zeta Division and Alliance are in great positions. Alliance coming in from the high ground, Zeta with all of the action directly in front of them. We'll see if they can meet up. 69 IQ, they're playing the opposite side of that giant rock right there, but then their bubble is going to be forced out. Once that bubble is down, you can expect more defensive bombardments, more caustic gas coming that way, and unfortunately now Alliance is on the ropes.
And guess who it is? It's Zeta Division taking out Alliance, who's right behind them. Oxbow joins the fun, and I believe Alliance is down to 1. Rascal's eliminated from this. 5 squads remaining in this lobby. 69 IQ starts to pop off with some kills on Zeta. That is huge, as 69 IQ is in a position to win this game here, but Underrated says otherwise.
Since the first zone, the action hasn't slowed down. These teams are ready to fight. They're ready to duke it out. There's so much action right now, you don't even know where the rest of these players are. Hopefully they can just walk right in front of you just like that. Underrated with the shot. 69 IQ coming in with the gold bag res. This is wild.
Unbelievable game number 1. Slayer's last alive, down to about 25 effective HP. He gets taken out by Jazz. Jazz and the Underrated squad. Obviously, big decision for Underrated to pick up Jazz. Haven't found the success that they wanted necessarily, but look at this. T-Rex blasts, former member of IG, still alive. Yuki last alive to rat it out for his team. Hockeys is knocked on the ground and will likely get eliminated soon, so it's all up to Yuki. But a top 3 finish is big.
It is, and he's taking over towards this high ground, but you know that T-Rex is looking on top of him from this area. Double 86 headshot. Are you kidding me? This high ground is so valuable. That's where Alliance was, but when you saw Yuki toss the barrels out from behind, they were really hoping to focus these guys. They weren't able to do that. Now Yuki's doing whatever he can on the ground, trying to survive as the lone rat.
This is the best thing possible if you're an Alliance fan. Yuki's able to rat his way to a 2nd place finish. That shot from Querney was disgusting with the wingman, and that gets Alliance a top 2 finish. Now Yuki left in a 1v3.
The 1v3 is going to be tough. I mean, he's taken over towards the high ground. He's trying as much as possible, but at least getting to this point is huge for Alliance, just like you were talking about. They got some kill points on the way. Spitfire PK, I don't think T-Rex is interested in losing to one player. That's why they're going to collapse at one time. T-Rex takes game number 1.
What a start for them, and what a start to the EMEA Pro League final day opportunity for so many of these teams to qualify, and they came out swinging, Tom. I thought the opposite would happen. I thought teams would be playing nervous, scared, on the edge of their seats, but instead they're playing with confidence. And it started with Zeta Division, and it just carried throughout the entirety of that game. We had like 11, 12 teams in Zone 3, Zone 4. It was ridiculous.
It started off with the Fragment Choke, rotating on over towards Harvester and going into Lava Siphon. Now, you saw the action that kicked place over towards the no-name area. That created a whole domino effect the entire time. But when we were in the back of the dome looking at the fights as we take a look at that leaderboard, very even across all the way to even Rascals in 6th place. So a lot of kill points going on over. We saw Zeta Division doing their thing. But again, you saw the fight in the back of dome, or the fight that almost took place. They're like, hey, let's go for this team. Let's take them down right now. They didn't have an opportunity to do so. They got some kill points from the zone, actually. Very rarely do you see that type of aggression coming out. That just goes to show you the level of intensity that we have today.
Yeah, and Alliance, that's a good start for them. Not a great start, but a very good start. Look at Zeta all the way in 5th place, though. 12-kill game and 16 points, matching that of T-Rex. So they'll be tied for first. Underrated showing up. 69 IQ showing up. IG, top 5 team right now. They have a lot of cushion overall, but the most interesting thing about this, Tom, in my eyes, is number 1 and number 8. IG drops Blast from their roster, and Blast has the last laugh, at least for today, with a good start, but IG's in a good spot to qualify overall.
They really are. And it's the leaderboard on this is just like the kind of overall leaderboard where it's still anybody's game. There's very, very little room for error. If game 1 is anything like the next 5 games here, whew, we are in for a treat. This is Apex Legends at its finest.
That's right. That was probably one of the most singular, most entertaining games I've watched in terms of action and entertainment from start to finish. So much fun to watch. And in the end, T-Rex on the heels of Querney's brilliant wingman shots, connecting for 3 straight, one of them being a headshot and getting a long-range knock, which gave Alliance the 2nd place finish. So Alliance was kind of blessed right there, not going to lie. Best case scenario was T-Rex fighting, and that's exactly what happened. Alliance sneaks 2nd, but T-Rex on top to start.
Yeah, Yuki burrowed himself in between a bunch of barrels and a little sliver of that rock where the zone was going to be. Plus, he was using the knockdown shield, too, so you got to give it to the teammates. Vase keeping the knockdown shield up. Hockey's probably co-IGLing while that play is going down, telling him where to maneuver around. Every placement, every kill matters, and Alliance picked up a couple extra points to boot right there, especially when you look at there's only 1 or 2 points separating the top teams right now.
Yeah, that was big. That was massive. If you're a fan of Alliance, the Swedish sensations looking solid so far. They got to keep going, though. We got 5 games to go. And T-Rex, they actually rotated all the way from Countdown. That was a far rotation. 69 IQ rotated all the way from Skyhook. Those were pretty max rotations, and they were still able to find some success, so kudos to them. Want to also remind everybody, this is Group B versus D. We also have Groups A versus C on our secondary stream. You can go to twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG if you want to catch the action from that lobby. And look who's picking up right where they left off. It's Empire with a win to start. Players right behind them. Solo Q Goats right behind them, and Ascend in 4th, Tom.
Really, these are some of our top teams that are performing on this other stream, too. And Solo Q Goats, when we started off the first couple days here in EMEA, they looked like they were going to be the best team. They went down all the way into 18th place right now. They dropped 6 places just yesterday because of their performance. Looks like they are coming back swinging today. But again, this top-heavy lobby right there are the teams that have been performing, so it's actually not that surprising to see them continue to do so.
Yeah, and I'm going to be completely honest. Of the 2 lobbies, this is the lobby of death. I mean, you have 5 of the top 6 teams in this lobby. Empire, GMT, Players, Scars, and Ascend. The fact that Solo Q Goats is doing it in that lobby, pretty darn impressive if you're a fan of Shiv and the boys. So I'm excited to see what they can do, Shiv, Dipith, and co. They got to go big, though, against a really, really tough lobby. They need a first-place finish against that stacked of a lobby. It's kind of crazy to think, Tom. But, hey, the action is just heating up today. What a game 1 it was. We'll keep you up to breast and up to speed on all things, both lobbies. We're going to take a quick break, though. When we come back, game 2, right around the corner.
I don't think it's a 3. I'm not sure, though.
No, I think it's just one guy.
Yeah, swing wide.
He's going to be climbing, I think. He climbed.
One guy above, yeah.
He dropped.
Dropped right side.
Right him.
I'm upping on us.
Nice. Good job, boys.
Not many kills, though.
Not many kills, but hey. First game, first dub.
And I take it.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS, and it is the EMEA Pro League that is coming to a conclusion today. And my word, Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set in the booth, and what a game one that was, Dan. That was just all-out brawling from all of these teams in the lobby.
Everyone knows what's on the line. The stakes are so high now. They haven't been higher. I mean, the fact that anyone can still get to playoffs, anyone can still drop out of their position where they might have thought they would have secured it just yesterday, but no, they still have to fight tooth and nail, and that's why everyone is saying, hey, there might be some kill points over here, there's some extra points we can take over here, and it was just a bloodbath. It was also one of those circles that invited a lot of fights early on, and it was quite beautiful to watch, actually.
It was kind of the beautiful carnage that was kind of evolving in front of our eyes and for everyone at home as well. But it was just one of the fastest paced games that I can remember in recent memory. It was just, like I mentioned, Zeta Division at the start of that game. Firstly, we need to take a second to talk about the composition they're running, because I think that gives us a great indication of how they're going to try and approach things. You can see that in second place after that game, number one was 16 points. Most of those points coming from kill points, Dan. Running the Bangalore, running the Bloodhound, and running the Valkyrie. There is no retreat running that.
I think we've started to see a couple of teams over these past few days start to not go for an early rotating team or an early rotating composition, even dropping Gibby sometimes, because there's so many fights that are happening. The circles aren't necessarily playing out the way that people have wanted them to, and so many teams are trying to early rotate. Instead, they're looking for KP, they're looking to play edge, they're looking to take fights, and we're starting to see more Legends used so that you can actually benefit from that. The Bloodhound, of course, being one of the key factors in those compositions. But a very exciting game one. Very impressed with what Alliance did at the end of that one as well. The fact that Yuki was able to survive that long and push out for a second place, especially as a Caustic. But 16 points for both T-Rex and Zeta. They'll be delighted with that. As for the teams in the bottom half, there's still quite a way to go yet, so they won't be too disheartened.
And just in case you're joining us for the first time today, just a reminder to everybody, this is the final match day and for EMEA. It's been going on all week. It has been back to back to back to back. It has been, you know, consistent Apex action coming out of the region. And this is the last opportunity to make it into that top 10, to make it towards those playoffs, Dan. And you're looking at the top of the table and you're looking at the two teams who were up there. You've got T-Rex, who obviously took home the win. They're down in 24th spot before play got underway today. Alliance down in 15th spot outside of that top 10. So vital for teams, and you could say this about anyone as we go through today, but an early start to put those points on the board just relieves so much pressure.
Especially when you look at the other group that's being played today, and we've got 5 of the top 10 teams all competing in that one as well. I think Fallout mentioned it in the pre-show. It's a really big chance for the teams like Alliance to be able to push through and pick up some big points today so that they can propel themselves up those leaderboards, get themselves into those playoffs, and don't have to worry about anything else then. You can just focus, get your points nice and early, and then you can kind of be big chilling as you move on over to Storm Point, because it's very different what we've seen in the past few days. The fact that previously we started on Storm Point and we went to World's Edge, so you'd start with like the kind of crazy games that were a little bit unpredictable, and then you go to your normal home of World's Edge. Well, now you get your comfort to begin with, and we get the exciting spicy stuff a little bit later on.
I was going to say, if the exciting spicy stuff is yet to come, Dan, then
it's going to be a good day.
Far today. Yeah, we're going to have one team alive, rings Zone 2, which will be certainly something interesting. Imagine that, everyone just drops in the same place and says, you know what, whoever goes to Stockholm, whoever wins this battle decides to go. Well, maybe that's going to happen. I can guarantee it won't. But, I mean, just looking across some of the compositions we've seen today, and we will take a few seconds to look at this, I think it is very interesting how they've all been applied in game number 1 as well. Because I get the feeling that a few of these teams have come out of the gates here and thought, you know what, we're going to kind of roll the dice a little bit in game number 1. Game number 2, we're going to see if we can put a huge amount of KP on the board. Come out flying, because then the pressure's off of us as we head towards Storm Point. If we can get a couple of circles back on Storm Point where we're pretty sure where it's going to end, like we know, a little bit more predictable than it is over here on World's Edge, then maybe we can play for zone. Maybe we can play for placements, while all the other teams who do not have good games early on here on World's Edge are going to be clambering for any points they can find.
I kind of like it. Honestly, it's so easy to say in Apex Legends you're going to play for the end game and you're going to try and get placement and the kills will naturally come to you, but one mistake, one slip up, or one team jumping on you and ruining your game, and all of that plan just gets thrown out of the window and you're left in the kind of death screen watching everyone else competing, saying, well, what if we had gone for those early fights? What if we had taken that 50-50? What if we had engaged in that choke point, which we avoided with an ultimate to get over atop of them? Like, it's just one of those things where you just have to look at the lobby that's in front of you and what's on the line right now, and you've really just got to take it to the other teams.
I want to just quickly touch on that composition again and the way that Zeta Division are playing this, because I remember it was a quote from an interview with one of the players, I think it was Ninems, who actually said, I've got 2 of the best individual aimers on my team. This was back in the ALGS Championship, I think it was, when they were playing Loba, and he said, we just need to get to end game, give them all the ammo, and they can do the damage. Now, this is kind of just ramping it up a little bit. It's kind of the extreme version of that, right? Just having the ability to scam with the Bloodhound, chase down players, use the smoke to put down to cause a bit of problem. If you combine those two down and you've got, you know, the scans coming through that smoke and 2 people who don't miss many bullets, then you can see why they had so much success in that game number 1.
And you can see there is going to be our first circle as well. We head southeast down towards Rebels drop place in Lava City. I think they'll be pretty happy with it. Those in Lava Siphon also comfortable. And Kick kind of right amongst it, closest to Rebel. Those are the 3 teams. Them and Fenerbahce are going to be rubbing their hands together when they do get the information of the circle. But of course, they need a beacon to do so. We get the extra benefit from the observer mode. I think because of this circle, we're going to see a lot of early rotates, and we might see similar fights happening in the same chokeholds we saw a little bit earlier as well. A lot of teams from the north moving south very quickly indeed.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting circle, though. It's one of those where you're not quite sure what side of that mountainous area, or as they call it in the dictionary, a mountain, the zone will actually pull. So it might pull back towards Lava Siphon, which we've seen a couple of times. It might actually be the one that pulls more in towards the dome, the smaller dome, the sort of eggshell towards Lava City. We'll have to wait and see how that one does play out. But 69 IQ Esports, who picked up a couple of kills and a few points for sure in that game number 1, they're making quite the way across the map at the moment. They've got pretty much the furthest you could possibly go from point A to point B, landing over near Trials and on the western side of Skyhook.
And elsewhere, I mean, Empire have been performing very well in the other lobbies, which, of course, they'll be looking to try and solidify their top 10 spot. They were first coming into today, and they've been running a pretty sexy composition as well, putting Mad Maggie into the mist once more. And we always talk about how comps change going into games, and I think I've really enjoyed the fact that we're seeing more legends added yet again, and kind of gets to the question of what will we see when playoffs come around, when LAN comes around? Are we going to see this much experimentation?
Well, one thing that we can check out on, if you want to at home, and of course is maybe some of those comps and some of your favourite teams. That's going to be done by using multi-view. It's live right now, so click on the command center below if you want to watch your favourite teams and follow their stories as well, of course, as their comms. And that's one thing that obviously we love to bring to you when we get the opportunity to do some listen-ins throughout the game to see where the teams are rotating, what plan A, B, C is, and when everything goes right and everything goes wrong, you'll get to hear absolutely every single bit using multi-view.
A little bit of an engagement here for Nemesis, but they're on the lower side of this battle, which is always going to be a very difficult one to do so. And it looks like they have to take this fight now, as the first has already gone down.
ASCII is down, so now you can see that Clone and Roman are going to be probably chased down, you would imagine. Maybe a little bit of damage done before the commitment comes from the team up on the high ground. ASCII will be finished off, so they'll have to grab that banner to get them back into the game, but not the start that you want, and you could say that about a lot of teams. But look at this third-party opportunity. It's not just a third party, there's a fourth party. Everybody is invited to this party. The question is, who is going to be best dressed here, Dan, and who is going to hit the dance floor and come out on top?
Invictus Gaming, who have said they're not going to be focusing on early rotation as much as they usually do, but as we say that, they are going to jet up into the sky and try and get ahead of these teams rather than engaging in a fight that could just end up in losing their lives. High Society also trying to make their way through. They're having to take a fight right now. Everyone, once more, fighting early.
High Society as well as the team who had 0 points after that first game, so a much better start for them. Not only picking up a couple of kills, a couple of knocks, but securing them for those KP. As Nemesis, you can see, they've managed to at least get the Wraith to Scarpa away. Roman's going to be trying to maybe think about getting his teammates back into the game. He did manage to get the banner of ASCII, but unfortunately that is the only banner that he'll have in the back pocket. So it might be a case of playing this one out as a duo if he can get his teammate back into the game. But Invictus, they were involved in around that kind of top 12 position when they were stuck under the bridge inside of Lava Siphon in our game number 1. But like you mentioned, they took the opportunity to maybe not look for that third party. It looked a little, like it was a little bit too busy in the area to commit to that, so they have tried to overtake those teams, like you mentioned, with the Valkyrie ult, and here's the second one.
I do think that this circle is one of the preferred circles for a lot of these teams when it comes to those early rotations. Even though you said it is quite unpredictable with which way it may swing, there are various avenues you can take to give yourself the best opportunity of getting within the certain radius, at least, of where that circle could move. And it seems like a lot of teams are banking over towards Lava City because there's a lot of protection with those buildings. But there is going to be a lot of people in those buildings after a while. T-Rex also having a look over towards where that initial engagement was a little bit earlier with Nemesis, but they're going to back off as Ruben has been able to get away, so at least there is something there for Nemesis. I was looking at their performances over recent weeks, and you know, I've been pretty impressed. They've showed some really good consistency. They were 9th coming into this week, so they'll want a few more points for sure.
Just a little note in the kill feed as well, you might have noticed that Rascals have been eliminated. The second team to fall in this lobby, and you can also see in the kill feed that Zeta are getting busy again. They're shaking their thang, and unfortunately it's going to be Bryn who's on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, getting engaged in this fight. But are Zeta actually going to push up on it? That's the question, because there's going to be other teams in this vicinity. Zeta looking to try and finish off IG for sure.
At the moment, they're going to be held. Has that res managed to be popped? Have Zeta got the angles required to hold the line? It looks like Invictus have managed to get Bryn back to his feet, so it's not going to be too much of a worry for them. They've also got somewhere to play, but I do feel with the way that Taskmaster and co at the moment on Zeta Division have looked to play that first game, it wouldn't surprise me to see them being aggressive once more if they do have the opportunity to push.
They certainly wanted to. You could see how they were flying out of their building and they were trying to cover themselves with smoke as well, but then they realized maybe it was a little bit too aggressive. Have to be a bit hesitant because you don't want to put yourself into a fight, and with so many teams nearby, a third party is very possible indeed. So unless you can guarantee those kills quickly and swiftly, it is the smart decision and wise decision to just let that KP go for now, because there's plenty of KP that can be shared between all of these teams that are already residing together. When the circle does move, and if it does come down towards Lava City, there's a lot of teams that can be picking up free kills pretty much, when a lot of the late rotators are going to be very vulnerable, scarpering down from the hillside.
Well, here's Guild Esports. It looks like they're looking for some third beacon information. The round 1 will be closing, which means that they can now pop that beacon and we'll get not only the information for themselves of where that circle is going to be pulling with the mountainous area we were talking about before, but also for us, hopefully, if they bring up that map. There you go. Wow. Okay. So, okay. Good luck, everyone. That's all I can say. Very similar zone to what we saw in our game of 1.
Yeah, it's not going to be far off, is it? There's going to be a lot of no man's land. A lot of mountains to play, a lot of little rocks, crooks and crannies. But those who have gone to the western side of Lava City will still be okay, and they can stay there for quite some time. That should guarantee you, you'd think, top 10. But, you know, it's easier said than done. Sometimes those teams will want to move a little bit earlier, might want to try and get down towards that vault area, but you do leave yourself quite vulnerable to teams diving on in late, thinking it might be free, and then you end up in a scrap, and then it just becomes an all-out brawl. Speaking of vault areas, 69 IQ are also going to be making their way through a vault area, but a very different one. They have a long way to go still yet before they get to this circle.
They certainly do. They've had a long way to go as soon as they jumped out of the dropship, to be fair to them. It's just kind of the continuation of the marathon, so to speak. Hopefully there'll be some refreshments on the way. Maybe a syringe will do the job to get them back to full health. 2 gold armors, of course, is going to give them maybe a little opportunity to play a little bit slower here, to play the zone, because of the fact that you, of course, use those meds to heal up a little bit more efficiently, instead of having to carry multiple med kits and syringes, etc., to make sure that you're not going to take too much damage if you do get back into that zone and have to take a fight. Well, 69 IQ, we've talked about the marathon, we've talked about how they're trying to move across the map. Let's hear it from them in the listening. Let's hear it from the mouths of the players themselves. Let's jump in.
I think Siphon's good. Right. Yeah. Might be team, yeah. Careful, Rat. Yep.
That's clear. Ping me syringes. If you find any. I got 2. Fighting on the left.
You have 2. Syringe here.
Taking the nade. There's purple engine back here.
Nice.
You want a Valko for this or no?
No. We need to move up because in case we go play my ping.
Okay. Go.
I feel like my ping is safer, but it's just on late, just maybe other. I don't know.
Yeah, I think on late, that side.
Left. It's a team, yeah. I just see them. Can we Valkyrie and take Siphon?
Yeah,
we try to go Siphon. Right, let's go. If we can't, we go on my ping and we fight for it, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a team in this bit.
Where do you want to go?
It's a team everywhere, bro. Try to go on the left one. Can we land on that building?
Which one?
This one.
Okay.
No, it's a team, go on the left.
Oh, Nags.
You good on me?
Yeah, I need to bump. I'm bubbing. Oh,
Nags?
I'm good.
Yeah, you need to be careful where you're turning, Nags.
Yeah. I thought we were gonna
We're
go in the
fine, we're
building, like, we're good now.
No, spam ping, bro. It's fine.
No, I know you did.
It's fine, we're good, this. We make it work. Do we have an exit on for that or no?
No. Oh,
No. You can give it gold back, maybe. Your gold helmet.
Yeah. Is it a chimney?
Give me gold helmet. There was, yeah.
It is, yeah.
I mean, look the back.
Well, as always, the slight heart in the mouth moment as you have plan A and plan B, but it seems like both of those plans didn't quite work out, unfortunately, for 69 IQ as they took to the skies there and had to make plan C up pretty quickly on the fly.
I think 69 IQ are in a difficult position as they are 11th coming into today's matchup. So they just need one place. So they don't need to push really hard. They could just go for, you know, a slow and consistent lobby. But sometimes that makes it even harder because you don't really know how to play. Some teams like to be, you know, a few positions off top 10 because then you get to play aggro. You get to push for those kills and you kind of ruin everyone else's lobby. But it's not going to be as easy for 69 IQ, who are so close to that playoff position coming into today. There's going to be the next circle then. And as you said, very similar to what we saw before,
yeah.
Pretty much going to be another chance for teams to hide behind those little rocks that are available for you. You can scale them, you can play on top of them, and sometimes you can hide behind them. But it's about how you get there in the first place. All these teams who went to Lava City early, how are they going to move across?
Well, one team who's moving across quite comfortably right now is going to be Alliance. You can see they picked up one knock inside of Lava Siphon here. Hackers is going to back up, should get the armor swap, and lucky they did as well, because there's a couple of teams in the vicinity here, a couple of teams who are being nosy neighbors and having a little poke and seeing what's going on. Hackers is going to use the car here to burn down that player there. That's going to be Dave that's put on his back. And it seems like Alliance at the moment have managed to pick up some kills. Let's see if they can continue this fight and what their next move's going to be with a listening.
Care behind us, care behind us.
For a bit. Stabilize, stabilize. Do not do anything.
No, we need to stabilize. I need to get this fucking GB though, or the vac loot. Get purple.
He's dead.
Yeah, I need to get this loot.
I'm gonna gas the other side.
Sliding across. Stop closing the fucking door.
I'm trying to get my barrel.
GB's looking at me.
Come in here.
I'm marking him. I stuck one, I'm looting.
What is me?
I cracked so many people. Nice. I
can get a kill on this guy. Come with me.
We need the gases on. Wait, no, we need to Vice hold.
Come with me. This is a free kill.
Where?
Downstairs, free kill. It's our kill. Nice.
They're going down in this room.
I see him.
Get it hard.
23. Come on, I think.
Swing right. Let's gas here. Play slow. I need to bubble. Okay, fine. We can. Fighting. Wait, I'm scanning on me. Take over the hallway again.
Stabilize on me.
There's a vac there. Go back to the hallway. We need to push that. We need to take the stairs here. Take on me. Take space. They might drop on us. Careful of this. So many bats. That's good. I need heavy. Does anybody need heavy?
I'm dropping you heavy.
Thank you. We're in here. We're vibing. Nobody right? I'm dropping on Logan. Familiar steps. Duo, Logan. It's a duo. We kill him.
Yeah.
It's a duo. I'm dropping with Q and we push, okay? 3, 2, 1. They're
back.
Yeah, they're leaving. They're leaving. Shoot him.
Hey, 35, crack them!
No, I can't. I'm dropping down for loot, I need a heavy. Heavy here, nice. You guys need bats, I'm fucking 14. I have. Is trailer free? Yeah, I think it is. We need to get up and gas it. Get up and gas it.
I don't have gas,
Do you need bats or not?
No.
Okay, I have 14, just let me know.
Well, Alliance, I mean, you know how much it means to them, but you could hear it in the comms. They were just involved in so many different skirmishes. They managed to pick up some KP, but most importantly, Dan, they forced all the other teams off of that side of the circle, and now they were able to just walk in.
It was so intense, wasn't it? 69 IQ, they got out of there, but they've sent themselves out of the frying pan into the fire because now they are amongst it once more. One player's already gone down, K-Swinny. 2 of them still remain, but they are within the circle. Not able to get the banner, but unfortunately now they know the other team on the other side that they're just a 2. There's always going to be that potential chance of a push. And 69 IQ unfortunately going to be in that spot where it's going to be pretty difficult to get out of it. Zeta are another team on the other side of things. A lot of these teams now in the next 50 seconds are going to be all moving down to a similar part of that choke point. We've still got 13 squads left, but would not be surprised if we chop those almost to half when the next circle does close in.
I love the way that Zia have played this as well. You mentioned, well, you saw, excuse me, when we were on board with them inside of Lava City a little bit earlier on, that they were kind of stuck inside of the wrong side of the mountain, right? And they rotated out earlier than everybody else to the north. They wanted to take claim of that northern side to then rotate in as one of the only teams from that side. Unfortunately, though, for 69 IQ, that will be the Mount. Vex Gaming were the team who were behind them inside of that vault tunnel, and now you can see they've been forced out because Zia Division, the team I mentioned, moving in from the north, are going to be putting them under pressure.
And that's one of the things I was talking about earlier. 69 IQ, they didn't take the fight because they are one of those teams so close to playoffs. They played it safe, but they were punished for it. They tried to get in the zone, didn't work out. Vex also having a very difficult situation, trying to fight their way out of being stuck in no man's land. So many teams at the moment are just in difficult spots as Kick now look to try and punish Vex.
Going to bubble forward as well to try and get the finish on this knock. Vault in the hands as well, and that's going to be two. Two Vex players are going to forward. Now he's just trying to get the finish to secure those KP. Ayaka doing some really good work here for his squad. Not just the charge rifle, the Vault out of that care package is absolutely shredded.
And we're down to 10. Vex go down. They are eliminated out of the game. And Kick at the moment have kill leader. Zeta, though, they're in a scrap once more. We knew this was going to be a dangerous place to be, but Impulse is still doing damage and still doing work as Taskmaster sweeps up for the rest of the squad. But the zone is going to be doing the damage more than any of the players were.
Well, Sunset just about manages to get into zone as well. We're on the POV of Taskmaster, but you can see just above him in the bottom left, the little indicator of Sunset. Look at that HP. He's got a Phoenix kit to pop, which will get him back involved in the game. The question is, can they find a mobile beacon? Do they have a mobile beacon to play with to get themselves up to a 3 as they now control the Vault Tunnel?
And will you even have a chance to put that beacon down and manage to get your player back up is the third question in that rhythm as Alliance. They're in a good spot once more in a similar circle. We saw what Yuki was able to do in the previous game, but if they can be a full 3 going into this last fight, they'll have a far better chance of winning it.
That's going to be Guild who they're taking down as well. You can see they're just shredding through shields, shredding through flesh as the damage is already done. They now have control of this high ground, and this is what I meant for Alliance. Clearing this side of the map, clearing this side of World's Edge means that they can now put pressure on everybody else from this high ground.
Fenerbahce just got eliminated as well. How would it be? You know, it'd just be Alliance being Alliance, wouldn't it? If we saw them go back-to-back victories in these last couple of days to secure their place at playoffs, just when you thought maybe they were down and out, they weren't going to make it in. They win yesterday, and they're looking in good form today with a second place previously, and they're into the top 7 now. But Kick also in a good spot, got a lot of armor and resources to work with, but they are on the low ground. Whereas Alliance, they're up high. They've got the vision of everyone right now.
They do have the vision, but you mentioned all of the things that Kick have on their side. Kills as well. You saw a huge amount of kill points already collected by Kick Esports. Zia Division aren't able, by the looks of things, to get their teammate back into the game. So they'll have to see this one out as a 2. But Kick Esports, you can see, as a team, 11 kills already with 7 squads still remaining.
Yeah, they're picking up so much points. 19 already with the placement, but Alliance also having fun. They're up to 21 overall as Hackis will shred once more, but they don't want to give away this high ground. They're not jumping on anything just yet. Instead, they want to watch this zone close. They want to try and pick up as many free kills as possible.
They're looking down at the moment, seeing if there's any rats around. Alliance still controlling this high ground. They will have to leave it at some point, though, as Zeta Division still hold this side of the zone. We know how dangerous they can be, as Guild will be eliminated. Matafe will be the final player to forward. Zeta Division now moving to look to pick up some more KP, but the same can be said about Alliance, still raining down shots from the height.
Yeah, Alliance have everything. They've got the gas barrels. They've even got the ultimate for Valkyrie if they really wanted to desperate something to stay alive a little bit longer. But Kicker coming in, we're seeing plenty of damage go down. Rebel also fall. Hayaka putting down some real shots right now.
Certainly is. He's going to take down Taskmaster, but you have to give it a lot of credit to Zeta Division in these final moments. They've been playing as a 2, but they've been picking up kill point after kill point. But speaking of which, it's now 12 for Kick Esports. Still bang inside of that zone, playing around that mountainous area where we saw the zone ending. But like I mentioned, Bryn is holding on still for Invictus Gaming.
Desperately just trying to stay alive, trying to stay unnoticed. He's ratted his way into the top 3. Can we see another rat make top 2 to Alliance? No. There is a player behind them, but the Kraber in the hand of Yuki, as you say. They're just trying to work out who is where, what is left, what can we do in this last circle.
2 shots. If one connects, you know the push is going to be coming in from Alliance. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Yuki right now, but also not going to be the most difficult shots you would imagine, considering the Kick Esports have to make that move. Now, do they go for a portal? Do they try and bubble forward? Or do they give Yuki the opportunity to poke and hit that shot? Yuki, you can see at the moment, is just doing what he can to find an angle to hit the shot, but Bryn is there. Bryn's been spotted now by Alliance.
Bryn's been spotted, but he could be a thorn in the side if he does damage, which he does. He hits Hackers hard, and now Kick may use this as the opportunity to push. They hear the gunshots going down. They're going to think about getting involved soon, but Bryn is just being such a nuisance to both teams.
He certainly is. He's got inside of the zone as well. There's caustic barrels everywhere, but he's just trying to buy time as Yuki does hit the shot onto Zako, so that's going to be Alliance with the numbers advantage, and here now comes the push. Hackis, the IGL, the leader, the heart and the soul of Alliance is pushing forward. The car in his hands as he now drops down from the heavens. Alliance is set up for a big victory here. Hackis will fall though.
Hackers falls, but no worries because the rest of the squad is still there. There could have been potential upset if maybe IG had been able to do something with the wrap, but Alliance, they play it successfully. They didn't get the win in a very similar circle last game, but they secure the W here in game number 2 as the Alliance train keeps on rolling.
And it certainly is picking up momentum. It took a while to get going. Let's be real, this split. Alliance, like you mentioned, just Alliance things. They like to build a story. They're all about the drama. We know what it's like for those boys, but, I mean, the last couple of days for them are certainly going to have relieved the pressure. The fact that they were even in with a shot today, you wouldn't have said that before yesterday's play. So a huge performance from Alliance, and not just huge performance, huge amount of points. That's 23 on the board for them.
Invictus managed points with no kills, so incredible rat performance there from Bryn. Kick also, though, 22 points on the board. More kills than Alliance were able to achieve, but of course finishing in 2nd place. Shout out to Zeta Division and Rebel, still managing to finishing in 4th and 5th, but a lot of the points shared between the top teams there on set, and it kind of drifts off the lower you get down the leaderboard, which I guess is a good sign to some of those mid-table sides to try and catch up, knowing that if they do hit a big game, they will start to close the gap.
It's going to have to be big game after big game for those teams now, because time is starting to slip through their fingers with only 4 games now remaining. We've got one more game on World's Edge before we head over to Storm Point, which is, you know, still a little bit unpredictable for some teams, but to be honest, with how today's gone, it wouldn't surprise me to see some of those teams popping off in those games when we do move over to our secondary map. But, I mean, Alliance, I mentioned there in that in-game, the heart, the soul, is going to be that man Hackis, and again in those big moments, Dan, he makes the play calls, and when the pressure is highest for Alliance, he is the man that seems to step up for them.
It just seems like whoever's POV you're on with Alliance, they're always doing something impressive. There's always something that you can talk about and you can learn from as well, not just me as a commentator, but I'm sure players as well, regardless if you want to put it into your matchmaking ability or if you are a pro player and you want to try and move your way up the ranks to be where these guys are, because, yeah, okay, they're not quite in the top 10 at the moment, but I would not be surprised if they work their way into top 10 and we see them at playoffs in Stockholm. I'm sure they'll be delighted to get a victory there because, you know, there was always the chance they could have done it back-to-back, but at least they secured it here in Game 2.
And the pressure was put onto Yuki's shoulders as well. It's one thing as a player to know that you're going to have that responsibility, right? In those final moments, a Kraber falls onto the ground, you find one in a loot box, and whoever picks it up says, Yuki, it's your time to shine. Well, shine he did. You saw it in the kill feed. We didn't quite catch it, but we're hearing from our producers that they did get it on the replay, so we'll be bringing you those when we can. But to have that pressure put on your shoulders, Dan, and to hit those kind of shots, to hit the headshots as well in those final battles to secure the advantage to get that win, it's massive to have a player like that on your squad.
Yeah, because sometimes you'll see players miss those kind of shots in those high-pressure situations, and, you know, the difference between one Kraber shot on not hitting or hitting, we know, can be the difference between winning a game or coming third in that game. Bryn could have really messed things up for Alliance there. The amount of damage that he outputted in that initial gunfight, if we saw maybe a little bit of quicker play from Kick, if they had realized that there was that much damage going on the other side, they may have been able to engage in that fight and actually win because of it. But thankfully for Alliance, Kick were a little bit slow. They kind of waited. They didn't really know what was going on. They didn't have necessarily the information they would have needed. But certainly Bryn would have had fun just being a nuisance there as we get confirmation of what the leaderboard looks like.
Well, it's going to be Alliance jumping up into first place. 2 spots they jump up to hold the first place on the podium. 36 points overall. Zeta Division, I mentioned how important it was that they picked up those KP in the end game as a duo, and it's showing as well on the standings right now. 28 points for them, but just in behind, Kick, a huge game from them. Even though they didn't get the win down, you saw those KP when we got to around the top 5, top 6 team. I think they had 11 at one point, and it only went upwards. 27 points for them.
Yeah, 27 is a big amount of points to have, because you're not that far behind first place, right? As long as you can stay within touching distance, you can be pretty happy. I think the likes of T-Rex will be disappointed after their first win, but, you know, because you had a successful game one, it still puts you within the chances of catching everyone up as well. Some disappointing performances down a little bit lower, but also some, you know, unfortunate situations. When it's circles like that and you try and commit to a certain area and there's already 2 or 3 teams in the vicinity, there's almost nothing you can really do apart from trying to take a team down with you and get some KP. We saw 69 IQ, for example, try and move in late. They weren't able to do so. They weren't even able to bring their third teammate back after losing him. And this is what I was talking about. For those teams who are very close to that top 10, they're playing a little bit scared. They're playing a little bit safe. But those who are further down, they're playing a little bit more aggressive. They're looking for more KP.
They certainly are. Just a reminder to everyone, we've got a secondary stream going on as well. So if you want to know what's going on in the other groups, then you can do that as well. Plus, we've got the leaderboards to bring you to keep you up to date here on the Play Apex channel. You can see players, are going to be jumping up into first place, with one's either side of them at the moment. As you can see, Hardeki continuing his form alongside Leogri and Artico. 39 points on the board for them, and a big performance coming in from Navi as well. They've been a little bit quiet so far. They need a monster day. They're sat in third at the moment.
Yeah, Navi, unfortunately, I think are just a little bit too far off. My calculations are correct. No, they could maybe make it. Okay, a lot of things would have to go right for Navi. They would have to win and hope that a lot of other teams above them were to fail, but who knows? Maybe they can do the miraculous things. Scars not having the best of days down in the bottom 10. GMT also struggling.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing for Scars and GMT, they had pretty good days up until now, but with how tight it is, then maybe they could be 2 teams who fall foul to some big performances in the lobby we're watching right now. If you, of course, want to watch that action, you can go over to twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG to make sure that you do not miss a thing. Get a couple of monitors open and multi-view, everything, all the Apex. Get it in front of you right now. But one thing that we're going to put in front of you is going to be game number 3. That's going to be coming up after we get back from this quick break, so don't go anywhere. More ALGS coming your way.
Go on this! Another one! Headshot! Good job! Go! Cross the side! Push this! Left out! Let's go! Go! Evidence! Go! Oh! Let's go, Yuki! Good job! Oh, man! Carefully, boys. Carefully, boys. Good ones.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And we are back. It is time for the Fallout. Are you there?
My microphone was. I had a complete microphone muted moment where my headset stopped working. I think I'm back. Tom, can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you. Yeah, we're getting ready for the match, Fallout. It's time, dude. They got ready for this one so quick because you know that they want to keep that intensity up from the previous one. But we have to call out the southern zones. I mean, it's already on Twitter. It's already being talked about. You never see that, man. You could watch Apex for an entire year and not see two zones almost in the same exact spot like that. For this type of stakes, the teams on the north have to be a little bit salty, and I know why.
Yeah, that's insanity. And, you know, it's interesting because maybe it's evening out because yesterday we saw, I think in North America, 3 northern zones, which you don't see very often on World's Edge. And the southern zone memes, obviously, typically are flying. Yesterday was not the case, but yeah, it's been super interesting. Obviously, teams like Alliance, Zeta with a very fast rotation from Fragment are gonna benefit as a result of that. And interesting stuff nonetheless, and looks like another southern zone here, Tom, for one to see, and we'll see where that continues to pull.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be not over towards the north side, but Yuki in the previous game, I was so worried when you saw Bryn behind Alliance that it's another one over.
What? What is happening right now?
There's no way. I thought I went into the code and changed the next zone. It must not have went through.
Yeah, Tom, why didn't you take care of that for
My
everybody?
bad.
You clearly missed a line of code there, brother. That insanity. But you were saying about Yuki.
Yeah, Yuki with the Kraber. He had 2 shots, and he hit both of them to get knocks. That's insane because Kick could have easily walked away with the situation that they were in. You love to see Yuki coming out and clutching that because Brit had so much pressure onto Hockeys, and you were worried that they potentially were going to get third-partied by the Rat. That wasn't the case. Yuki clutched it.
Yeah, insanity in that last game, and exactly what Alliance needed. Back-to-back games from Yuki, and I got to say, I was a little bit skeptical about the roster change, Yuki joining Alliance early on. I'll be the first to admit it took them a little bit to kind of catch their mold, but the impact Yuki has had on this team, obviously Yuki played alongside Nasky and Dell back when Strafey made the decision to leave for Na'Vi, and since then, getting picked up by Alliance has really fit a mold and fit really, really well, and talk about performing 2 games in a row. Yuki playing very, very well to keep Alliance alive.
I think we have the highlights, the replays from that moment. I have to see these Kraber shots. This is the game-changing moment. Oh, it's a headshot, too. That is just so dirty. And then the second one's even better. Yuki, you're a madman.
Insanity. What a play. Again, we keep talking about million-dollar moments, a potential million-dollar play from Yuki right there. After ratting his way to a second-place finish in Game 1, the damage that was done and the opportunity to break ice to allow Alliance to win the last game, putting them well atop of the leaderboards here. It is so darn impressive what we're seeing right now out of Yuki and the Alliance squad. And I gotta say, shout to our PGLT, give us that in slow motion here that quick. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome. I love that, how fast we're able to cut those replays together. And you know, it's so important to go and see what happened because there's so many different points of view that's going on. I love that we have so many observers in this one. And you can see multiple points of view as well. Check out the top of your screen. The multi-view is live. Go to the command center if you're watching on Twitch and pull up at least 4 of them. At least 4 of them as you can go through and see the comms too.
Yeah, and I get the chills almost, Tom, at this Alliance story yesterday. I tweeted out, and people were talking about Alliance having to go big. They started slow and then won back-to-back games on Storm Point, but had a terrible World's Edge, to be fair. And you heard Chef Pontus, their general manager. You heard Hockeys in the Alliance squad say, we are going to turn up. They had all the confidence in the world, and they are doing it. It's just crazy to think. But again, obviously still 4 more games to go. They got to stay consistent. But right now, in first place, if they get first overall 25 points, that should be enough to punch a ticket for them. It's just crazy to think. What a story.
The way everyone's filtering over towards the dome, this cannot be out inside the open area like we saw in the previous 2. It makes me feel like this is a little bit more of an unorthodox pull. And that's why the pro players are so special, because we can sit there and stare at it and be like, nope, that's the same zone. 1,000% that's the same zone. No. These guys know exactly what zone these are going to be very early on, right when you get into scan number 2, especially going into round number 3. But the way that Kick's setting up seems to be dome, right? And if it's going to be dome, there could be that dome in between Lava City area, kind of where he's zoomed in right now on Iarka's point of view. That's a spot where later on, teams will be there. They'll be holding that area and using just 1 or 2 rocks as their cover.
Yeah. That's a great point. And you see IG already with the quick rotation from staging. Talk about a fast one. And this is what's so interesting about IG. You know, I was talking to their coach, EMEF, and my is one of the most brilliant coaches and minds we have in all of Apex. And he said, look, the reason we made this roster change, even if we would have won Split 1 playoffs, we still would have made the roster change. And, you know, thank you to the org, IG, for kind of trusting us and making this decision. And the reason was he saw the meta shifting. He saw Caustic and Crypto both get nerfed and be a little bit less viable. And IG completely shifted their playstyle from being a early rotate team to a edge fighting team, and they thought Urban, a young up-and-coming talent who was so mechanically gifted, was the right fit that they needed for that. But look at them here. They actually are going to opt back for an early rotate decision with the fast rotate over to the very southeast side of the map. So pulling something out of their old strategy book here is IG.
And team changes are some of the hardest things that you have to go through as a pro player, as a coach, as an organization in general. You build up so much camaraderie with your teammates. You spend so much time with them. You're in the trenches with them. So when you make a decision like that, you don't want to mess that up, right? You wish everybody the best. At the same time, you want to make sure that you're making the right decision for yourself. And sometimes making a business decision like that is extremely difficult when you're that close to your teammates and your friends. So respect for the decision, but hopefully, again, it does pan out for them and pans out for everybody involved as you see what Kick's doing. Big chilling inside of that building. 789, they have a whole little Caustic setup going on over towards the beacon. That's a beacon that no one's going for.
Yeah, that's right. 789, another team that likes to play a little more edge-focused, obviously with Caustic, Valkyrie, and Wraith. Xania and Wraith currently with 3 points. They need to perform. I'm glad we're checking in with them because they need to avoid relegation, which they might just be able to do here with another solid performance like they had yesterday. But I love that we checked out on Kick as well. And I got to say, in the grand scope of the 2 lobbies being played right now, the best possible scenario is happening for Alliance and Zeta Division. Actually, hold that thought. Looks like we got a fight. 1872 finds himself in an engagement.
The Turbocharged Havoc is going to be putting in some serious work, but the portal play has to come down. They've already lost out on the Gibby. I love getting the Gibby back up in this instance too. Chilling in the office building, you can see there's only 2 ways to get in here. You could get shot through the window, but that's not going to happen. A little miscommunication on when the bubble is going to come down, but either way, the Arc Stars do buy more than enough time. And we're saying, okay, this could go over towards Dome, it could go Lava City, could end up in between. A lot of filtering over towards these buildings already.
Yep. Look how fast. This is kind of crazy. Look how fast everyone is already rotated to Lava City. Again, teams predicting a much further southeast zone pull. Clearly, that's going to be the move. And teams rotating much quicker. This is going to be a lot different of a game than we saw in game number 1, where we saw 5, 6, 7 teams eliminated after zone 2. This time, Nemesis on high ground. And obviously a lot more real estate to work with here. Nemesis currently in 9th place or so overall in the standings. Been pretty quiet so far.
I think there's more willingness to pull the trigger than ever. And you can see that with the way that everybody's already playing, and you saw that from the first game. It was based on the zone and that choke point, and once that first initial fight starts, it doesn't really stop. So you can anticipate something very similar here. If someone gets knocked, and if they are desperate for these points, or they feel that they're going to get a huge advantage and they're confident that they can clean you up, that will create a domino effect, and it's going to have continuous fighting over here because you can see the amount of layers of teams that are in Lava City right now. So teams will start collapsing from all different areas, right? Coming in from the rotations, coming in from the cave as well, and that's kind of where IG expects to come from as well.
Yep. So the point I was going to make earlier is things hopefully can stay slow here for a second to set the stage a little bit for the grand scheme of things. The best possible scenario right now is happening. If you're a fan of Alliance, if you're a fan of Zeta, of Kick, who are on the fringe, the top-heavy teams are winning in the other lobby. Right now, as it stands, Players, Empire in 1st and 2nd place. That's going to negate so many points from everybody else. And the teams there on the fridge, 4Gang, Kungarna, Mutarium, Solo Q Goats, they're 6th and lower in the overall placements of that lobby. So a great scenario here if you're a fan of Alliance in this one. But again, a lot of Apex to be played.
It's a great point in terms of addition by subtraction almost. So you're trying to eliminate these other teams by doing your best, and you hope that they kind of have the poor performance so you can stamp that ticket on over to Stockholm. Rascals, they are inside of the Lava City area, but based on the zone pool we saw, I don't think this is going to be a Lava City zone. I'm pretty sure we got to scan over towards something that's going to be a little bit more central. So they're going to be pleasantly surprised. Well, not very pleasantly surprised. They're going to be extremely surprised, unpleasantly surprised, put it that way, on when they're going to have to make their way out of these buildings. And it's tough because you don't really think that you're going to see that type of zone 3 times in a row, but it could be, right? And I think that we're kind of leaning over towards that case. So if you are going to play Edge, you want to get that scan from zone number 2 and zone number 3. That's the information that's really going to give you your setup for your squad, and that's where Alliance is chilling right now. They're on the outskirts, making sure that they have an opportunity to push their way in with kill points.
Yeah, I love this. Lions playing edge right now, and I love that we switched over to Hockey. Says he got actually a bow knock on Vex, so Vex was able to get that revive. Hockey's with the bow, and he's connecting. Are you kidding me? He's going to break some shields, and the Teamfire is not going to follow, unfortunately, but hits 2 in a row. Hockey's the IGL Slayer for this squad, performing, and that was an opportunity against a Vex team that is also on the fringe if they could have gotten a second knock right there, but the damage is done. He's leveling up the Evo shield. That's all you can ask for.
Making the bow look easy. Makes me feel like I could shoot the bow after watching Hockey's play. The 3X doing some work over here. I mean, it's a frustrating gun to go against, right? Because it's not like the charge rifle. You can't hear it from halfway across the map. It's silent. You wonder where you're getting shot at, and you're wondering why one of the best players in the world is using a bow check halfway across the map on me.
That's right. You don't see it very often. We saw Sweet Dreams and NA with the bow yesterday, something I never thought I'd see. But I like how Alliance is playing this. So well positioned, and again, great rotations from, oh my gosh, great rotations from Alliance overall, as you come to expect here. And they're going to be able to just walk their way in. I'm not sure how many teams are in Dome next to them. They just got to be a little cautious for that, but they do have the eggshells to work with, and they find themselves in a good position here for this late game. Vex Gaming, this is the team that Alliance was pressuring earlier, though, finds himself in a really tough position against 789.
Yeah, and you have to just get out of there with the Q, and you have Bambino, who's on the crypto, who barely even was able to get drone information. No EMPs were used. That's tough because you don't think as a crypto team, someone that's constantly flying around and getting information, that you would get flanked like that. That was the case, though, as 789 starts to put the pressure on multiple teams. You can see Guild's caught out. The Arcs are on top of Matafe. No bubble for the next 30 seconds. Guild in a tough spot.
Yeah, Guild needed to do pretty good yet last game, and they did. They got themselves 9 points. Needs to go big here. Not looking great. They're all going to be so hurt. The caustic gas is ticking, and they are under so much pressure. It's going to be Oxbow who takes out Bambino, so T-Rex enters the fight here. We got Guild, we got 789, we got Vexed, and T-Rex all within the vicinity.
The fastest ever black hole to get destroyed. That has stood no chance. They all looked at that thing and shot it a couple of times, and Silta's like, what happened? I swear I just threw my ultimate. It says that it's on respawn as 789 has the grenades in hands. 789's in a great spot until all of a sudden Desu takes a lot of damage, and what happened? 69 IQ with the flank fallout.
Yep, 69 IQ enters the chat as they come right in and secure the 3 fastest kills they could have gotten here, obviously helping with Guild, both of them contributing to that one. And now Guild finds himself quite literally with their backs against the wall. 69 IQ nearby, grenades are coming through. That might be Alliance deciding to try and enter this fight if they can, and it's going to be Silta and Matafa. They have to go huge.
Always the domino effect of what happens when you have that first initial fight is Silta's going to throw down the grav lift. Matafe is trying to stay alive as long as possible. Bubble comes up in 1 second. Should be popping that one. Doesn't have any meds. I'm shocked that Matafe has not tossed this bubble yet.
Yeah, I know.
There it is.
Maybe didn't realize he had it for a second as he was under all types of duress, but finally he does get it. Pops the bubble. IG nearby as well. As you take a look at where the ring is going to pull, it's going to be yet another fairly open ring. It's crazy what has come to fruition here. Obviously, it's luck of the draw with rings here overall, and we're going to have a lot of south zones. We saw 3 north zones yesterday, like I said, so I guess a little bit of variance going on.
It really is. That's tough, again, for these northern teams, right? But a team like Alliance, they're loving it because they are making improvements on what happened in the previous game, and you saw them go and continue to hold that high ground. They gave up the high ground in the previous game, and they lost that map. Now, though, it's a completely different story and completely different positions as you see 69 IQ is going to be taking on over towards the air. With so many squads, you don't really expect much real estate over here, and you hope that Hockey doesn't hit you midair.
Yep. And, you know, it's interestingly enough, obviously tough for northern teams, but despite that, a 69 IQ fared well in the first game, playing all the way from Skyhook. IG as well, playing a little further away from staging. So it hasn't been the end of the world, especially for teams that do like to play edge right now. 69 IQ, speaking of which, oh no, that dome's going to disappear in just a second. And they are just running with their tails between their legs. Got to survive.
I kind of like that dome, right? It's a better safe than sorry dome. It's coming up in 20 seconds. You have gold helmets on the other side. It worked out really well because of the fact that the other team lands behind them. So they needed to get full shields before they even considered taking this fight.
Yeah, it's the Rats who can play spoiler here for a team that can qualify for Sweden versus a team that is currently within relegation. And Rats say, yeah, no, we're going to get out of here. We don't like this fight. A lot of pressure nearby. And 69 IQ will survive and get some good damage in as well.
They're trying to play with their backs against the wall, which seems to be a theme right now. Everybody with their backs against the wall. But you have to keep all the action in front of you while you have that, You don't want to be on the ropes. You just want to consistently be running around and trying to find where that next real estate area is going to be. IG without noises. Now they're without Urban. It's up to Bryn again. Maybe we'll get another phenomenal rat performance, but this seems to be a little bit more different of a vibe here in game number 3 than it was in game number 2. We'll keep tabs on Bryn a little bit later.
Guild is showing up for David Beckham. As we're seeing what they can do right now. I'm liking games 2 and 3 from Guild after a disappointing game 1, getting eliminated in a 3v3 pure fight against 69 IQ. Guild has responded. Alliance still in a great, very well-favored position. Meanwhile, Rebels, Noth, and Taylor will pick themselves up some kills against Rats. This is solid for Rebel against a fellow team that's going to get relegated, potentially.
Look at the Lava City area. You still have teams that are afraid to go and leave that spot, but they're going to have to rotate eventually.
Yeah.
They either have to fight right now or start making some moves because you don't have much time, and the zone is going to rip you apart. But I love, as much as you're saying you like seeing what's going on from Guild and a couple of these other teams, I'm still liking what's going on with Alliance. They're picking up kills along the way. It seems Hockey's is playing very confident right now, but also not cocky. You need to make sure that, again, you're backing off. You don't want to have a complete collapse from behind, just like you saw IG and 69 IQ coming in and just flanking where 789 was. That was a tough pill to swallow because you get too honed in on the kills. And I was asking Jay Savage yesterday, what was the difference between you guys? And he says, playing patient in these end zones. We're getting towards the top 10. We're just not closing it out. Patience is going to be key when so many people are playing extra aggro.
Now, we talked about the success of Guild Esports in Game 2, and now playing very well in Game 3. 3 kills to their name already. Let's jump into a listen-in with Matafe and the boys. It's Guild.
Look, run green, run in. Give me, crack.
I swear this guy's here.
I'm giving ulting. I'm betting. Play on this rock once we go in. Come on. I'm hitting them, I'm gonna hit them, shoot. You can bubble me, you can go back. Bubbling in. I'm raising, they're pushing, we can't. No. Can't give me.
It's solo. Just
play your life if you can. Play your life. I almost don't give me. Give me one. Give me knock.
Right now for Alliance, 10 squads remaining. Guild just on slightly different pages right there. Horizon getting knocked unnecessarily.
Yeah, I feel like somebody was controlling his jetpack with another mouse and keyboard or something like that, and they did some sort of spell to put him in the air way too long. There had to be some sort of misclick or something. He's like, no, and then his teammates almost wanted to say, what are you doing? And then he's like, bubble rest me, and then they're like, just play your life. There was so much going on that went wrong in that type of situation. It was either the perfect time for a listen-in or the worst time going in for Guild, but Alliance now, they're trying to capitalize on the mistakes, and they are playing again with their backs completely safe on over towards the zone, keeping all the action in front of them, but they're also playing within distance of each other that can get to each other with their abilities, and they're still holding their own.
And the Bochik and Carr combo for Hockeys, and he's still hitting. He's going to drop that Bochik soon. He surely has to. Vice going to get a knock. Look at the support from Yuki, actually. Sorry, Hockeys leading the way as the tip of the spear gets a second knock on Jazz. That's on Underrated, and they get the full limb. Alliance is firing on all cylinders, the exact opposite of what we saw out of Guild.
Literally perfect positioning there from everybody on the team, though. You have the double big boys in the back with the support. You could bubble forward to where Hockeys is if you really need to, but he's within just a quick little jetpack slide distance of everybody that he needs to be, so he's going to lay down max damage until someone decides that they want to go and contest him, and really nobody tested Hockeys.
Yeah, it's like we call that the Flying V. We don't actually call it that, but we're going to now name that the Flying V. Alliance so well orchestrated right now. Rebel right in front of them. This is a long-time rivalry. Alliance versus Flavor of the Month, a.k.a. Rebel. Hockeys goes down, though, all up to Yuki and Vibes. All up to Yuki now. Can he go big again for his team? Vibes has to heal back up. Needs to buy time. Guess who comes? It's 69 IQ cleaning everything up. 69 IQ will benefit.
That's a smart play. Clear up the players on the ground. They're not going to be able to give information. There goes Rebel as well. Multiple teams eliminated. Rebel, Alliance, they go out. Now you can see Zeta Division kick the points that they have at the top of your screen. 69 IQ as well. These are the teams that are contesting Alliance after seeing them get eliminated in this game. More kills coming on over towards the side for 69 IQ. The smoke playing very useful, but wow, great missile swarm is going to give a lot of information, and they push themselves out of the smoke.
69 IQ playing so well. 3 squads remain. Zeta is alive. No, a few of them get taken out. Taskmaster gets knocked. I think a few of them are still alive. So the Bangalore and Bloodhound duo still in it for now. They're going to find Kick. They win a 2v1 on one member of Kick, but they're getting sandwiched. They need to do something miraculous.
Once the fighting started in this circle, it is not going to stop. Typically, you would see teams wait until zone starts to collapse over here. 69 IQ playing this methodical. They have Kick on the ropes over towards the side. They have Zeta on the ropes directly in front of them. Slayers is making sure no one flanks over towards the right-hand side, and they're poised to win this game.
That's right. Now 69 IQ will come in 3v2. Some very already previously damaged team members, so that's going to be it. 69 IQ in moment should be able to clean this up, and 69 IQ will be your champions of game number 3. Closing out World's Edge in style. We talked about North teams struggling. No, 69 IQ says, hold this, as they secure a dub to finish off World's Edge. Brilliant play from them.
Really picked the teams apart in that final circle with the timing and the cohesion of their squad. Again, never really going too far, never overextending a little bit, but they also focused fire and pushed the two teams directly into one another.
Yeah, brilliantly played. And that's the definition of a good combination of playing edge, obviously rotating fast to get favorable positioning, but still picking their fights wisely on the edge. You saw them rotate through right south of Lava Siphon, where they were able to get quite a few kills on 789. They came in and cleaned up a few other teams, and from then on, they just continued to roll. 9 kills overall, well played from them. Alliance with 7 will give them a few points. And the fact that Alliance is able to tie Zeta Division with 9 points is big. Should keep them above. 69 IQ, though, will skyrocket in the standings. This is neck and neck here, Tom.
It really is, and it's unfortunate for Alliance fans that they weren't able to continue with that great run because they had, when you see, the 3rd most kills in the game. So it could have been a great performance from them, but they got scooped up pretty easily underneath over towards that broken stairs area, and we see the second page that's happening. 789, I think, was probably the most heartbreaking story for me because they were looking healthy. They were in a good position. Boom, flanked immediately from the side. Their spot gets taken, and the team that takes their spot ends up popping off.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking. Sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles. IG in the second page right there. Guild in the second page. Not great for their chances. But IG, of course, did have quite the cushion, but this one's all about 69 IQ. K Swinney making an impact immediately when he joined this team from the underrated roster last split and immediately fitting in. Slayers, obviously longtime teammate, and of course Nags joins this team and fills this spot so well. The controller player from the United Kingdom. Joe, obviously, a.k.a. Slayers from the UK, K Swinney from France, and this team has meshed real fast. Talk about a great replacement for Smeggy. Nags has fit the role perfectly.
And I'm looking at my Twitter timeline right now, and it was K Swinney who said, more south zones, please. So we are in a delay. I can't tweet him right now. We got to wait a little bit, obviously, like everybody. But that's the thing. You have to love that he is sitting there and playing from the north and still picking up some kill points along the way as we bring Kate back to break down the first 3 games. All kind of similar zones, Kate. What do you think about that?
All kind of similar zones, and you know what? I'm going to go back to something you mentioned in the second and third matches, which is that domino effect, Tom, because obviously in the first match, as we take a look at some of these highlights, and boy, is there a more aggressive lobby right now? Perhaps the one on our secondary stream, I don't even know, but it started off with that fragment choke, rotating over towards Harvester, going towards that Lava Siphon, and basically all that action taking place towards that no-name area. Tom, as we talked about, let's expand on that domino effect, because as I mentioned at the very top of this show, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. And these matches, there is no time to breathe in the middle of these matches.
No doubt about it. And when you go and you listen into the listen-ins here, as we take a look at the rest of the highlights, it's so fast-paced. We've had listen-ins before. We've talked and interviewed the players. This is the fastest pace. Everyone's talking to each other. The level of intensity in their voices is there. Not only that, they're not really harping on the past, right? I think that's one of the key things about esports and keeping your team together. Even when things went wrong for Guild right there, sometimes you could say, oh man, like what are you doing? It's like, no, there's no time to think like that. Let's get each other back in there. Let's play your lives. And that's the type of vibe that you need to have the entire day.
100% Fallout. We got to talk about Yuki, and we got to talk about Alliance for match number 2. You know, they needed to go big, as you mentioned, and they turned up and controlled so much of this match that the beginning, middle, and end, I'm going to title it Alliance.
That's right. I think especially the beginning of the first 3 games, Alliance obviously quieter in game number 3, but games 1, the Rat positioning from Yuki to survive. Game 2, this snipe right here from Yuki in slow-mo, connects for the heady. taking out Kick, by the way, their nemesis, gets the second shot, back-to-back headshots, insane plays from Yuki, and that guarantees them a win over Kick, their rivals, who they are fighting against for a qualifying spot, and then comes in and finishes the shot with the PK. Brilliant stuff from Yuki and Alliance.
100%. And Tom, let's talk as we talk about match number 3, which obviously Hockey's on the boat check is just making James Bardow's day all the time, every time, especially when he gets those Valk-ults from the sky. But I want to talk a little bit about, as you mentioned, the Southern polls. We got 2 Southerns, and you know, we've seen some teams excited, we've seen some teams not so excited. But I do want to mention, as we talked, 69 IQ coming in match number 3 as the winner, and yet they had one of the toughest rotations, IG as well.
They did, and this was the kind of game-changing moment for Alliance when 69 IQ came through and cleaned up everybody underneath the stairs here. Methodical plays coming in from K-Swinny, and also just the PK shots just tearing people apart as they have so much loot to go and deal with, and then they were able to filter again everybody. Just look at the boxes, look at the bodies laying everywhere, Fallout.
Yeah, it was insane. And again, the fact that we saw 3 near similar zones, kind of a no man's land in the open in the southeast side of the map, is just crazy. Adds to the rhetoric and the storylines of what has been already just a crazy day. And now we got 3 games of Storm Point. Of course, I'm excited to talk through that. But yeah, this was interesting. And back to the point you made, Tom, case when you tweeting, give us more Southern zones. Some teams like that. I mean, if you're an edge fighting team, again, for anyone that's new to competitive Apex, there's kind of 2 general play styles: early rotate and positioning, or late rotate and play edge, play for kills, and then play for positioning. In late game, 69 IQ likes to play edge, like to play aggressive, even though they have Caustic on their squad, and they benefited from these Southern zones. They liked them. They were okay with them.
Yeah, I would agree. And going back to your point, when you have Caustics, you expect the teams inside the buildings to be doing really well. There was no building endings at all. All 3 of those, like you said, they were in no man's land. So that's where Gibby's really going to shine. And it's all about your bubble placement. And that's why you saw Alliance, when they didn't have their bubble, they got collapsed upon immediately. So really the discipline in terms of using your utility comes into a big part of play right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Let's see how it's translated to our leaderboards here. As we mentioned, we are 3 matches down already through. And okay, wow. Fallout. Here we go. Number 1, 45 points on the board, and a nice little place here. But Kick, of course, right on their heels.
Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. Alliance, Kick, Zeta, and 69 IQ in 1st through 4th. Again, I would think this was scripted if I wasn't part of the broadcast and could confirm wholeheartedly it's not. Those are 4 of our teams on the fringe. Kick in 6th place with 75 points overall in Pro League. We have 69 IQ in 11th place with 69 points. Nice. We have Zeta in 14th place with 64 and Alliance in 15th place with 63, all in the top 4 fighting for that 1st place spot because they need 25 points. Tom, this is ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous as we take a look at that 2nd page, and keep in mind the teams that are fighting and trying to get out of the relegation area like 789, they're sitting in 32nd, basically on the bubble right there, not having the performance that they were hoping for. Rats, that's another team that's on the verge of elimination in terms of having to fight through over that Challenger Series in the LCQ. They're going to have to pick it up on Storm Point.
Yes, they are indeed. But let's take a look at our secondary stream. That, of course, twitch.tv/versusgaming.gg. There's the link. And, you know, I got to say, Fallout Players has been a team that has been on the radar for the last few days, and they have very clearly gotten ahead of this lobby as we come into Storm Point for our final 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's the opposite story here in this lobby. And if you're a fan of Alliance or Kick or any of these teams, this is the best possible scenario because the teams that basically have nearly punched a ticket, Empire in 1st with 89, Players in 3rd with 78 points in the overall Pro League standings, are on top of this lobby. They're going to gobble up the 25 and 22 points that can be earned from 1st and 2nd if they continue to perform. And then second Portaya, that's huge. That's a team that's not in contention to qualify, taking that 3rd place spot right now, whereas teams like Ford Gang, who need to show up, Reply Totem, Mutarium on the fringe, well, they're far down the standings, Kate.
Oh, yes, they are. And I will say a lot of these teams that I'm seeing on this 2nd page, GMT, Mutarium, 4Gang, Scars, Reply Totem, they have all, in their very own special ways, been a nuisance for so many of these top teams. I mean, as we go into Storm Point, do you think this is, and that's, of course, the big next headline, right? We like to throw in things. We like to enjoy ourselves, a little bit of spice here. And as we go into our final 3 games. Fallout, I'm starting with you. You know, we've seen what we've seen on World's Edge. We know what the players know about World's Edge, and we know that there's a lot of players doing great things on Stormpoint. What does the next 3 matches hold if you had to put yourself up to that crystal ball?
Yeah, I mean, listen, logic and predictions are out the window at this point with how unpredictable, how exciting things have been. But again, logic would tell you Alliance played so well on Stormpoint yesterday, back-to-back dubs. So you got to think they're faring well. But at the same time, they played well on World's Edge today. So maybe it'll be a flip scenario. I mean, honestly, who knows what's going to happen here? I do think Alliance fares well on Stormpoint. They play it well. We saw them do it yesterday with back-to-back wins. I got to think that trend's going to continue. Tom, I don't know what you think.
I think what I can kind of predict, and I hope is true, is that the pace just slows down a little bit early game. I think once we switch to Stormpoint, the teams are going to be trying to get into the middle of the zone a little bit more, and then once we get to zone number 3, zone number 4, zone number 5 action, then that's when things are going to explode, because I feel like they're so comfortable on World's Edge that just made them want to fight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That is very true. Well, you know what? We have a lot of stuff going on here today. We're going to be back in a minute, but first I want to make sure you've seen all of our socials, because that's where you're going to want to enjoy all the content that comes along with these scary lobbies, with these incredible matches. That's our Twitter, that's our YouTube, and of course our Twitch. That is where you're going to find our multi-view, certainly in that command center. And you know what? With so much to do, there's so little time, but don't worry, because match number 4, on Stormpoint is coming up right after this.
That's trade, I think. No?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're fighting. Go now. I'm climbing on top.
I'm on the left. Give me. Now the crack.
Yeah, go there.
Nice.
Get first. Get the first.
No, that's all knock. Nice. Let's go, boys. Let's go, man. We keep going now. We back to back. Let's go, man. You best teammate on the world. Holy oh my god. So good. You guys are so good.
Please, come on.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EMEA ALGS. And let me tell you one thing, that is the fact that there is only 3 games to go here, and we have a change of scenery as well. It's 3 games, Dan, and there's only 10 spots to get to those playoffs, and I think at the moment everyone's going to be feeling that pressure. 69 IQ, stepping it up, and the one thing I took away from a little bit of the comms we heard as they took that end game was they're ready to go back-to-back.
Yeah, and they are prepared to do so. You know, they've done all right when it comes to Storm Point. I think they won't mind this transition so much. They have good consistency across both of the maps, so I think they'll be feeling fairly confident with where they currently reside. Remember, they only need an okay week to guarantee themselves in that top 10, but of course you want to try and push yourself even further so you can get more points when it comes to the match point format when we do get to playoffs. As for Alliance, they are still top, just followed shortly behind by Kick, but still plenty to play for. And when I look at, you know, who succeeded the last time these two teams went against each other when they were playing Storm Point, I'm looking at the likes of Guild, Rascals, Underrated. They all found victories on Storm Point. So with Underrated being in 5th place, Rascals in 7th, maybe a switch over to Storm Point might be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's always interesting that we have to switch over the maps, because just as it seems like there's a little bit of story starting to develop and you've seen a couple of teams really start to find form on World's Edge, then you have that switch up. You have the change of POIs. You have the change of teams who are going to be crossing each other on those rotations. The timings change. All these things come into the equation and it becomes unpredictable once more. The one thing I think you can take out of those first 3 games, though, Dan, is there is 2 or 3 teams who are shooting incredibly well in this lobby at the moment. One of them Alliance, one of them Zeta, and also one of them Kick. And I think if those 3 teams can continue to be as aggressive and as kind of punishing to the other teams who are being a little bit slow or getting caught out, they're going to be able to rack up points, and they should be in a pretty good spot come the end of the day.
And I think it's a nice transition, the fact that we start with World's Edge now going into Storm Point for some of these teams, especially those that you speak about that are shooting well, where Storm Point sometimes you need to rely on gun skill, rather so than rotations at times, because you might get caught out in an area where you might have thought it would have been an easy transition from one to another. So now you're warmed up, now you're ready for Storm Point. Perhaps those teams who did succeed last time that these guys played against each other on Storm Point might not find the same success, because those teams like Alliance, for example, might be feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident, and maybe they'll take a few more engagements. We already saw on World's Edge, when you start with World's Edge, there was teams who were playing it very slow in game 1, and you imagine when we started on Storm Point it was very similar, but now with 4, 5 and 6, and there's so many points that teams need to accumulate now, you've got to get out of the blocks hot here. You cannot afford to have slow games. You need to get kills, you need to get good placement.
You certainly do indeed. We'll take a look at some of these match 3 highlights as well. The game that 69 IQ did manage to put on the board, but also there was a lot of highlights coming in from Alliance, understandably, holding its zone so well for so long. And I gotta give a shout out as well to Hackett. The bow check in his hands. It's almost refreshing to see, isn't it? It's like, oh, is there a new weapon being added to Apex Legends? No. It's been here for a while now, but it's just strange to see it in competitive, especially being used so effectively in the hands of one of the best players in the world.
And what made me laugh is I saw on Twitter someone was commentating on, you know, amazing bow check shots from Hackett, it's so good. And he was like, bro, it's not even that hard. Like, for him, he's just like, it's so easy. Like, I don't need to even try at this point. Like, just put any weapon in my hands. I'll make it look like it's comfortable for anyone. But yeah, Alliance had a good performance. You know, it's a great World's Edge for them. 2nd, 1st, and then what, 7th, I think they dropped out in there, so they still are top of the leaderboards. For 69 IQ, I think they'll be delighted to get that victory. That will really allow them to relax going into Storm Point ever so slightly. I say ever so slightly because I don't think any of these teams are going to be relaxed just because of how frantic it's been, but just, they'll still slightly relax.
Did you hear? They were going crazy. They were going wild in those final moments. But I do get what you mean. The pressure is off ever so slightly for them. But I think, like I mentioned previously, right? Listen to them pop off and immediately focus moves to the next game. I think you have to do that in these kind of lobbies, especially when there is that carnage kind of element in the background of everyone just scrapping for points. At this point, no one can really afford to play for circle. If you're outside of that top 10, right, you have to play differently because there's just not going to be enough points available for you to jump up the leaderboards in the way that you need to. It's almost as if the likes of Alliance and Kick that I've been talking about, who are at the top of the tables now, maybe they will have a little bit of an easier time now on Storm Point. They may be able to just hit a quick rotation and let everything kind of unfold around them and just sit in a build and go, we'll just pick up the points that we need to from placements. There's going to be some opportunities for KP at the end. We don't have to force it now.
And they're all in a really good spot because they have 3 quite favourable circles. We saw 3 very similar circles, all in the southeast side of the map, and I'm sure the memes are already floating around social media, but maybe Storm Point will provide us with a little bit of randomness, a little bit more of a difference when it comes to where those circles are going to be, and it might not be as easy for some of those teams. But of course, that's just the game that you play, right? You've got to be prepared for sometimes those circles to go the same way, sometimes they're sporadic, sometimes they're very similar, but when it comes to Storm Point, we know that it can be predicted a little bit easier, but this is the lay of the land on set.
I mean, this is the lay of the land, and this is, of course, before play got underway today. So keep that in mind. Also, we have the other groups going on alongside the groups that we're watching right now on the main stream. So make sure that you're keeping your eyes on the Versus GG stream and all of the other teams that are trying to fight for those top 10 places, of course, for the playoffs in Stockholm. We can tell you, by the way, that Stockholm is looking particularly good at this time of year. So for those teams that are currently sat outside, 69 IQ being one of them, Dan, I mean, an Alliance, both of them having very, very good days. And if you're inside of that top 10 and you're having a bit of a slow day, like the likes of Vex Gaming, who have come short a few times so far, you've got to be a little bit worried right now.
I think Vexed and Nemesis are very much going to be looking over their shoulder and panicking about what is very quickly approaching them, and you've got to try and get ahead of them. You've got to try and pick up some points going into Game 4 here to allow you to take some of that pressure off so that you're not having to maybe play the game in a style you won't normally play and what wouldn't be natural to your team, which sometimes is more aggressive. Like a lot of these teams that do find themselves in the top side of the leaderboard are very good at, you know, playing the end game, getting to that last circle and then manipulating the map in the way that they see fit, but to then be out of your comfort zone, to have to search for kills. Sure, some teams can transition naturally into that, but some, they really struggle when they have to switch up the pace that fast.
Of course, we have the relegation spots as well, and all the teams who might have to fight their way back into Pro League next season when it does roll around down at the bottom there. Everything to play for all of these teams, which is what makes it such a competitive environment for everyone involved. There's no kind of just sitting on your laurels at this point. You have to step up, and you have to make sure that every game counts, and you're getting some sort of points on the board, because you can see how close it is between the cutoffs for these different regions, right? If you're down in red, unfortunately, that means you won't be competing next year. You have to go through next season, I should say. Excuse me. You have to go through the process of trying to get back in. But just 3 points at the start of play, Dan. I mean, that's a couple of placements. That's a couple of kills. It's all of those kind of small points if you can scrape together, even if you're having a bad day, that could completely change what the next split looks for you.
Yeah, even for teams like, you know, High Society, Phoenix Legacy, Rebel, who are not close enough to get to playoffs with today's performance, they have to make sure they find points so they don't drop down into that relegation zone, because those who are in relegation, of course, are going to be fighting really hard to make sure they can break out of it. So, as you mentioned, there is something to play for every team involved, regardless of where you are, regardless of whether you're trying to play for playoffs or trying to just survive in Pro League to get to the LCQ type situation. So, it's going to be very difficult, it's going to be very stressful, but it's going to be very entertaining for us who are just able to sit and watch as the players are all, I'm sure, not enjoying themselves as they are screaming at one another to make sure they get that bubble down or get that portal down. We're going to see a lot of Ash, as I'm sure, as we go into Storm Point.
It almost feels like there's more pressure today than there ever has been as well, with the announcement of the Stockholm land as well. You know, these players have been waiting for so long, Dan, for the opportunity to play in person, quite simply. I've always said that Apex Legends has been one of the most, you know, unfortunate esports when it came to the pandemic and everything that happened. You know, we had Poland, and then unfortunately we all know what happened in the world, and we're still in that situation, so to speak, a little bit at the moment, but it just kind of ramps it up a little bit more, doesn't it? Those teams who want to get there, they want to get in person, they want to see the teams that they're fighting against, they want to pop off, they want to give us that entertainment and the opportunity to do it in the best environment that they can. And I think that's why you're hearing these kind of pop-ups from the likes of 69 IQ at the end of that game. You're seeing it from Alliance when you go into those listenings. It's almost as if everything is just, if it couldn't be any more intense, you kind of sprinkle that on top, and it's like, okay, now I get why these people are getting so excited. I get why these teams are showing how much it means.
Yeah, you put prize money on top of that as well, and it's just the perfect recipe.
Yeah, just a huge amount of prize money as well, yeah.
Exactly, like $1 million prize pool. Insane that we're seeing this much money being played for by these players, but you're completely right. There are some players who would have never played this game on LAN, and that's crazy to say considering how long Apex has been out, how long the ALGS has been going on, but unfortunately due to world circumstances, that's where we are. So the chance to be able to play in a LAN environment, you and I, as, you know, ex-players ourselves in different games, we went to LANs, we competed, you know, sometimes week after week in different games in different LANs, and it was amazing. It's one of the best tastes you can have when it comes to video gaming. It's the best part of pro gaming, and honestly, I hope that everyone who does get there has the time of their lives. And for those who don't, well, it looks like we're moving on to bigger and better things, and we are starting to see these events come back, and maybe one day you'll be able to get there as well.
Well, hopefully all of the teams at some point will have that experience under their belt. If we take ourselves back and kind of feels like a lifetime ago now, and for some it almost was a lifetime ago to Poland, and you know that monumental moment where TSM obviously won that tournament and kind of started to solidify, you know, their dynasty at that point. It was wonderful to see. The question is now, with how much time has expired, Dan, who is going to be the team who picks up that first place? Because it's going to be the first time not only that we see the players back on land, but the regions coming back together as well. And we might get an answer. What region's better? Is it EMEA? Is it APAC? Is it North America? I'm sure depending on where your address has the you know, the little country underneath it, you might have a little bit of an opinion on that. But it's certainly going to be interesting to see the regions matched up as well.
Well, I mean, we've seen already, like, APAC teams have qualified already for playoffs. We've seen North American teams, there's 6 of them that have already qualified as well. EMEA, it's all up in the air. We still need to find out. No one is guaranteed it just yet. It does show how hotly contested this region is, and I've seen a few choice words being said on social media of people saying, you know, oh, EMEA's going to win it easily. Oh, North America are the strongest. There's only one way to prove it. Let's get to LAN, and job number 1 is doing it here today online first. There are a lot of teams that are in a very good position, but those teams that are also maybe slacking a little bit today, they need to find something here on Stormpoint. When you look at Vexed in 10th place, they'll be looking at 69 IQ, winning that last game and saying, crap, like, we are now dropping down into the bottom 10. We need to change things up here. Is that a composition change? Is the map going to be enough for us? We're going to learn a lot in map number 4 here to see really what these teams are going to do to try and push themselves or keep themselves in those playoff spots.
It's almost worse now, isn't it, with anonymous mode, because you don't know who's won until you see that banner pop up, and it's like, that's the one thing we didn't want to happen. But now they've got to live with it. And they've got 3 games to put it right. That's the thing as well. We've got to remember, even if your World's Edge, you know, Leo, luck wasn't in, whatever you want to call it, and you didn't get those points on the board. Now we move over to Stormpoint, and like I mentioned, there's so many differences in the way that this map plays. Not only because of, you know, the geometry of the map from low to high and everything with the end zone, some of them not having a huge amount of cover, whatever it might be. I always find it interesting as well with how the drop spots spread out, because the teams that you might have been landing next to previously that might rotate slowly, maybe they're going to try and go quickly. Maybe your paths get crossed, your timings get thrown off. All of this stuff has to be thrown in the equation now, as it does look like game number 4 is ready to go live now. We will get the answers to some of these questions, but again, just the changes of maps makes the questions almost rise up time and time again, not just for us as commentators and for you at home as fans, but for the players as well.
It's a very intense time here in ALGS, and it is going to be very intense final circles as well. We know what Stormpoint has given to us throughout the last few weeks. It's been some amazing final moments where we've seen teams pop off, we've seen individuals pop off, and sometimes we've even seen rats manage to get away with absolute bloody murder. But 69 IQ, who were able to win our previous game, looks like they're going to have a comfortable drop spot, as we imagine most teams should. I don't know if we're going to have any 50-50s. I'd imagine because these teams have already played against each other just a few days prior, they should have been able to divvy it out. As I say that, there's a little bit of a scuffle going on.
I was going to say should. Should is one word, but over at the mill here, you're going to see a little bit of fighting going down. So Huskies Esports are going to have a 50-50, and this is not what you want to do, especially if you're down in the lower half of that table. That seems to be the situation for both of these teams. So this could be a little bit of a relegation 50-50 battle here, Dan.
It's one of those that you cannot afford to lose. We said how important match number 4 is, and it really does set you up for momentum going into 5 and 6. You want to kind of feel out the lobby. You want to work out who's rotating where, how these circles are going to play. And if you drop out in the very first fight, you kind of have to watch on, and it's very difficult to get a true feel for it, as 1872, they are going to be on the lower side of this fight, but plenty of grenades to work with, and it looks like they've surrounded the other side.
It's also just a matter of who gets the loot, right? If you get lucky, if you get a shield, if you get a gun, whatever it might be, if you get a peacekeeper and you're holding down a building, that could be the difference in this 50-50. For now, Huskies Esports, you can see that Mr. Seal, he's got a wingman, but he's also got a P2020, which is not maybe what you want in those close-range battles. So Huskies Esports are having to hunker down at the moment, keep each other warm, and just say, boys, we're going to have to push together, we're going to have to get some damage down, because otherwise we might get pushed.
And this could be one of our first teams eliminated from the lobby. You may see 19 squads on your screen, but that's because Magicians are not playing. They're out of Pro League, so that's why we start with 19 here today in every single game. But neither team really want to be the aggressor, but maybe a little bit of damage like that could provide the in you have so desperately searched for as 1872 start to close in now.
Big shots coming out of the R99. 1872 look like they have the advantage in this battle. They have the armor, they have the weaponry to play with as well. It just seems like everything is kind of building up for them to get that first knock and maybe take advantage of it. However, it's one thing to have the weapons, it's another to use them. They do get that knock. Sundraining tries to move in now to help out his teammates finish off those kills, and that will be the kills finished off. Huskies Esports there, you saw they didn't have maybe the same kind of loadouts that their opponents did, and 1872 take advantage of it.
It's a really nice start for 1872. As we say that, Vexed, another team has been struggling. They had a little listen, they had a little sniff, and they said, let's get in on this action, boys.
It's one thing to get in on the action, it's another to take advantage of the opportunity that presents itself. They do get one knock, but Bambino's going to have to just hold the stairs for his team. Nice 42 damage, though, from that kind of angle when things weren't looking too comfortable for them. The question is this going to be a 2v3 for them to push, or have they managed to get that res off? You can see through the player outlines that we have on our screens, the Valkyrie is still down, so you would expect Vex to try and make this push.
Tether is in, Bubble is down, but Bambino comes in. That's a big shot, and Jellycorn's also taking a considerable amount of damage. Last remaining player finally gets the shots as Vex get the wipe, but I tell you what, it was not a clean one whatsoever. There was a couple of danglers there, but Vex still alive.
Only you. Anyway, Vex are still alive. Like you say, the most important thing for them is they do take advantage of the third-party opportunity. Now, having a look at our map overhead, and you can see the mill is where we might be moving our way towards. And Zeta also kind of hovering around the edges around Casino Cave, and Rebel also in a pretty good spot to make a rotation. Alliance moving pretty quickly as well from their drop spot. So a couple of fights may be looking to break out. You can see that Alliance are kind of hovering around where the fights were going down a few moments ago at the Watermill Hill, and it's going to be Vexed here who might be under pressure once more.
Alliance nose to the ground, trying to sniff out anything, maybe some extra KP. But Vex just hoping that no one's going to jump in on them. It looks like they've been able to reset comfortably. Remember, Vex are our team currently in 10th place when you look at the overall standings, so they are the benchmark. So if we see them consistently fall out every single time each map, then that really does open up the way for those teams who are a little bit lower down. What I did notice is when we looked at the map overlay and when we were going towards Mill, 69 IQ were in a good spot, Kick were in a good spot. They were kind of in hand. As I say that, the observers perfectly give us the overlay of the land. And they've managed to get a building right next to one another. And these are going to be deep down in that circle. So these two teams should be comfortable for quite some time.
And this is what I was talking about, right? The ability to get those points on the board in the early games. If you can do that, you take the pressure off of yourself. You can play for zone. You can play for circle. Unlike High Society right now, who unfortunately have lost Denze. Now, Kimzu is lining something up here, and I'm pretty excited to see what it is. It looks like he might be thinking about just flying down with that bubble on, but no, the bubble comes off! Oh no, this could have gone so bad. Oh my God. I mean, are you trolling? Are you throwing?
Please.
Take your pick.
They're already dead. That was not a pleasant thing to watch, but 69 IQ will be more than happy that it happens. They actually land right between 69 IQ and Kick, which is just not where you want to be. Let's be honest with how both of those teams have been playing, but they are still just about alive at the moment, despite that calamity that we just witnessed. And Kick, you know, one of our teams that could win this lobby if they play the way they have done in previous weeks and the way they've been playing so far. Of course, they're going for another aggressive composition, a non-Gibraltar composition once more, which is something we have been seeing a little bit more in recent days, people going for those kind of aggro dive compositions.
Interesting bit of trivia about Kick as well. Still no win in Pro League. Still sit very high in those leaderboards like we're seeing. They are kill point heavy. They also get towards that endgame, but just not able to secure that win. Now, if they're moving ahead into playoffs and match point becomes a factor, then maybe that's something they'll have to look to adjust, and maybe they do have the ability to do that as those kind of rule sets do change depending on the tournament. We'll have to see how Kick do play this one, but you could see, let's just roll back a few moments ago. We could see the idea behind the Trident play, right? They wanted to bubble onto it, they wanted to move forward, out, and I think it was just a bubble slightly misplaced. Whatever it might have been, the bubble didn't attach to the Trident, and as you say, it ended up being a little bit Laurel and Hardy, a little bit of a comedy show, and unfortunately maybe a horror show if you're a fan of that team.
It's like when you're going on a family holiday, you've just packed 10 suitcases in the car and you try and tie your boot together, or your trunk for you Americans, to try and make sure you can like keep it in, but then as you drive away, the rope snaps and all the suitcases fall out and everyone down your street laughs at you. Yeah, exactly. It's not a nice place to be in.
Done that before.
And they've just had the same thing.
So I had a bag of sports gear It's very quickly story time. Sorry, everybody. I know there's not too much action going on right now, but set off down the hill away after playing a game and kind of wondered what that noise was, and my boot was open and my sports gear was disappearing down the road. So, yeah, we've been there, and to be honest, now I have some sort of emotional attachment to what's just happened a few moments ago. But 69 IQ Esports, not for the first time. They're going to be the team to pick up the bow check, do a little bit of poke damage, and when you're doing 60 per shot, it's a perfect way to level up those Evo shields.
And we had, you know, the brief sight of Vexed earlier, who were in 10th. Remember, 69 IQ are right behind them in 11th in the overall leaderboard. So they've done really well to pick up a victory in the previous game, but now Storm Point is an entire different kettle of fish, and it is not going to be easy to play. But at least they've got the early rotation in what is usually a map which is slightly easier to predict, as Fenerbahce are just waiting for this round to close before they start to head over, so they can gain a little bit more information of where they need to move. Of course, they don't have as much info. They weren't able to get that beacon, so instead now they're going to be looking at their options. Where do we go from here? Are we able to get into one of these deep pockets that other teams have probably already found themselves in, as Rats are also in a skirmish?
Lost one as well, and you can see just been stunned as well by those grenades, so Tolkien's going to have to pop a shield barrier and maybe look to get back involved in this fight. Rats as a 2, 789 just on the outside of this as well, having a little peek in, seeing if they can get some damage done. And we mentioned those relegation spots. 789 were just on the precipice of those. Rats have got the portal out though, so they will be able to survive. 789 can't convert on those KP.
We'll be able to at least get one and at least get some rewards from the death box as well. So, you know, it's not like they came away from it with nothing. They scare away the other team. They managed to hold on to their area, and they will now be the dominant ones in this particular building. They may have to move a little bit later, depending on where that circle goes. And blimey, did my eyes deceive me?
Yeah, just a headshot. Nothing. It's classic Dave.
Classic Dave. We discussed this. I mean, me and Mark, we were working elsewhere a week ago, and there was another tournament where there was a guy called Dave, and we were saying it's really hard to hype up the name Dave when they do something sick. Do you extend their name to David and go David, or do you go Dave? It just, you know, it's difficult.
Hey, look. If he hits another shot like that, maybe he'll give us the opportunity to learn on the fly, okay? We'll be popping off with Dave. Don't worry, Dave.
Come on, Dave.
Okay? You got this. All right, Dave. Back down, Dave. Okay, for now, not too much happening on the map. Although, if you keep your eyes on that kill feed, you can see that Zeta have found some prey. Taskmaster doing what he does with the flatline in his hand will pick up 1 kill, and as we have 17 squads remaining, you are seeing the pace slow down a little bit. Now, this is an interesting thing to actually kind of keep an eye on, as we do see this headshot coming in from
David! No, Dave. I
think Dave's better. Dave. Yeah, I think Dave's better. But I think going back to what we were talking about, right? We were talking about getting the big amount of points on the board. The teams who have been fighting in those first 3 games, as we see Alliance in the kill feed, might be able to pop over there pretty quickly, because obviously they're one of the teams who are picking up a lot of kills so far in the lobby. Back to my point, it actually kind of continues from it. The kills have been picked up by the 3 teams we've seen at the top, right? Now that we're seeing those teams playing Circle a little bit more, I think it's actually going to slow the games down slightly, because everyone else is kind of creeping in. Everyone else is a little bit more nervous about maybe staying in Pro League or maybe securing a top 10 spot. We could see some really intense, slower paced games that will really pick up towards the end game.
And it's because it's maps 4, 5, and 6, as you said. It was very different with Storm Point in the first half of these games, in these rounds, because Storm Point was 1, 2, and 3, so people were a little bit more open, a little bit more fluid, being more aggressive, looking for kills. But you're right, nerves starting to kick in now. Alliance, though, have made their way all the way over to the mill, and they've got a team set in their sights, or at least Hackis does, but it looks like he's going to be jumping away from this one for now. He said the rest of the squad are like, where are you going? Please do not go down. You've got your info, we've got the spot, we've got one of the best spots in the game right now. Relax.
I mean, if you wanted to tell Hackis that, you're a braver man than me.
I don't want it.
I'm just saying, I'm not questioning this man's calls, because this man is one of the best in the game when it comes to IGLs, and you only make that call when he goes down, of course. That's what you do in Apex Legends. It's simple as that. But Alliance looking pretty comfortable for now, holding this high ground. The question is, how long can they be comfortable here with the teams that will have to make their way eventually towards the mill? On the other side of the mill, you can see Invictus making a little bit of a move towards this area. They've got the rock cover to play with, maybe thinking about moving up to that fence in a few moments' time as well. But they will be safe here for now. Also got the cover from that Trident, so even though the Trident might be a little bit of a meme sometimes in competitive play, certainly does provide that coverage that you need sometimes on these open spaces, these open end zones where you don't have that natural ability to poke yourself behind some rocks.
Fun fact as well, Alliance the only team with a core stick in the lobby, and You know, if you're IG now and you're pushing into that kind of area where Alliance have been residing, those caustic barrels are going to be a right nuisance for your chances of finding a safe spot, but IG are okay for now. Invictus, they don't have to move anywhere. That circle is more than good enough for them to stay, wait, and hope that other teams will just forget about them. Because they have been slowly and quietly going about their business. Remember, they picked up a big game too when Bryn was able to rat out for 7 points and get into the top 3. But Alliance are still having a little bit of issues here, a little bit of a poke war going on.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's another team's moved in and around one of these mill buildings. The thatched roof is certainly soft to land on, but the shots is hopefully for Hack is going to hit a little bit harder. It's going to be a Horizon jumping through the air as well. That's not going to be quite the outcome that Hackis maybe would have wanted with some of those wingman shots, but for now he's just patrolling this high ground, trying to kind of warn off any teams that try and move on this position.
Fenerbahce have just lost one elsewhere, but it looks like Alliance are thinking about taking this fight. Just judging from their positioning and how they are constantly looking to take one shot and look for that damage, and I think they are going to jump soon, and Hackis actually is making the move. They do get inside, as they really are looking to try and take a position where they can gain a map advantage over this team that is around them. And for now, they've been able to secure a couple of doors to work with as well. Barrels will go down. And here comes Nemesis.
Nemesis, unfortunately, run into Fenerbahce, and Fenerbahce will get that first knock. Aski will go down, followed by Robin, so this is not looking good for Clone. He's kind of held out by the boxes on that door at the moment. A little bit of artificial cover for him to work with, maybe, but this is on the complete opposite side of zone. So this is a totally isolated fight, and for Nemesis, there's not really too many ways you get out of this one, especially as a Bangalore. Maybe you can get those smokes down and you can try and scarper away, but Pinky Finky at least been finished here. FB, though, will be able to finish off Robin, and they will secure the KP.
And this is a big fight when you look at the overall standings. Fenerbahce down in 15th on 63 points, whereas Nemesis on 73 points, 10 ahead. But of course, that could be caught up if we saw a big performance from Fenerbahce and they get further up the leaderboards in this round. As here comes the push! Oh no, he falls into his death, and we are going to see the wipe. And Nemesis in 9th place overall, but they will fall.
Yeah, yeah, didn't look good. It didn't look good. You get the idea as well. Maybe he was just going to wait for that player to start holding it, take the 1v1, get the armor swap. There's ideas behind it, but when it doesn't work, sometimes it can look a little bit silly. Anyway, that's going to be Fenerbahce, who also have the kill leader on their squad with 4, maybe even 5 now to his name. So Fenerbahce, like you mentioned, even though they're in a little bit of an interesting position in the leaderboards overall, picking up KP here is great for them.
It's been a very consistent time for Fenerbahce as well. When you look at their overall points and what they're able to achieve, 14, 14, 11, 11, 13, like they've been pretty bang average, and that's okay. That keeps you within the shout, within the chance of getting to playoffs, but they need something slightly above average now coming into the last round if they want to get to playoffs. And certainly they'll be doing their darn hardest as Guild Esports are trying to pick up some KP here. It looks like they're going to get aggressive on this one. Horizon looking to see if he can get a vantage point.
Yeah, they have the ability to third party this. Look at this. This is just free KP for Guild. If they can hit the shots that they need to, this battle is going down. They should be able to move in and clean this up. The question is, will they be able to get the kills and the knocks just to secure the KP? Or are they going to just try and chase down these final players alive? It looks like Guild will get a couple, and it's Rascals who are on the receiving end.
Rascals have lost one, and it looks like Guild should be able to sweep through here. But as you know, there's more around in the vicinity. It's not going to be that simple for Guild, and I think they've realised that. I think they've heard a few more footsteps. They know they can't get too aggressive, and they have to work with what they've been able to retrieve from the other team in terms of space. But maybe they'll have to engage here.
Well, let's see what they do. Let's jump into a listen as a fight ensues with Guild.
One on top. Can you queue up, Silta?
Pop in the back, pop in the back, pop in the back.
Sure. Go.
What? Q. I'm gonna go late.
41
Bang low.
Nice. Play up on the banger knock. Play up on the banger knock. Come with me.
I might go down. I'm popping the back. I'm not with you guys.
I'm taking it.
Inside the room, I'm gonna go behind him.
No way. Not on me. Thirsting on me.
Ash low. A whole other team behind me.
$30 seconds in zone. Get the thirst maybe below. You won't be able to resist. He has 2 armor swaps inside. Thank you, Valkyrie.
No, I can't Valkyrie.
You're dead here. You can't. You will die. You need to run in and kill him. He's behind the fence in front. Good. Nice. I'm in. You got this.
Amazing play there from Horizon. You heard the small talk as well from Matafi, just letting him know he's got armor swaps inside. You won't get the death boxes. You won't get the res. Fantastic IGL ability from him, and also then the 1v1 was very important for Horizon to stay alive and get more points for Guild.
Gets the points, but as I said, there was free KP there for them. They couldn't finish off the fight quick enough to stop another third party arriving. So now they have to play this one out as a solo. Alliance right in the middle of zone, though. Their form from today continues. Their form from a couple of days now has continued after their slow start. Hackish just holding this door at the moment. You can see they're more than aware there's teams in the vicinity, but if you take your eyes to the top left of your screen, you can see they are in a premium position.
Oh, this is perfect for Alliance. They just hope that no one ints them at this point. They're very worried about this team that has been close to them the entire game, trying to take the position off them early. If these two teams don't fight, if they can just reside next to each other, they're both probably going to pick up top 5 just by waiting out for this zone to close, because all the other teams are going to have to fight as they get closer to this big mountain that you see next to the building here on the mill. Zeta are going to be on top of the mill at the moment. They're going to be having a little scout around to see what they can see, but plenty to do for those teams who have to still get into this next circle.
Notable kills in the feed. Vex, the team who are inside of the top 10 by the skin of their teeth, might be falling out of the last hurdle here. There's going to be some dreams made. There's going to be some hearts broken when the final standings come in after all is said and done today. And unfortunately for Vex, it's not been a good day so far. 69 IQ Esports, though, they've had a pretty good day. They are one of the teams who are chasing down one of those spots. They're just outside of that zone down, but they've got a couple of KP. And of course, they're coming off the back of that win in the last game.
Curious as to where they go here and what the plan is. They have the ability to jump up into the sky if they want to with the Valkyrie, but I don't think that's a good play right now because there's going to be so many teams who are out in the open and also quite high on top of the mill and the rock who are going to get really easy shots. As I say that, another team launches themselves up into the air, and 69 IQs see that. Where does Zeta go then? This is not going to be easy whatsoever.
I think they're going to try and take that height, but look at that, they've been beaten to the punch by about 0.2 of a second. The good thing is, they have now the high ground. Maybe they got the better of it. But 9imps is going to go down. Taskmaster and Sunset now have to move in. Hipfire. Hope fire at this point for Zeta Division. Sunset falls on the floor. He gets a couple of cracks, but that will be them out. And it's going to be Rebel who take them down. Alliance now back on their POV. Shots coming in still from Hackers.
And I like this from Alliance. They're being aggressive. They're showing some presence. They're firing some shots. They're saying, do not dare try and take this position from us. Elsewhere, IG, they're also moving in. They've got into this circle ever so slightly as well. They've been very slowly going about their business, but they are in a good position for the next 50 seconds.
Invictus just kind of watching everything go down in front of them at the moment. You can see that Rebel have managed to get to the outside of this building. 789 still alive as well, although I do think that Zanya's going to be a solo, but look at that stick coming in now from Taylor. He gets the break, he gets the Evo shield up, and Pierre's now going to push off the back of it.
Rebel have ruined so many hopes and chances already, and they're looking to try and do it some more as Pierre will get taken down, but still plenty of help from the team to come through. Noth tosses a couple of grenades into the sky, hopes the Arc Stars will connect, but Rebel have to just try and fight tooth and nail to survive right now.
And now the move comes in from Invictus as well. Bryn takes the high ground, sees the fights breaking out, sees the teams chasing each other down, and sees the opportunity to strike. Invictus picking up KP, as we can see now from the POV of Urban. Couple of shots coming in as well. Bryn's just kind of being the eyes and the ears for his two teammates here, just holding down this high ground, trying out with it.
4 squads remaining. Circle's about to close. We just saw Rebel get taken down. 69 IQ got wiped a little bit earlier as well. So Alliance in an amazing position inside the building. Invictus just outside of it, also in a really good spot to win this game. But remember, the only caustic on the map is on the side of Alliance. Odin Gamers also involved in this one, but they're on the very edge of the circle and they're getting involved in a scrap.
They're trying to focus on Bryn as well, and it's such a smart decision. If you can get Bryn off that high ground, then now you have the power position, but Alliance still have a climb up, and they still have the opportunity to strike. In the feed though, Urban, he's there. Noises, he's there. Invictus starting to pick up kills as the players fall as the zone starts to close.
Alliance have played this one perfectly, but they've not picked up much KP just yet. They need to pick up some of these kills from other teams to try and secure themselves at the #1 spot. They're getting focused now, though. A lot of teams are looking at this doorway. You see the amount of grenades. It's going to be difficult to get out. But Odin, they've just been wiped.
Yuki has managed to pick up one somehow, and now Hackett and the rest of Alliance just waiting, biding their time. Noises is going to be last player alive here for Invictus. He takes that high ground, and High Society, they're going to be involved in this final 3 as well. Invictus lose Bryn, and it's all up to Urban. Alliance looking strong here.
Caustic's going to be very important with the ultimate in this final circle as well, and I love how Alliance are zoning with those barrels, as High Society, though, may come in to try and swoop through and do all the damage at the end of the game.
Alliance involved in a bubble fight. A massive moment for them. If they secure the win here, they surely will be in a position to call themselves a team that is going to Stockholm towards that LAN event. But no, the Black Hole is going to come in, and the Black Hole might have just made the Black Hearts of Alliance feel like they might have to do some more today. High Society is still alive. Denze, hip fire from him, but it's IG as a duo who managed to hold on the longest. They will take home the win. And you have to say that they played that so calculated to come out on top.
Invictus Gaming trying to make sure they get to playoffs with a performance like that. There was only 2 of them left, but they waited, they baited, they watched what the other 2 teams were trying to achieve and where they were coming from. They had a few more obstacles to play. They had to avoid caustic barrels, they had to avoid black holes, but they still get the damage to ensure they get the victory there. Plus, there was a lot of KP gathered in those final moments. That's going to be a really big game for IG.
Very, very big game for them, and as I say, everything they had to do was so calculated. The thing that kind of fell in their favor in that end game, as we do see the results from that game, was Alliance being trapped in that building. At some point, they had to leave, and what that meant is there was going to be an engagement featuring Alliance plus one other. Unfortunately for Alliance, High Society were the closest team who saw them and forced that engagement, and that just gave a little bit of time, even as a duo, for Invictus to kind of watch what was going down and then get involved in those final moments. But again, another great game for Alliance, a great game for IG at the top of the leaderboards. But, I mean, for 69 IQ, for Kick, decent points as well. But, you know, when we get towards these final 2 games now, Dan, I bet every single player in the lobby has the tables open, trying to do all of the mathematics. And as someone I know that you love your maths, you love your stats, even for you, that would be stressful.
It would be extremely stressful. But Alliance, for example, they're doing what they can to just be consistent now for these last few games, I feel. With the way they just played that, weren't searching for kills. They were presented with the opportunity of playing just for the late game to ensure placement points. They know now if they get, you know, 7, 8 points in every single game that remains, they should get into the kind of top 2, top 3 in the overall leaderboards, which would, you think, be enough to propel them into those playoffs. But sometimes you can't rely on that. Sometimes you might have to just go a little bit extra to ensure you win this game and get those 25 points overall for the standings. But the team that stands out, of course, was Invictus Gaming. They walk away with a victory. They got 8 kills as well. They were on the edge of that circle for so long, playing around the rocks, hoping to go unnoticed. They were kind of in and around the mill, but never in the mix. But when they needed to get in the mix, boy, were they terrifying.
I mean, I'm always impressed, not only by Invictus, but some of the, not just gamer tags, but names. Bryn has the greatest name I've ever seen in my life. That is the best name for a human ever. Bryn Crompton Corbett. I mean, Bryn's better than everyone. That's all I have to say about it. Bryn's better than everyone, not just in-game, but out of game as well. Bryn Brompton, I've forgotten it already. Bryn Crompton Corbett. I think I've just made up his name. I've got it wrong already.
I think his parents did as well, but that's how he ended up with it, and that's why it's so amazing. As Alliance have 57 points, they are going to be top, but look at the rest of the leaderboard. Invictus Gaming, they start to crawl their way up. They're into 5th position. Rebel also have been able to work their way up. High Society, Fenerbahce, they're moving. Underrated drop down, but most importantly, Kick stay around 2nd. Zeta Division in 3rd. And it is already looking like we're starting to see some front runners here in this lobby.
The crazy thing is, though, it's, you know, we're looking at this, we're seeing Group B versus Group D. Group A and C, they're going on at exactly the same time here. So what is happening in this lobby? There's still influences from the other lobby as to how the overall leaderboards are going to look and how that top 10 is going to look when it is all said and done. Very have fallen off for sure. The win in game number 1, great for them, but ever since, you can see they've slipped down those leaderboards down. And Vexed Gaming, oh, it's got to be so difficult for them to regain some composure. Coming into today, thinking we've got a spot locked in if we just have a decent day. You've got 2 games to put it right.
Same with Nemesis. Both Vexed and Nemesis, 9th and 10th, and they are not getting the job done. They need some big games going into 5 and 6 if they are going to have any kind of chances of staying in those playoff spots.
Yeah, I mean, I keep kind of smiling and grimacing at the same time. It's because the Apex is great. The wonderful moments, the wins, they're wonderful, great, brilliant. But there's also the teams who might be missing out a little bit, and that is just like... my emotions are being torn all over the place at the moment. It's very, very difficult to do. And if, of course, you want to check out the other stream that's going on now from the other groups, you can tune in at twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. But as I catch my breath, and I'm sure the players do so as well, it's time for us to go for a very quick break. There's only 2 games left to go in the EMEA Pro League. It's time to get sweaty, ladies and gents. It is going to be crazy in these last 2 when we get back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EMEA ALGS Pro League final day of Split 2. and an opportunity with 2 final games for teams to cement their names in the history books by attending Sweden, the first LAN in 3 years. I mean, geez, I can't even think of a better story, a better way to end Split 2, Tom.
There's so many different shocking storylines. I think what was shocking for me, too, was the fact that Alliance decided that they want to keep Caustic, which is pretty, uncommon going in for Stormpoint, and it still worked out for them as they're sitting in first place in the leaderboard.
It did. And it's a shocking and surprising end game there. They get the first knock on Bryn, giving themselves a 3v2v2, and they're the team on the inside that's forcing IG and the last team remaining that ended up winning, High Society, to fight a 3v2, and they still ended up losing it. What do you think they did wrong there?
It's tough because everyone else played it so well, too. So even though you do get the knock, it doesn't secure it because you need to be able to continue to get the thirst and you need to be able to work your way around the map. And just because you're able to get yourself in the right position doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to win. And that just goes to show, again, how intense this lobby is, how well everybody's playing it. You saw some great maneuvers by the rest of the teams.
Now, and it's not just this lobby, it's the grand scope of the EMEA Pro League. Let's take a look at the standings from our second lobby because those implications are crucial for the final results of this tournament, who will qualify. And it's going to be Players and Empire still on top, but look at Kangarna working their way up the standings, actually tying with Empire overall for second. Empire wins the tiebreaker, it looks like. Phoenix Legacy right behind them. GMT skyrocketing with a first place finish in Game 4 on Stormpoint. They go from 18th to 5th, Tom. That is huge for them. But again, the story for me is Solo Q Goats, Mutarium, Reply Totem. The teams on the bubble are not showing up today.
Yeah, Solo Q Goats, don't count them out quite yet. They still have 2 games remaining. The fact that they're giving themselves anywhere sort of a positioning to maybe win this game. Maybe they could get up in that leaderboard and catch up to Kangarna. But yes, eyes are on Kangarna realistically because that's the team directly on the bubble. They're sitting tied at 12th place with 65 points. They're only 6 points away from being able to qualify.
Insane. Meanwhile, Reply Totem, who snuck into the top 10 yesterday, they are tied for 6th place with 75 points, currently only at 13th overall. So they need to have a big game 5 and 6. If you're Mutarium, you have to do the same. It's all going to come down to these last 2 games. You know, we've been saying it all day, right? It's all going to come down to today. And now as a microcosm of that, it comes down truly to these last 2 games with it being a wide open door for these teams, Tom.
It's coming down to this one. It's going down to the next one. These last 2 right here are all that matters. Throw everything out of the window. Yeah, I mean, don't throw all your points out if you have a decent amount of points. That would be a bad thing. But someone's going to end up heartbroken. Someone's going to end up stoked. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be, but I'm here for it. And I feel bad for the teams that don't make it in. It's going to be a tough road going forward. But, hey, at least they're going to be able to secure their spot in the next Pro League. The teams that are going to go through the relegation, those are the teams that got it bad.
That's right. That's going to be tough. And to keep in mind, in the grand scope of things, if you get 11th, 12th, 13th place, first off, you still walk home with money for Pro League placement. Second, you get pro points. That's crucial here. And we haven't talked enough about that because the grand scope of this season, Split 1, Split 2 Pro League, is going to accumulate in the Season 2 ALGS Championship later on this year. And you will qualify either from last chance qualifiers or from Pro League points. So that is super important that you rack up as many points as you can so you avoid having to play in that LCQ, which will be grueling.
IG with a little bit of flyby there, and the teams that were directly next to each other were IG and Ascend in terms of that leaderboard. 5th and 6th place over that overall leaderboard. The 3-way tie for 6 is something that's crazy. So Totem, Kick, Ascend. Ascend and Totem playing on that other stream. So we'll see what happens as our fights are taking place. Huskies Esports with some really great shots to boot.
Yeah, we keep seeing these early fights. 1872 and another one. Mid-map, central map right now. Huskies not looking great. It's going to be a second knock. It's going to come through all up to Seal. Mr. Seal last alive for his team. Just desperately trying to get a shield cell, 25 more HP, anything that he could possibly work with, but it's not looking good. 1872. Looks like they'll be winning this one with the Mozambique, by the way.
Yeah, I would call that one a Seal deal. I don't think Seal's going to be able to get back in here. 1872 should be able to clean this one up, and there's the Mozam.
Yep.
All she wrote going out in 19th place. It's kind of brutal, but again, that's the 50-50s that you don't really want to take, especially when you're sitting kind of down in that leaderboard. But you'll take that if you're 1872 all day, every single day. 1872. They are in 38th place overall as we take a look at that map, moving over towards the command center, more over towards that northern side too. It's going to be tough again for these rotations going through the chokes. Right over there towards Cascade Falls, eyes on that. Also that beacon's going to be a big scan right in the Essen Falls.
Yeah, that's right. So 1872, like you said, 38th place overall, and they're in 18th place in this. 18th place in this lobby. So that's big for them. Those points are big. They're trying to avoid relegation and having to play against Challenger Circuit teams, which is where they came from. They were a Challenger Circuit team from last season. They don't want to get bounced back down and having to play in that last chance qualifier for ALGS championships. And interestingly enough, here looks like teams will be pretty calm and collected. That might be the only 50-50 fight that we'll see, so expect a slow lobby for quite some time here, as it looks like everyone else is just going to be looting up. Zeta getting Cenote Cave, Fenerbahce over in Barometer, and it's going to be pretty cookie cutter here for a while.
It will, yeah, it's going to slow down. Nothing like game number 1 again. And that's why we were thinking about how fast-paced this day would go. But Stormpoint plays completely different than World's Edge. The map has a lot of different height advantages. Valkyrie is almost a must in these type of situations because you need to be flying over these mountains, over these choke points, and then getting on over towards these high ground areas. There's not a lot of buildings, so again, that's why you're not seeing nearly as much caustic. But IG, I like this composition for Stormpoint. I think this is definitely a vibe. If you're not going to be playing the Bangalore Bloodhound type of composition, having the double rotations with Ash so you can go get the high ground with the phase breach, and then Valkyrie for the redeploy is going to be big. If you're going to play the Edge, what better thing to do than replicate right there? Get all of your loot up, get your batteries up. It's a solid backpack. 16 cells, that's going to last you a long time.
Yeah, that's right. And they don't have to rotate too far either. This is a northern pulling zone, so they can take their sweet, sweet time. They can play Edge on the north side of the map, and they will be the northernmost team. So this is a pretty good situation for IG, and the fact that they get to play north to south means they play downhill as opposed to that brutal uphill pull for the teams that are coming from the south. So advantage IG for this hill, absolutely. And this ring where it's pulling. Alliance nearby. They drop in Stormcatcher, so Alliance will find themselves faring well. And T-Rex, very center map right now, ready towards the northern side. They're going to be in a good position as well. They'll just post up.
T-Rex has been an interesting story because they've looked like a potential playoff team at times. They started off today pretty decently too. Unfortunately, they're kind of just like sitting in that middle of the pack, right at 24th place. So we'll see what T-Rex is going to be able to do with Blast, that new addition, as we've touched base on the pregame. It looks like a little bit of an ambush play potentially coming through. You can see all three players just waiting in the wings, potentially to wait for someone to go onto that roof for a 3-2-1. Gotta be careful that you do not get flanked yourself, though, as Rascals now taking on over towards the skies. The pings are going down, and they're going to make their way to what seems to be an uninhabited building. So, T-Rex, are they aware? Do you think they are understanding that there's another team coming up the hill?
Yeah, I don't know. This will be very, very interesting for T-Rex. Obviously, Rascals, a few others nearby. Maybe we will see some more early fights than we thought. It's Rascals up towards wall right now, as we just took a look at the overall standings in terms of individual performances. On the right, Hardecki doing Hardecki things and leading the way in that category. 69 IQ found themselves with a quick rotate as well and under some duress. And we got a couple teams nearby. It's Alliance that wants some early positioning up towards wall here. They're going to fight for it.
They're going to fight for it, but I don't think that that's what the plan was, right? They're trying to just get into some sort of safety. Fortunately, because they have the caustic, they're going to be able to lock a lot of these doors down, right? So there goes the thermite over towards the side for Vapes, but you have barrels on both of the doors here. Actually, all three of the doors already coming in for Yuki, and he just got into that building. So that's smart for Alliance, but you also have to coexist now with the Rascals, which is a tough situation to be. The value of caustic, I mean, we weren't expecting to see caustic here for Alliance. They busted it out. That's that change that we're talking about. Which kind of tricks do they have up their sleeves? And it seems to be working right now with the zones that we've seen. 2 zones where you're locking down a building, not very common in Stormpoint.
Yeah. Alliance playing their team comp to a T. Wise decision to rotate early, get themselves one of the buildings in real estate, and use that, plus the caustic team comp to just camp, to be honest. And they're at the point where that's all they have to do is coast. If they can get a top 3 finish here with 3 kills, 4 kills, that's going to keep them in first. So they recognize that. They're at a point where they're not playing ultra aggressive. They're not playing for high kill games. They don't have to. You're in first place. You're in control of your destiny right now. And I love the fact that they're playing so wisely with their team composition.
If they end up winning today, that would give them 85 points overall. And we've all been kind of wondering what's going to be that magic number that's going to secure your way through fall. If you had to look at that leaderboard, what do you think that bubble number potentially will be?
Yeah, let me take a look now. It is truly tough to say. I mean, in North America, it was 85. I think that's an important thing to keep an eye on, but obviously this time around we have points very evenly distributed all the way down to like 30th with Rebel at 26 points. So it's going to be a lot lower this time around. I think the number is going to be around 75.
75 to 80 sounds like
75
right in that sweet spot.
Exactly. I think that might be it. As Alliance under some pressure.
Yeah, and that means that Alliance is going to have to get a top 3 finish, no matter what today, if that's going to be that number, because everyone else, you have to assume that they're going to be racking up points. And the teams on that other lobby, like Empire, players, they're doing all the other squads a favor by continuing what their pace has been, right? But the GMTs, etc., they're having a pretty bad day, and they're lucky that they have the points that they need right now. As a kidnap attempt coming through, and if anybody knows how to do the kidnaps, it's going to be this team right here. As Hockey's one of our strongest Wraith players that we've had for quite some time. But you can see he's on that Valkyrie right now. That's not their Wraith portal.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone knows how to avoid a kidnap, it's also Hockey. He knows how to get them. He knows how he does not get them. And it looks like they will avoid it. A little side-by-side comparison here of Vifes and Noises. Noises IGLs for his team. Vifes does not. Vifes, the quiet assassin, very content playing a support role for his team. And if you talk to him, he recognizes, hey, I don't have to be the flashy player. I play Gibraltar. I play utility. I play support. Put a sniper in his hands. He sits back and lets Hockey's do his thing. That's why they've emerged as such a strong duo over the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, they're avoiding that kidnap. Hockey says, I have a very particular set of skills, so don't make him use them. Otherwise, you're going to end up seeing Yuki come through with the support, too, because that Nox gas grenade was tossed up over to the second floor before. And I feel like Yuki's interested in doing that again because you already have the bottom of this building locked down. No one's going to skyward dive and just start running through those barrels because they're going to be scared that an entire team's going to be there. So this could be a secluded 3v3 if they wanted it.
789, interesting rotation for them. They actually drop, I think, just east of Antenna, if I remember correctly. So they've just been working their way up the east side of the map all the way north and now working their way back down south, it looks like. So they took a very, very wide edge rotation, and they find themselves in Stormcatcher, which is where Alliance drops, actually. So take a look at the overhead map here. This is great. You see a lot of teams that have correctly predicted this next ring where it's going to pull. Alliance predicted perfectly. They knew this ring. They're familiar with this ring, and they picked the right real estate. Despite the fact that that building was already taken, they're able to bully their way right in and take that lower floor.
And I'm looking more over towards that southeast side where we have a couple teams coexisting where the fighting is going to end up taking place. And who's going to capitalize on that for when this zone closes? There's some gatekeeping going on from 789 right now. And there's probably about 3 teams that are in this vicinity. So if you're gatekeeping, you definitely want to be careful that you don't get third-partied. And I think that's what the thought process for 789 is. They have to watch their back. That's the hard thing about Apex Fallout is you want to watch your back, but you also need to watch your front because you need to figure out where you're going to rotate, where your levels of gatekeeping meet, and it's all timing right here. We've seen way too many times teams wait to rotate, get killed by the zone, or they just end up running side by side with the zone with another team directly next to them, and they just all die at the same time.
Nemesis, a team that came in with high expectations. They were in 9th or 10th place, top 10. They had earned a spot. It was actually 9th with 73 points. They were in qualification and just did not show up like they wanted to today. Kind of the underdogs, a team that you wouldn't have expected necessarily to be a top-performing team. They need to go huge these last 2 games.
This is so important for them, and this decision for the skyward dive could prove everything, right? And they're just a little bit too late going through because we already saw 2 teams take the same rotation. It was Alliance and it was Rascals. So they're going to have to take plan C, basically, sitting on the outskirts of the building by these rocks. If another team decides that they want to take the high ground over there, that's going to be bad news bears for Nemesis. They desperately need these points, just like you were talking about, Fallout. I mean, I like the weapon combination here. I think the R301 with the 2X and the EVA 8 is going to really help in these open type of corridors, but if they don't work together here, they're going to be done for. And Clone goes up there to try to scout some things out and basically baits himself, and maybe that other team may bait themselves down towards this rock to look at where Nemesis is now. That's the one way that they end up being big-time pinched.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting stuff where they position themselves. Granted, different ring, different scenario. They could pull a Complexity here. For those that watched the North American Pro League yesterday, Complexity had a similar kind of northern pull zone and was able to loosely just control the lobby, get some high kills, and pick up a 19-kill first-place game. Nemesis needs something like that. With 18 squads, 54 players still on the map and in the lobby, it's an opportunity for Nemesis to play a little aggressive here. So it's risky. You're right, Tom. They could get pinched, but you got to play risky if you're Nemesis with 11 points right now in this lobby and in 10th place or 9th place in the Pro League right now.
Paul, help me out. What is Kick doing? It's like some weird 1900 like war strategy where everyone kind of just hides in the bushes or something like that. I don't know what that's called, but I feel like I'm watching a movie.
Yeah, 1900 war strategy, or like you playing with the crew, you know, when you were 13 years old trying to be goofy. You know what I'm saying? Like you're hiding in a corner and bop, you scare them. Everyone's been there before. Whatever Kick is doing, I'm for it. As let's see if we can jump back to Kick's point of view at some point. Just take one more look at that. Interesting stuff. They are playing a choke on purpose, and they recognize a team is going to come. They're going to use sound cues, and they're going to pick up 3 KP fairly easily here. I kind of like this decision
I feel like
from Kick.
the strategy was already done. Like they changed their weapon skins to green, they changed their legend skins to green. They're like, guys, if the zone goes over here, let's hide where those 3 bushes are. Everyone take their own bush. Don't get in my bush.
That's right. One important note, thanks to Kate in the chat here. Nemesis was rocking Bangalore in match 4. They switched from Bangalore to Bloodhound here. So still an aggressive team comp because they know they need kills, but this time they're going to get intel with scans instead. Meanwhile, 789 playing Edge, hard Edge, find themselves a 3v3. They're going to get a knock on A10, are ready. This is Odin Gamers in front of them, and advantage 789.
Yeah, 789 looking pretty solid. I mean, and they're taking their time with this fight, too, even though they have a massive advantage. As you can see, the Arc Stars coming down. Once the initial damage goes down with a 30-30, this is the perfect execution. The portal play coming on over directly towards the wall, backing up from the Arc Stars, resetting as the batteries are going to be used, and you have plenty of armor swaps coming through on over towards the side. But Guild Esports was able to reset. You saw the bubble went down, you saw the healing, but when you are dancing like this, you're worried of a third party, and that's exactly what Guild is worried about, and it's coming.
Yeah, oh my gosh. So it's actually Guild in front of 789. They got the knock on 18 earlier. So I thought this was a diminished two-man team with 18 eliminated. But no, instead it is Guild. This is a fight with a lot of implications. Kick's secret strategy does not pay off. They lose 1, but they're going to get a knock on Zeta and Rebels in the fight as well. It's a 3-team fight right now between Rebel, Kick, and Zeta Division. This is crucial.
You know, this is going to sound horrible, but I'm almost glad the bush strat didn't work, because then everybody that I would be playing ranked with would be in the bushes, crouching. But that's a tough situation because you're waiting for sound cues. You have a Bloodhound, but all it takes is an opposite Bloodhound to hit a scan, and then the whole thing's up, and you end up getting exposed. I never was good at hide and seek as a kid. I totally know what it feels to be Kick right now.
See, I was baller hide and seek. So if that was me, you know what I'm saying, it'd be a different story. But
you played hide and seek with light up shoes, Fallout. Get out of here.
I was that person. As we're now on board with Zeta Division. They lose their Bloodhound. That's big. That's obviously going to nerf kind of that wombo combo with Bangalore. The ability to scan through smoke. Meanwhile, Guild Esports rotated. Oh my gosh, Horizon on controller with the PK, and that's going to be it. He's the kill leader with 3 kills overall, and that's going to be 4 kills for Guild.
Well, the portal play didn't work out either. That was 2 teams that were trying some decent strategies. Guild was fending off multiple squads, and they're still in this one. That is phenomenal play coming through. Let's take a replay of exactly what happened, because Guild just went in hot, and then Kick. It's a couple of grenades. There goes the banners.
He's like, maybe if I don't shoot back, they won't see me. They won't know I'm here.
Yeah, they have no... I thought... I'm sorry to laugh, Kick, but that is a painful way to die.
It is. Gosh, I'm kind of flabbergasted by that. I mean, Kick was in 2nd or 3rd place overall. Didn't need to do something that cheeky, and perhaps sometimes you get a little too big brain. I think that's what happened here. But 79 is still alive in this fight.
You know, that's probably the last time they ever do that. Let's be honest. You got to try it once, right? It's like, you know, when you go out of town and you try some crazy food and then you get the sour face afterwards. It was one of those instances right there. Unfortunate, but you got to give credit to also Guild Esports, and they're able to execute that fight. That was a very, very tough fight. I love the way that they've been playing the bubbles. I love the intensity when we did a listening with them as well. And they've made a couple major mistakes in the previous rounds, especially on World's Edge. Oh, the jump Arc Star plus the shots. Woo, serious damage to the window.
Xania doing Xania things, like no big deal. That's one thing that makes me sad is the reality that Xania and 789 likely will not qualify. I think it's impossible for them to qualify for Sweden in the playoffs, given what we saw last time Xania was on land with 789. But nonetheless, great shots right there from Xania. Kick out. And we were laughing about the Kick situation, but that might cost them their land spot, Tom. It's kind of crazy, the implications.
It may. It may. I mean, there's still one more game to go, right? You don't want to throw like that, but it's just really surprising that such a confident team is setting up some sort of weird strategy like that, because that really, let's be honest, that was like a Silver 4 strategy. Like, that was like...
You're spot on. It's someone, you know, new to Apex thinking, hey, let's hide in the bush.
Yeah, this ain't Fortnite, kid.
Yeah, exactly. A whole different ballgame. Oh, that's great. Meanwhile, Fenerbahce right now with 24 points. They started a little slow today, but they were one of the teams that we had to watch in 15th place right by Alliance. They need a big game here.
They really do, and more strategies happening over here, more devious strats, as we like to call them.
Notorious
This one looks like, yeah, right? But again, the Valkyrie with the jetpack, the wings sticking out, makes you wonder, are those wings costing right there? But nice job by Pinky Finky, tossing out that tether, getting a little bit of damage, the armor check, plus the slow around the corner. Now 789 trying to basically go for this uphill battle. Realistically, they have to fend off a handful of teams on the way up. And like you said, Fallout, unfortunate not to see them going on over to the playoffs, but it'd be even worse to see them not go into the next split. They are just on the bubble there in the 32nd spot, so let's see if they can pop their way out of that and qualify for the next Pro League.
Exactly. Relegation would be dangerous here. They're going to take a Valk ult and dip on out of this situation, but the question is, where are they going to land? This is the high risk, high reward, kind of 50-50 late Valk ult, where you're likely going to sit on top of another team that's nearby, but it looks like they'll try and find some real estate, and they'll be able to do so. 789 alive, you wonder for how long. 14 squads remain in this lobby.
They do find some safe haven on the outside of the building, taking some shots over towards the roof. Could be a little bit brutal for them. But they do have the smokes, and they do have a gold backpack too, which is interesting that they're going to put it on Valkyrie instead of Bangalore, because you think that Bangalore with the smokes is going to be the one that's going for the reses. Let's hop on board with a quick listen-in with 69 IQ Esports.
Now careful, we need to stay stacked. They might want to push us.
Find on me, find on me. That's in, by the way, on me. That's fucking huge. We're getting naded and fucking give it, careful.
We're good on me. Come to me.
Yeah, I know. I'm fine. Tank it, bro.
I don't think Slade is good.
Slayers, you good?
I'm good. I'm batting.
Pressure the team in front of us now.
Wait, maybe Ash TP up here.
No, nothing.
Shall I come to you guys?
No, you're good.
Wait, can they come from here anymore or no?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm stuck. Look on the right, Nax. They have a knock on the right.
I know.
We need to get the clean boys one on the right.
Okay.
Just spam that shit. Nice. I got a kill.
Nice.
That's it.
There's a team here, just remember that. I'm playing here on me.
Can you figure out Slayers if he's taken below?
I'm looking.
Yeah,
I can't see. This Gibby's in the door here.
I got hit with something hard, bro.
Yeah, it's taken in the corner. It's taken in the corner.
It's taken. They might move up on the right. Slayers.
Yeah, I'm looking.
You can't give them the space here. How is this team playing here? I need Bubs.
Bob in.
No, I'm fine. Okay. Fuck. I have no medkit. You have medkit for me?
Yeah, here.
Nice. We're gonna need to Valkyrie that.
Okay.
Figure out from where. We have no bus for that. Wait, don't take damage now. We don't have bus, bro.
Yeah, come to us.
Wait, we're gonna.
I really think we can climb here and do it in the tree.
No. Okay.
Like this.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
Okay.
Let's go.
Right here. Tell me when.
Wait a bit.
No.
No.
Let's go. Huge. I'll have bubble when we land. I've got bubble. I've got ult as well.
Just play like buy time.
What about playing roof? Or is that a team on roof?
It's a team on the roof.
To me.
Play me and Bubs here on the corner.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. I couldn't place it.
Okay.
Oh, just hold. We're good. I'm good run. I'm good for now.
Maybe try stick with.
I'm sticking him. I'm okay for now.
That's all you want.
Bubble, literally bubble.
I'm ulting as well.
They're fighting on me, Nax. That's knock on me.
Kill him.
Play my side. I'm fine.
I know. Yeah, we play on you.
They're swinging now.
Oh no! I got shot in the back. Nax. Oh, we got ulted.
I'm gonna rest Layers.
Yeah, they got ulted. I'm gonna armor up on the top.
I'm holding you.
Oh, your Bubs instantly, bro.
I've not got it.
Armor sub. Heal up.
How did that work out, Fallout? They're still alive somehow, hitting the reses around the corner. Guild doesn't realize there's two players knocked. Slayers gets back in this one, and Guild's preoccupied around the corner.
69 IQ making mountains right now, some way, somehow alive. Guild gets distracted. They get the res. Did they get a second res? Yes, they did. All of 69 IQ is back. This is crucial for a team that needed to perform. Alliance, I believe, is still alive as well.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck on your side. Sometimes you just need to go absolutely crazy and balls to the wall with the plays. That's exactly what they did. They split up from each other. I thought they were absolutely done for. Their Gibby was down on the ground. They get back and make lemonade out of lemons. That's how you play Apex.
Be comfortable being uncomfortable, as we are seeing right now from 69 IQ. They've been in such a tough position all game. We got to follow that journey. Alliance still alive. Nemesis still alive. Guild Esports alive, and this is big for them. They're in 13th place right now with 17. Here comes the push from Horizon. The controller player from the UK connects for a brick with the Peacekeeper. Can he get a second? No, doesn't have to. His teammate gets the knock instead, and Guild takes out Nemesis.
And now all of a sudden the team that should have been dead a year ago comes back, and they're taking down Guild. 69 IQ with the huge plays towards the tail end of this game. It doesn't get any better for that than if you're a 69 IQ fan. Now the Horizon Black hole over towards the side, fall out, and they have an opportunity to win this game.
A Phoenix rising from the ashes, alive and well, is 69 IQ. High Society and Rascals on high ground. Alliance still alive below them. It's Rascals and G-Dolphin with ultimate high that should put them in a good position to win this game potentially, but it's warfare right now on screen. Rascals, Alliance, 69 IQ, and Rebel still alive.
This isn't going to end inside the building. It's going to end directly outside, so eventually everybody's going to have to leave. Typically, the team on the very low ground is going to have the advantage, but now they're all coexisting. Alliance has to make their way out of that bottom floor. 69 IQ on the outside, just waiting for these teams to drop down, and this is what it comes down to. 3 versus 3 versus 3 for all the points.
For the bread. I love how Nags is watching his exit here. And here comes Yuki. He's going to drop an ultimate. The caustic ult's going to hit for damage. Hockey's last alive. No, it's Yuki. Vipes needs to some way, somehow survive. Rascals drops from high ground and connects. G-Dolphin is alive. Rascals will win it as your champion. A team that was on the brink of potentially getting relegated showing up today. And who is it? None other than G-Dolphin, the former coach of TSM, pro player from Europe who performs for his squad.
And then you have Alliance in there. You had 69 IQ. Both those teams trying to fight over towards the top 10. Rascals with the early rotation. They had that building on lock for a very long time. We saw them with the early Skyward dive. Alliance followed that up. Those teams even duked it out earlier in the game, but then backed off. They wanted to duke it out in the final circle instead.
Yeah, and I gotta stand corrected. I mixed up the Rascals and the Rats. Always happens. Rascals is in 21st place in Pro League with 56 points, so a massive game from them. 17 points is gonna help them significantly, and by some miracle, you gotta be the praying type if you're a fan of Rascals and G-Dolphin. They could potentially sneak into the top 2, top 3 of this lobby, and potentially earn themselves a spot in Sweden. We will see, though. Alliance continues to perform another 13-point game, and that's what we said. That's the strategy for Alliance, Tom. Just survive to late game, stay low kills, it's okay. They got themselves a second-place finish and 13 points. That's huge.
Could be the reason why they're going with the Caustic, because the value of Caustic is so high in those type of scenarios. It gives you an opportunity with the Nox Gas Grenade to maybe win that one in the end. That's why you saw Yuki turn the corner. Saw some great rat plays in the first game even to get to second place. But it's all about getting there early, and they're calling the zones the right way.
That's right. And then Rebel, right behind 69 IQ. You saw a 13-point game from Guild as well. Fenerbahce gets 12th place in placement, but 6 kills. Gets them 7 points. Not going to be enough, though, if you're a fan of Fenerbahce. They got to do more. They got to do it really, really big. And if I'm Fenerbahce, I'm getting a little desperate here. I mean, look, it's go big or go home, do or die, quite literally. Your last game and last potential. Bust out the Bangalore Bloodhound comp and play for high kills. And you don't see that happen on Stormpoint very often, but that's what you got to see if you're a fan of one of these fringe to mid teams. But right here, you got to give credit where credit's due. G-Dolphin, Sivin, and Alpha Draft are able to successfully drop and command center, work their way up, recognize the zone, predict the zone perfectly by getting themselves the high ground right above Alliance, and they end up getting high ground and using that high ground to win.
And you're kind of scratching your head about that play that Kick made, because you're not really setting yourself up for success in that type of instance. You're supposed to be holding your ground so you could push people back and pick up kill points along the way. Let's bring Kate back to the desk to help break down all of that action. Kate, the rat strats in the corner, the 3 people in the bush, not the play for Kick.
No, definitely devious, but not quite successful, 100%. And I will say I have had to catch my breath. My prediction was 69 IQ, and I've been pulling for these guys for so long, especially throughout this group stage. They've obviously, Case Sweeney has been doing some incredible things, so I got to keep myself down. It's going to be fine, but certainly has made our end circles very, very interesting. But let's go back for a minute, because as I mentioned, we have a beginning, a middle, and an end. A theme here throughout today's 6 matches. But of course, match number 4, the Poke War starting things off here, Fallout. Alliance staking their claim on Mill, pretty much showcasing that masterclass of patience, no matter where you drop it. I will say, Alliance hunkering down in Mill. IG, they actually playing really slowly on edge. I feel like this one was all about patience in match number 4.
Oh, absolutely. Beginning, middle, and end to this story. We have the setting, we have the characters, we have the conflict of the theme. We'll see what the resolution is, and I am beyond excited to see how this one finishes. Game 4, I thought Alliance, after getting that first knock, had the best opportunity, but IG just said, okay, y'all want to fight each other. We're a team of 2. We're fine with that. We'll just sit behind these sandbags and put in work, and look at the perspective from IG. I'm glad we got to watch that back from their perspective. It was just a firing range for them, Tom.
Yeah, the most brutal black hole ever, with the grav lift on top of that, made it so difficult. And you never saw anyone shoot that black hole. I'm shocked that no one went in on that one as we move on over to match 5. Now things get really, really interesting, because you look at the teams that have slowed down. For example, all the teams that were tied in 6th place, like Ascend, Kick, Reply Totem, you have Nemesis right there. All of these have been pretty slow days for these squads. Meanwhile, Zeta, they popped off. Alliance has been popping off. Guilds popping off. It's all coming down to one game when it's all said and done. Everybody doing their best up to this point, but we are still at a point where anything could happen in this final game, and we're going to have some ties. We may even have some final moments where it's the 2 teams needing to qualify, both fighting.
Oh man, you are making my Apex dreams come true, as I was dancing around just moments ago, and by God, just the bloodbath that is that final circle. GG to Rascals for sure, and it feels like a lot of this is the fight between those that need the early points and those that need to not go out early. Let's take a look at our leaderboards, and here we are. I'm going to give it to you once again, Fallout. Alliance really staking their claim the way they just did in that last match, but really staking their claim at the top of this leaderboard here, saying, you know, this might be our final group stage play, but we're going to make it count.
And hey, you got to give credit where credit's due. Alliance has been playing great all day long, so consistent. It hasn't been the 1-2 pop-off performances like we saw yesterday. They cleaned up their play, and they are now playing with a lead, and playing with the lead so well. You heard Tom and I talk about it earlier, but the use of Caustic to basically just defend their way with a very defensive stance, early rotates into a top 4 finish. That'll guarantee them a first-place spot, and most likely a place in the Pro League, in the playoffs, so kudos to them. 69 IQ Esports playing really, really well after that, but that was a stressful game, Tom. I know Case Sweeney's one of the older players at 25 years old in the Pro League, and he must have gotten at least a few more gray hairs from that one.
Oh yeah, 1000%. He's having gray hairs. He's going to have extra nose hairs. He may have a hairy back after that one. You never really know what's going to happen after such a close game. What an amazing story, though, for 69 IQ. That has to be the highlight of game number 5, because there were so many opportunities for Guild to turn the corner and take them down. I thought as soon as they phase breached and separated from the squad that they were absolutely done for, but putting themselves in a great position now. Again, one of those teams that are very close to making their way into the playoffs, too, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, I love it, yeah. And as we take a look at this second page here, listen, the reality is that 789 T-Rex underrated. 1872, all of these teams, though they have not been doing what they needed to do today, have certainly griefed, have played spoiler in so many aspects throughout, not just today's matches, but certainly throughout the entire group stage play. So I'm going to give them credit where credit is due, which is to say this lobby is scary. They're doing great considering it all. But you know what? Unfortunately, it's not great enough for so many to get to Stockholm. But let's take a look at what the rest of our field is doing, because we got that secondary stream, as you know. And this, of course, Groups A versus Group C. And I'll say this here, Fallout. Number 1 and number 2, a lot closer than the other group.
That's right. That's big. Kungarna showing up, and they needed to. Kudos to them, a storied organization, former Nessie squad that everyone loved, and they are performing. 52 points. JMW obviously trying to do it on his home turf in Sweden, but Dolly joining this team is a great pickup, and Graceful obviously doing graceful things. They are giving themselves the best possible chance to qualify, and kudos to them.
Eyes on Totem in Ascend right there, though. Look at the jump up. They went from 13th to 5th place, and then 11th to 7th. And those are two teams. Totem was sitting in 6th place, and then you had Ascend sitting in 5th. Yeah, they're both tied for 6th place at 75 points, excuse me. They were on the second page, and you know who's on the second page, unfortunately? Solo Q Ghosts. They started off so strong, and they moved down 4 spots. If they don't win this next game, and then if they don't do it big in that final match, you're more than likely not going to see them in Sweden.
Sad to see.
Is
and kind of indicative, Tom, of the story we've seen all Pro League Split 2. They started strong, and unfortunately weren't able to kind of continue that consistency. But I know we have a lot of fans of Solo Q Ghosts in the chat. We are some of them. And hey, you never know. Bangalore, throw smokes, get loose, and have a big Game 6.
Yes, indeed. Well, you know what? We've got a lot yet to come, even just with match number 6. But before we get there, we want to make sure you know where to see all the action in between these matches. And that, of course, all of our socials. You'll see them here. You got ourselves a Tweeters. You got ourselves a YouTubes. And, of course, the Twitches all day long with that multi-view. It's everywhere you want to be. And we have certainly gotten so much content on all 3 of those platforms. Well, oh man, I get to say this for the first time all season. We've got match number 6 coming up here. Who will go big and who will stay home? Stick around. We'll be right back.
PGL is the official broadcast partner of the Apex Legends Global Series NA and EMEA Pro League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS EMEA Pro League. And the term all to play for could not be more true right now. It is the final game of this split before we find out who the 10 teams will be going to Stockholm to compete in the ALGS playoffs. Dan, I am stressed sitting here right now thinking about it. We have the pleasure, or you know, the pain, yeah, quite rightly so, of calling the final game on Storm Point here, and I think Storm Point is almost the perfect title for where this game is going to be going and how this game is going to be panning out, because a storm is a brewing now for some of these teams, and only 10 can make it through.
The caster curse is a very real thing that exists, right? And thank God I made a prediction and Alliance are doing alright and I don't have to worry about it. But dare I say anything out of line in this game and ruin someone's playoff chances? That's what I'm worried about. But I am bloody excited for it. This is going to be a good game. There is going to be so much on the line here when we get down to the final moments. And even the early stages, you cannot afford to go out right from the get-go.
All those storms are the perfect metaphor for what we're about to see here. In the background as the dropship is live and ready. The teams are live and ready. But who's got the ice here? Who's got the ability to clutch up in the final game of the day? The final game of the split here, Dan. I mean, 69 IQ, they've looked extremely good today, and they needed to be quite frank.
Yeah, and 69 IQ were teetering on the edge of that 10th place position to get into playoffs, so they are very close to doing so with the games that they've had so far. Alliance were in 15th as well prior to this game day, so they are going to be put themselves in fantastic stead to get into the top 10. But of course, by getting into the top 10, you bounce people out of that top 10. The likes of Vexed, Nemesis, they are going to be on the brink of being taken from those positions, so they need big games here as Huskies already in an early fight once more. This 50-50 we've already seen once. It's happening again.
It's happening again, and they're unfortunately going to have one of their players knocked. Seal is down and kind of just blubbering about on the floor, unfortunately for him. You see the Huskies esports are trying to do what they can to just maybe get back into a position to reset, but there's already a third party on the horizon by the looks of things here. I was about to say, I'm not sure about how this game is going to be paced. Is it going to be fast-paced? Is it going to be teams just desperately diving on each other, trying to get as many KP as they can? Is it going to be a little bit slower as the nerves start to build for the teams who are inside of that top 10? We're about to find out. Underrated are the team who are trying to third party, but you can see that Harold's also gone down.
Vex is also in the vicinity. They're looking to try and get involved in this fight. Everyone wants to pick up the free kills. And Vex, they need them. They find some. They managed to get one. They look to try and double up. But they've been able to successfully third party initially here.
They have initially, but they've still got a bit of work to do here, Vex. It has been not the first 5 games maybe they would have wished for. But one more game to go. You never know what can happen. One pop-off game, one huge KP stack up and a win on board. You never know. It could be enough. It could just be enough. But for now, Vex is just chasing down everyone by the looks of things.
And Vex need it. They need a pop-off game, and they've decided to switch over to Fuse as well to see what that can bring. And maybe the extra firepower, quite literally, from the grenades you can hold. And, of course, the ultimate available to you as well. It just really does provide that extra little bit of info you might need in those final circles. And here they come, Vexter on the chase. They managed to secure that final little bit of KP. And I guess that's job number 1 done by them 3. They wanted to get more KP, they wanted more points, they needed more points. They heard some noise, they heard a ruckus, and they're able to shut it down.
Well, the 3P turns into 3KP, and that is the perfect third-party position for them to find themselves in. First team eliminated at the hands of Vex. Just a little reminder as well that both of the lobbies are running simultaneously at the moment. So every single team that's involved in our EMEA Pro League is playing right now. If you want to open up a second monitor and tune into twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG, then you can make sure that you do not miss a beat, plus the command center. You've got everything that you need to make sure that you can follow your favorite team right until the conclusion of these games. But we get a little look at where that zone is going down. We're going back to the north here at Storm Point.
Yeah, going to the northern side, and there's going to be a big old building that a lot of people are going to be fighting for over towards Command Center, so it's not going to be the easiest of rotations from those who are down south, and I think once they get that info, they're going to be moving somewhat fast. At least those teams, anyway, who are kind of in the top 5 at the moment, they'll be rotating early and just playing for placement. Those, though, who are down in the lower side of the table, who need kills, we're going to see raw aggression. We're going to see people looking to try and pick up any free KP on these rotations.
Extremely difficult zone to play if you're landed down at the south as well. We always talk about the geometry of Storm Point. It's a big hill. It's a very, very big hill. And if you have to work your way not just from the south to the north, kind of A to B, so to speak, which is a long way to traverse, but to do it uphill, Dan, it's even more difficult. If you don't get inside of that zone nice and early, you're fighting every battle uphill to try and find a spot.
Yeah, it's just not fun. To be honest, when you are on the lower side against teams like this, of this caliber, it's never going to be an easy move whatsoever. Fenerbahce in the kill feed, they're able to pick up some of the stragglers from the earlier battles when they were running away to try and survive, and they'll be happy to pick up some of the extra KP on their way to this circle as well. But it looks like they're going to have to move a little bit further. They're alright for now, of course, but you want to try and get in some of the better positions on the map, which will be over towards the north. But it's always that question, like, is those spots, or are those spots already taken?
Well, I think for every team in the lobby at the moment, if they get the opportunity to fight and you're not Alliance, maybe Kick, maybe 16 on IQ, you're going to take it. You're going to just desperately try and take any opportunity to fight, to see the opportunity to pick up the KP, because you need to. It's as simple as that. And if you get third partied, you get third partied, but you've got to try and get these fights done and dusted as quickly as physically possible. Maybe not tethering your own door, the perfect way to go about it, but as I say, the nerves are certainly there for the players.
It's risk and reward, right? It's kind of make or break now for these teams. You have to try and get aggressive so that you can put yourself in a good momentum swing. Not only do you get the KP, but you also increase your armor, you also get better resources, you get more loot to work with, and you give your chance, maybe a better chance in those final circles because you have more on your side. Well, Vex, they're looking to get out of dodge at the moment. They feel like this fight is not worth taking at this point, and they're going to reposition. But where do they land? There's going to be a lot of shots heading towards them, but are they just going to land into more trouble?
There should be a lot of space for them to play from there. A little bit of a change in the rotation back to the watermill where they came from initially. Vex seem to be making that kind of pathing, if you like, to where they want to try and move. It looks like they're going to be trying to move from south to north on the east side of Storm Point here, and there's a lot of quite a fair bit of cover to do so. You can see a lot of rocks in the vicinity. You've also got that huge cannon which can fire you across to make a little bit more of a progress quickly, but as you say, with that kind of movement, you also give those audio cues. You also have that difficult landing. Azita, let's see what they do right now, jumping up the bunny slope. Let's see if they can find somewhere to play.
Azita have been very impressive today. They showed aggression in the early stages of World's Edge, and certainly in a lobby that is going to be more aggressive here on Storm Point. I feel like they'll feel right at home. They've got the composition to allow for it as well. The Bloodhound has been really important for them. Taskmaster's been able to find a lot of kills because of it. And with the smokes also provided by Bangalore, it's a very good combination to work with. It really is a wham-bam combo that hits you hard when you've got smokes, plus you've got the scan from the Bloodhound. And we'll see whether they can be a real nuisance in this lobby. And the closest team they have around them is Alliance. So two of our kind of front runners here are in touching distance of one another.
Alliance in a really good spot here as well for where this circle could actually be ending up. You can see they're inside of that building. We saw a zone finish just outside of the building and Alliance find themselves in for HKE. Seal is back in the game, but unfortunately it's going to be a lonely game for him. You can see that 9 Impulse from Zeta Division is going to be up on that high ground just ahead of him. He's not going to be shooting him, not going to be letting his position be known for now, as Zeta Division just trying to hold down this choke. Anyone who tries to rotate in from the northern side is going to come into the car or the 301 of 9 Impulse.
This is going to be such a nervy game. Like, every single engagement.
I'm nervous.
The ones in the early stages are always going to be a little bit hit and miss because it was a couple of the teams that didn't really have a chance to get to playoffs, right? They kind of knew that they had to just throw everything at that initial engagement. As for these teams who are in the mid-game going to probably get into scraps around this choke, this is everything. This is your chance to play at LAN or to still be watching at home online when everyone else is having fun. And you know, that is going to be a big change in the Apex scene. When we get to see all these players on LAN again, you want to be there for that first Apex LAN in years.
Well, Alliance had work to do coming into today as well. That's something we should point out. Without the day they had yesterday, Alliance wouldn't even be in a position to contest the top 10 spots. Before the day kicked off, they were down in 15th spot. 15th. It would be strange to see Alliance not at LAN with the history they have behind them as a squad and how they performed previously, but they're doing the work they need to do for today, and Rascal's trying to hold down this high ground for now. Right at the northern tip of Storm Point, trying to hold this team out. Well, maybe looking to wrap behind them. A little bit of burning damage going to be done, and it's Invictus who are on the other side of things. They were in the top 10 before the games got underway today. Sat in 5th place, but are they going to be able to do enough today to solidify it?
The 37 points that they've already secured puts them in a really good stead. If they can have an okay game here, they should have enough points overall to try and stay within that top 10, but you know, nobody's safe. That's what we learned from yesterday's performance, that no one was able to solidify their way into the playoffs. Unlike in North America, where 85 points has kind of been the cutoff, that's not the case here. Not quite yet, anyway. Remember, for Alliance, who were in 15th, if they were to win the entirety of today, they'd go up to 88 points. So that can give you a kind of idea of, you know, how far they would go if they were to get a victory overall, and they are in a good position to do so if it weren't for maybe a big game from those who are chasing them. Rascals have been looking at this fight for quite some time now. They're holding out this team, but they don't want to get too aggressive and throw away their position.
Certainly don't. Just a fun fact, as we see the wingman shots hitting pretty hard here from Alpha Drive. Going to back up smartly and retreat towards his team to hold this position for a little bit longer. But interesting fact, 69 IQ with the team who are in 11th coming into today. Interestingly enough, 69 IQ had 69 points. So their day-to-day has been a pretty good one. Pretty much as good as it could have gone, to be honest with you. We'll have to see if they've done enough, though, when the final shots have been fired here on Storm Point. Rascal still looking to push this. Let's jump into a listening as the fight commences.
The other team is rotating left side.
Okay. They're over here on the far left side.
Yeah, we're playing these. They're gonna fight anyway, I think.
I don't think so.
They're under the bridge right now, left side. You can get nasty angles on them from down here if you make a port there, bro. Like you can literally force them into
I don't know if that team is there though.
Here. They're fighting over here now.
Yeah, they're fighting. Can't see
shit. Do it, Alpha, please, please.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Alright.
I can't see
Steven,
shit.
careful where you're sitting. Yeah, careful where you're sitting, Steven.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
they're not there. Okay. Not one.
They're nice.
Good job. No.
I think they traded.
Okay.
Not two.
I'm taking the port.
I got two kills.
I'm not with you.
Steven, you just watch there. You just watch there.
Oh wait, no. Go back. There's another team in the building.
Yeah, they debolted you.
Okay, I'm back then. I take one for 25 flash.
I'm watching you, Alpha. I can't see them.
I'm good.
Yeah, your portal is about to disappear.
They tipped away.
They got 2 knocks there.
Nice. Did we get first? What?
No, not yet.
Outside. We have your whole backside, Alpha. You are completely on your own though. They're peeking you, right side. 2 maybe. He went back.
There's a solo horizon there.
Okay. He's probably gonna die. He's probably gonna secure the kills.
I'm popping an ult XL for my TP.
They're peeking it right now.
They thirsted one.
Nice. Good shit.
Okay.
Honestly, it's a small dub, but it's fair dub. Take those. Go back when you can, bro. We will see zone here in a second. Don't even know if you're in.
Did you loot something?
I want to. I'm just waiting there for leave.
There was a Wraith looting on it. We have good zone.
Yeah.
Northwest.
Take the TP, Gibby. Okay, Gibby's going
Still
back.
Still see me there. Okay. Nice. Good initiative.
If you can, take some bots because I have 0.
I think zone goes more up here, by the way. But we should just stay here for now.
100 on the right here.
Alright, I got the juice, boys.
Nice.
Good shit. Good
terrible.
shit. I don't know, bro. I think... By the way, we have all this room to play.
Well, Rascal's doing a huge amount of damage to the lobby, and if you've been keeping your eyes on the feed, or maybe you haven't, well, there's some news, there's some updates here, Dan Gaskin, because Invictus we saw get eliminated. They were one of the teams inside of the top 10. However, they were in 5th, and they haven't had a pop-off day. Another team we've just seen eliminated as well is Vexed Gaming. They were the 10th place team, and today has not been a day to remember.
I think that might seal Vex's fate of them not being in the top 10, of them not being at playoffs through this period anyway. They haven't had the best of day, and they fall early, and there is definitely going to be teams like 69 Esports who are waiting in the wings. We even saw Kungana in the other lobby having a good day as well. Here is 69 Esports, down to just 2, but the tether will connect, and maybe that'll be enough to push.
Maybe. They need to make a decision. They need to make it quickly, but you can also see that Guild is just waiting in the wings to see how this fight turns out. Case Winnie, the 30-30 repeater, the hipfire will hit. He's going to use the TP to get out of the fight, but he won't be able to get away. And 69 IQ fall, and Fenerbahce Esports moving to clean up the pieces.
Bad news for 69 IQ. Have they done enough, though, with the points they were able to accumulate earlier? You have to imagine that they will be able to push themselves past Vexed, but there is another group going on, of course, and there are still teams that could surpass them as well. Alliance also moving up, our front runners in this lobby right now, looking to try and pick up some of these kills that, with all these engagements going down and all these teams falling, Nemesis also going out, Alliance down to 2, but they should be able to get a bubble down and get this res.
I mean, Dookie with the 301, that was beautiful from him. Not only that, he's got the ability to use the bubble that was thrown down by Vifes to get the teammate back on his feet. Alliance, no, Vifes has gone down now. They won't have a bubble to play with to get the res off. They probably wouldn't anyway, having just expelled it, but Guild forcing Alliance down from height, and it looks like Guild want to chase him down.
Yeah, of course Guild want to chase him down. Guild want the KP. Guild want to try and push their way into playoffs. It would be a big game from them to do so, but what's the best way? Getting that KP on the board, eliminating teams so you can get better placement as well. But Alliance managed to survive with just 2. And for Alliance, it's as simple as getting as many placement points as possible. They led by a significant margin coming into this game, and I think they'll be confident that as long as they can get, you know, in the top 5, they should be alright, and they might just scrape in, of course, to the top 10. And actually, with a 25-pointer in the overall, they probably push themselves into the top 5, let alone the top 10 in overall.
Well, speaking of 5s, they have 5 KP to their name, and that certainly is going to be pretty good for them. Speaking of where the zone is going to be going, you can see it on the map, and you can see where the players are going to be trying to set up. We're going in between the wall and command center, so a very interesting zone to have to be played by these teams. It's going to be out in the open. There's not going to be too many buildings as you see it pull away from where Alpha Draft and Dolphin are set up in the middle. As Rascal, Zeta Division, they're going to be where the zone is ending up, and you can see what I mean now, right? It's going to be finishing out in the open. A Kraber in this position for Taskmaster's hands is going to warn off any kind of teams who try and jump over this wall.
Taskmaster has had so many kills already today, and Zeta Division, they were 14th, so they were 1 spot ahead of Alliance coming into this lobby. And with Alliance and 69 IQ Esports both out of this current round, that does open things up for the likes of Kick, the likes of Zeta, to maybe try and steal away not just first position, but, you know, top 2 is also there and grabbable as well. With Alliance still be alive, sorry, excuse me, Alliance should be okay to hold on to that, but with 69 IQ falling, second place is definitely up for grabs, but Taskmaster manages to connect with the first.
Well, yeah, Observers earning their money there, switching over at the perfect time as Taskmaster manages to get the knock onto Dolphin. The only problem is no ability to close that gap, but Taskmaster's just trying to create carnage around him now. If he hits a couple of headshots and Team C players falling in the kill feed, all that means is he's trying to encourage other teams to get on their bike, to force them to fight together, to keep the teams away from where the position is that they're holding at the moment. You saw that Alliance managed to get a mobile beacon down. I didn't quite catch if they'd managed to get Vibes back into the game, but that seems to be the play for them. Hackett and Co trying to escape. Yuki alongside him, of course, but we'll have to see if they can get their Gibby back in.
They've got the beacon, but they haven't been able to get him in just yet, and that's going to be a shame for them, but as I mentioned earlier, it's just about surviving, getting as many placement points as possible here to try and stay ahead of the rest of the lobby. With 69 IQ being eliminated, their closest competitors are going to be Kick and Zeta Division, who are going to try and catch them up, but they need big games as well. And Zeta Division are the ones with the Kraber. They're the ones who have all the tools available for them. Taskmaster pinging, but not shooting anyone just yet. They want to get kills with this Kraber. They don't want to waste any bullets.
Oh my, if you would have hit that, that would have been a beautiful shot with the Kraber. Gibby, do not stand still. That is not what you want to do, Matafe, especially when you got Taskmaster just staring down the barrel of the Kraber. He's not going to miss those shots any day of the week.
And here come Kick now, shredding through with the car. And if they can pick up some big kills,
that's
that would be a really good chance. But Taskmasters, he's managing to do so much damage from a distance. Alliance have just lost Hackies. Alliance are eliminated, and Taskmasters on a tear.
Taskmaster is shooting anything that moves at the moment, and the man is not missing until that shot. But maybe with a little cock of the barrel and a little reload, another bullet in the chamber, he'll be able to do a little bit more damage. But this is the perfect man you want with the perfect weapon to hold down that central zone position.
What a big game this could be for 789 as well. They were teetering on the edge of relegation. They could really use some points here in match number 6. Kick it down to just 2. That's going to ruin their chances of trying to win this lobby. That's great news for Alliance, that even though they dropped, Alliance were over 20 points ahead of anyone else left in this lobby. So Kick were really their closest competitors.
A little bit of a replay for what happened to Alliance, and you can see it here. Hack is trying to do what he could. He had a Spitfire, he had Arc Stars, he was hitting the world with the Arc Stars. He was doing so much damage, but unfortunately, just too much action in the close vicinity for him to survive. Back to Taskmaster POV. And quite rightly so at the moment. The man with the Kraber in his hand is doing so much damage to the lobby.
Zeta Division 14th overall in the standings. They need to try and surpass the likes of Vex, the likes of Nemesis, who we've already seen Vex go down in this lobby. If Zeta can have a big game here, if they can secure top 3, they really give themselves a good chance of playoffs. 789 though hold a very powerful position in the building right now, but they're going to have to move eventually. Guild Esports also have a decent spot on top of these rocks, but everyone's starting to get closer and closer, and engagements are naturally going to happen because of that.
Taskmaster popping a med kit for now. He's hopefully going to hit a few more shots to force a lot more of the lobby to pop batteries and med kits, or maybe have to pop some reses if he pops some heads. T-Rex, the winners of our game number 1, kind of fallen off of the boil, so to speak, in the rest of the games that we've seen so far today. Guild still alive though, even though Matafe was taken down a little bit earlier by Taskmaster with the Kraber that you can see here. Got back to his feet as Taskmaster continues to blame the lobby.
Here comes Zeta. I say that, Guild Esports actually looking to try and get involved as well, but Bubble's going to have to go down now because carnage started to ensue. There is so much damage that's being output by all of these teams via ultimates and whatnot.
Oh my goodness, this looks like an endgame on top of this building at the moment. The zone closing, Peacekeeper shots ringing out as well. T-Rex trying to survive, pick up one, but Taskmaster is in the feed again with that Kraber. Oxbow falls, T-Rex fall, Kick involved in the fight here as well. Ojo Rain, the last player alive. And you can see that Guild Esports are trying to take advantage of all of this that's going down and moving in now to clean up the pieces as the Vault from Horizon will not miss.
Does not miss, will not miss. Guild Esports continue to tear through. They managed to get some shield swaps as well. And Guild are looking really good right now. They get the wipe onto Kick. Zeta Division, though, are still on the other side, still sitting pretty. And this is fantastic for their playoff hopes.
Every single fight that goes down, as we have now 4 squads remaining, could completely change the outlook of that top 10. Guild, on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a solo player below them. That's going to be Poachy. Taskmaster still for Zeta Division, just surveying the land. Rascals, who have been here for quite some time as well, just the 2 KP to their name, but also looking to cause some problems for the lobby. Guild now make their move, and it's going to be onto Zeta Division. They're trying to force the fight here.
They've got a bubble to work with if they want to use it, but at the moment with the high ground, the damage the Vault is outputting, it's so difficult for these teams to get close. Sunset's just gone down from Zeta, 3 squads remaining, and Rascals are going to join the fight. And actually, they're going to get so much advantage here by taking the high ground. This is going to be very difficult for the other teams because they're going to be bombarded by grenades.
They certainly are. The grenades, the Arc Stars, anything you got in your pockets, boys, throw! Because that's what can happen. Huge numbers as Rascals surely now in prime position to win our final game of the day. G-Dolphin moves up to that high ground, overwatches all of the bubble fighting going down. Players already down from Guild, already down for Zeta Division, and the only thing to go down right now is the championship banner. That's going to be popping up on your screens with the name Rascals at the top. They will win our final game, and the fighting is done for now. But where do those placements end up?
Rascals go back-to-back to just give themselves a tiny chance of playoffs, but of course it matters where they reside in those standings. There's a lot of teams that are going to be fighting for those places. We saw teams like Vexed, who were in 10th position, drop out early. You'd have to imagine their playoff chances will be out. But there's a lot of teams that could take those spots, a lot of teams that could jump over them, not just in these groups, but of course the other 2 groups that are going on at the same time. It's almost impossible to do the math right now as who's in until we have those confirmation of the other groups as well. But certainly the likes of Zeta Division put themselves in a great chance. Alliance, you'd imagine, should be there as well. And even, you know, Rascals, a back-to-back victory, they give themselves the maybe, the if, the but they're going to have to wait for those results elsewhere.
I'm stressed. Genuinely, everyone, I'm stressed right now. I'm not just stressed because of what we've just seen and the crazy endgame, but also because you just knew how much every single fight meant, not just, you know, for the teams, for the players, but this is a whole season of work gone in for these guys. This is the final standings from our last game, not the overalls, of course. Rascals coming out on top with a decent performance in that end game. A lovely little Valkyrie rotation towards the end to get that third party and make it very, very simple to do. 16 points for them, but Guild, a pop-off game. Second place overall, but 21 points in the lobby. The most points in the lobby, Zeta Division as well with 10.
Yeah, Guild were down in 19th in the overall standings. Like, maybe if they could push themselves up, could they get close? Again, it's just clutching at straws here because there's so many points you need to gain and hope that the teams in the top 10 didn't get more than you.
Victus.
But for the likes of Nemesis, down in Vex down in 15th, they were the two benchmark teams. And as you say, Invictus, even though they were in 5th, even with one win today, has that done enough to keep them in that top 10 for that playoff spot?
Well, all I can say is God bless the people in League Ops right now trying to get all of the scores together and all the leaderboards together, because it's going to be quite some task to make sure that those standings are looking correct, and we will get our final 10 teams who will be going into those playoffs, of course. We'll take a look at the winning team, of course, the championship squad from our last game. That's going to be Rascals, G-Dolphin leading the pack, and Sivan just behind him. But Alpha Draft, we saw the amount of damage he was doing at the start of that game as well, using that portal to get those third-party opportunities. But it was all about that final Valk rotation that really gave them the position to win the game.
And I said before Game 4 that Rascals were going to be one of the teams we have to keep an eye on when we go into Storm Point. They had success the last time these two teams matched up on Storm Point just a few days ago, and they've done it once more. Back-to-back victories gives them an incredible chance of pushing themselves up in these leaderboards, and they've done their job, right? They've done what they can. Sometimes it's down to just what happens around them at this point, and I'm sure that everyone is just going to be very nervous about seeing these overall leaderboards that are going to be with us in a few moments' time.
Well, I'm nervous, you're nervous, and I'm sure Kate's feeling pretty nervous as well, because we'll bring her back in to talk about what we've just seen and what's about to go down. All of us kind of just deep breaths. None of us, like, it's the most amount of nervous smiles I've ever seen. We're all like, yeah, this is great. And we're like, we're going to have to...
It's great. I can't wait.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's too much for me.
Yeah, exactly. I will say that this has been an incredible 6 matches, and these last 3 on Storm Point were everything that the Apex lover in me was hoping for and more. And a lot of that had to do with the change in team comp. We saw Fuse this last game. I always love to see a new and different legend coming in for the real thing. But Gaskin, I'm going to chat real quick about something that match 6 feels like there's a lot of headlines, but one has to be, and we'll see this in a second. Taskmaster with that Kraber. He did so much damage in that late game, and it seemed to turn the tides.
There's so many teams that I would have been surprised if they weren't in playoffs, right? And Zeta were one of them. And when Taskmaster starts to pop off, you know things are going to be good for that squad. They give themselves a fantastic chance. And, you know, a Kraber is terrifying in anyone's hands, but especially Taskmaster and the Bloodhounds. We get to all the extra information as well. Alliance, you'd imagine they've done enough in this game. They got to the top 10. I think they finished 8th overall. With the points advantage they had, they probably still finished first as well, but still to be confirmed. Zeta Division, though, and this Kraber was just a pain in the backside for everyone else in the lobby. You couldn't turn a corner without receiving a bullet in your backside.
Absolutely, and Kick obviously here on set, fielding that Bloodhound Bangalore comp that definitely seemed to be one of the great advantages that team had. You know, minus there were some moments around some choke points that Valk maybe could have helped. Oh, yeah. They actually did it. That's Rascals. Sorry, gang. Woo! Long day.
I mean, they did a great job picking up the points today. They didn't pick up any wins, and they haven't picked up any wins so far in Pro League, which is something they're obviously going to have to look to address when we get to playoffs, because if you got match point format, you ain't going to win the tournament if you can't win a game. But that comp is designed to just kind of stack up points, and that's exactly what they did today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gaskin, we actually saw a 50-50 towards at the very top there that, you know, unfortunately was, well, I'll just use the word unfortunate for one of our teams.
Yeah, I mean, the 50-50 wasn't great. It didn't go down necessarily the way that they were expecting it to, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Certainly, as these two teams have played against each other before, I wasn't expecting too many early fights, and everyone really gave each other enough breathing room, but it was the circles we got in the end, which meant for some very interesting rotations from these teams, which led to some mid-game fights that maybe I wasn't expecting, but thanks to Valkyrie, those mid-game fights were sometimes avoided. But because games 5 and 6 were so crucial for people to pick up points, we saw a lot of third parties, we saw a lot of engagements where you probably wouldn't have in earlier stages in Pro League.
Yes, and I can agree with that here, but more importantly, let's get to our leaderboards because I'm being told they are ready, which means Dan, the math man, here we go. Okay, so I think Alliance may have won this one. I'm not sure, but it seems like the right move.
Alliance will secure first place, and you'd have to imagine that should be enough to secure them playoffs as well. That'll put them on 88 points overall, and when we talk about cutoffs, you know, that should be enough. But again, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Kick just about stay within second, and especially when Zeta were breathing down their necks in that final game, they'll be delighted with that one. Rascals pushed themselves all the way up to third. That's so big.
Like, Rascals were down in 21st, but they were only like 10 points or so, 10, 12, 13 points off of that cutoff. So that's like how important that last 2 games was, and that's how tight it is. And then you look at the other side, like Invictus, great, 8th place. Is 8th enough? Like, is 8th enough? And we're only looking at focusing on this lobby. You don't even know what's going on in the other lobby. We don't have the scores totaled up from that one. So, I mean, one thing I think, unfortunately, we probably can take away, and again, we'll wait to get the official, ruling on it, but Vexed, I mean, they were the team who were in 10th coming into today, and you get the feeling that, unfortunately, they will be one of those teams who's going to miss out.
Yes, they are, and that is, in fact, as Gaskin said, the way the cookie crumbles. But hey, let's talk about that other stream, particularly that other leaderboard. Here we are, gang. Team Empire securing themselves here at the first place in that group, Gaskin. But players, listen, let's be clear, not far behind, and Kangarna also down 1.
But this is, I mean, fantastic for Empire, for players. They secure themselves in these top spots for playoffs as well. Ascend, you'd have to imagine they've done enough as well, but then you look a little bit lower at the teams who are kind of sitting in those top spots. I mean, Totem, 6th place, again, similarly to Invictus. Is that enough? Are there enough teams that have managed to propel themselves above them, or are they going to be just about in that top 10? It's so difficult to try and work it out just quickly with maths, so we'll have to wait for the admins to do so. Scars, they were in 3rd, but they've dropped down to 12th position in that game. Again, they, you know, on 78 points, you're still vulnerable.
Exactly. Scars coming into today were on 78 points in 3rd. If you would have just said 3rd, you'd be like, okay, cool, that maybe they can get away with the week. But like Dan said, if you say 78 points and the cutoff is 71, that's how tight it was coming into today. And you have to what? Have Scars done enough?
I mean, it's remarkable to me that that is the question for these last 2 matches. Certainly that's the question that we're all asking. Is it enough? And quite frankly, after 6 matches, the first 3 on World's Edge, the second 3 on Stormpoint, we are going to find out here, I'm sure, very shortly. As you mentioned, League Ops doing that math quickly. And speaking of, here we go, gang.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. Goodness. Please react right now. 69 IQ is number 10. Woo!
Scars, hold on. The Scars hold on to one of those top 10 places. Alliance make it. I mean, what a turnaround that is for Alliance. What a turnaround that is to put 2 back-to-back days together like they have. It's just absolutely nuts. IG, hold on. It's just, yeah, I mean, you look at that top 10 and you have to say, you know, out of everyone that's there, probably, 100% deserved to be in the top 10, but to miss out by 2 points, Kangana, that's a couple of kills across 1 week. That's 1 placement across the weeks we've been playing. I mean, it's, as much as I want to celebrate the top 10 teams, yeah, it's like you feel heartbroken for the ones who didn't quite make it.
And you're absolutely right. And Gaskin, as we, you know, you and Mark have been here, you know, as much as the rest of us for these last few, this group stage, this whole ALGS Pro League Split 2, and he's right. The pain is, it's great for the top 10, and I got excited about 69. But the truth is that we've got incredible teams: Guild, Fort Gang, Rascals, Fenerbahce Esports, Zeta, all of those teams on that right side, and certainly on that second page. They all deserve to be here, and it's kind of heartbreaking, to be honest.
Only 10 spots available, right? You've done what you can, you played your hardest, but unfortunately sometimes you have to just bow your head and say the better teams have done what they could do. They're going to get the reward of those playoff spots, and we have to focus on next time. We have to focus on LCQs and all the rest, and then you've got those who are even worse off, those in the relegation spots that have managed to drop down. Some teams that we've seen have a lot of success in certain weeks, but unfortunately not enough to keep them aloft. But those who did stay aloft, 789 for example, they could have easily fallen into relegation, but they have stayed alive. Rebel stayed alive as well. Solaris just about ahead of the pack.
High Society as well just held on. There was a couple of big games today that they had, and that could have been the difference between them staying in Pro League or having to unfortunately go back through the challenges. So I mean, there's stories everywhere that you look. There really is stories everywhere that you look. It's been an emotional day for all the teams and players, I'm sure, but congratulations, I think we have to say, to that top 10 teams. You're actually going to a LAN. You're getting to play at an event, something that these players have been waiting for literally, quite literally years now.
I love that phrase for sure, and it hits home, certainly. But with so many of those key players, they have shaped the trajectories of their squads. But who will our analysts say are high atop the rest? Let's find out. Dan, I know this is, for you both, such a hard decision to make because, especially in these last 3 games, we saw some incredible pop-off plays. Who was on your roster today?
Especially because usually we have to decide after match 5. But, you know, still 69 IQ Esports, they got the job done. They got into the top 10, so I'm going to go for K Swinney. There is a lot to do. There's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders with you as a player, especially when you're playing something like a Caustic. And on World's Edge, the ability that we saw from 69 IQ to keep themselves in the mix. And K Swinney is always dealing so much damage, and you imagine he's very vocal in those listenings as well. He's giving a lot of info to the rest of the team. He's the one who's often calling those shots and calling those rotations, and you have to take your hat off to him as well. 69 IQ had a difficult day being in 11th position. You never really know how you want to play. Are you going to play aggressive? Are you going to play safe? Are you going to play a little bit more slow-paced? But they knew when they needed to get aggressive. They knew when they needed to rotate early, and it all came and stemmed from K Swinney, who's had, you know, he's had changes here or there when he was back on Underrated, for example, but now here on 69 IQ Esports, he looks at home. They get that playoff spot alongside the 2 Brits that he's playing with, and I think he'll be delighted.
Well, I'm delighted. I know a lot of our fans are delighted, certainly. Onset, talk to me.
Yuki. Alliance. I mean, it had to be someone from Alliance for me today. And it was not just because of the obvious play we're going to see here, which is the Kraber shots. It's the context of everything, right? Alliance had to perform today. If Alliance do not perform where they haven't until, you know, yesterday pretty much, then they wouldn't have been at playoffs. And when you have the responsibility given to you, you find a Kraber, you have to hit the shots to save your team's, not just game, to put you in a position to win a game, but to put yourself in a position, your team in a position to qualify for everything you've been working for years now. Yuki hit the shots and Yuki made the plays, and I think that just says so much about this player. When he joined Alliance, there was question marks, I think, from everyone still. Was it the right move? Is he the right player? Now there is no doubt. He has the ice, he hits the shots when they need to, and he was the secret sauce for them today.
Well, let's take a look who else had the secret sauce with our kill leaderboard. It's such an interesting data point, of course, because there is no IN team, but gosh, I mean, look at Horizon from Guild. Oddly, not fielding the Horizon. That was something I saw.
It's very good. It works. It works. I will say that there is an I in Yuki, and that's a good point. And he's just above. Where's Dan's pick? Just looking down here. 18th. In the top 20.
I didn't realise these picks we were competing against one another. But
Dan,
you know, it was a difficult choice.
I've got to take what I can get this year.
You have to.
Come on, so the predictions have not been going my way. I'll take that one.
I think either of us could have gone for Taskmaster as well. I mean, shout out to him, 13 points. Unfortunately, Zeta didn't do enough to get into that top 10. That final game, if they had got a victory, that might have been enough to propel them. You never really know, but they come close, but unfortunately just not close enough. But a lot of kills to go for.
Absolutely. Well, one thing is for sure, all of these players are forces to be reckoned with. Well, next stop for some, Sweden. I'll tell you what, that is an interesting kill leaderboard, certainly, and Onset, one of these things that we talk about how heartbreaking it is, certainly, but, you know, the Yellows, the teams that didn't make it into playoffs, they're still gotten themselves in our next pro league. They've still made their way through, and those in relegation still have a chance to make their way through everything else. So that's something to remember. There is no last chance here. We are actually just opening it up for a bunch of more stories to be untold.
100%. It keeps rolling on, right? It's not just like this is the end of things. It's just a progression in the season and everything that the players want to play for. For some of those teams who are inside of who have avoided relegation, that might have been the aim coming into this split. So that's great for them. For the teams who have probably placed inside the top 20, that might have been the aim for them. So, you know, there's always, like you say, Kate, there's lots of stories here to be told. There's a lot of teams making different progressions with different targets, and it's just great to see everyone still competing at a high level.
Well, speaking of great stories, we've got a good one with our team today, Alliance, and one person that can help tell that story is Hockey's. He's with Tom right now.
Hockey's, congratulations, man. It has to be an emotional roller coaster ride for you guys. I have to ask, how do you feel right now when it's all said and done?
I feel honestly just absolutely exhausted. Like, it's been 6 straight days of just pure Apex, and it's been a rough one, but we made it, so I'm happy.
Yeah, let's dive right into it, man. Happy for you. Back-to-back wins, Split 2. It started off really slow. What was the major difference in the last 2 days of competition compared to the first 4?
I think we finally figured out how to deal with the current teams in the new meta on Stormpoint. Stormpoint brought out an entire different meta than we're used to, and we had a little bit of a rough time adapting to it at the start, but I think we finally figured it out. So, yeah, we're back to our old selves.
Y'all were even adapting the first day. You guys switched your team composition in game number 5, which was the second game of World's Edge. But then you had temporary success. You guys picked up, I think, 25 points, and you had 27 overall throughout the day. So you guys got a lot of points when you did switch your composition. But then you go back to your original comp and find that great success that you're looking for. Can you talk about the reason that you made those changes and what influenced your decision-making?
So we realized that the meta on Stormpoint was a lot of Bangalore teams instead of GB, and a lot of those teams were super aggressive. Like, every team was just full sending it, no precaution, nothing. They were just full sending, and we had a very hard time of dealing with that. So our initial thought was, let's join them, you know, let's be the aggressor rather than the one being aggressed on. Sadly, that didn't really work out because we just kept getting pushed even more. So I think in the end there, we swapped from being the aggressors to just full-on defense with Caustic. And I feel like that worked out way better because we took it safer. We didn't have to stress as many plays as we did. So definitely defaulting back into the bunker up comp worked out better for us.
Yeah, I want to talk about Caustic and Yuki. So many clutch moments, especially to start today on World's Edge. Ratting it out, getting that top 2 placement, picking up some kill points on the way, and then in game number 2, clutching it out with the Kraber. You took a lot of damage from Brim behind you. I was a little bit worried for you when you started getting hit with those wingmans, and you had to go and hit a battery, and you had a completely team of 3 on the opposite side. But boom, back-to-back Kraber headshots. What's Yuki bringing to the table? Can you talk about your teammates and how much they mean to you?
I mean, my teammates are just absolutely perfect. They fit into the team super well. Vive's one of the best supports in the world. Yuki, one of the best flex in the world. And yeah, I would have to say I'm one of the best IDLs in the world. So it just fits in perfect. That's what you want in a team. We just mesh super well. We have the synergy. Just got to bring it out sometimes.
There you go. Hey, when you guys dropped 3 points, I think it was in round number 4, and then you guys had the back-to-back wins. As that in-game leader, Hockeys, what did you say to your team, and how did you help shift that mentality to bring the winning mentality?
Just remind ourselves that we've done this before. We were in a similar situation last Pro League, and it's nothing new. We're one of the best teams in the world, and we can pull anything out of our ass.
Hopefully not anything, but we saw some serious stuff coming out today. That was really amazing play. Now, you guys made it into the playoffs. What's the preparation going to be like from now until Sweden? Like you said, you're going to be dealing with so many different compositions going forward. How are you guys going to prepare for that?
I mean, we're probably going to do another boot camp before the LAN starts. We have the advantage of being hometown, so we're just going to keep doing us. We don't have to change much. Just show up and play like we did these last 2 days.
Always bringing the dramatic, always bringing the great attitude as well. I want to give you an opportunity to give any shout-outs that you'd like to give before you send this on back to the desk.
I mean, shout out to all our sponsors at Alliance, VBet, Monster, Racer, Bybit. Shout out to my teammates, Wives and Yuki. Shout out to Pontus, our manager. Shout out to my girlfriend, my family, everybody's watching back home. And shout out to all my friends.
I love it. Look at the vibes going on over there. What a team, what a job, what a performance. Back-to-back wins to secure your way into Sweden. Go celebrate, get some rest, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Oh, man. Gotta love that team love there. That gives me all the feels there, Gaskin, all the feels.
All the feels indeed. I mean, it's very important to all these players. As Mark said, it's been years since these guys have been able to play on LAN. Some of the players may not have ever played on LAN when it comes to playing Apex Legends. They may have joined just after we had the Poland Invitational. So this is going to be an amazing time when Sweden does eventually come around. And job is done for 10 of the teams. You know, it was a difficult ride, as they said, 6 days of intense Apex conditions. And that is never going to be an easy thing to try and put yourself through. It's going to test these players at the very top. But they're able to do it. They're able to achieve it. And I tell you what, all 10 of them are going to love every single second of Sweden.
They are indeed. And we've got those qualified teams confirmed and ready to go in our graphic here. And of course, this is just the beginning. They need the rest here on set, but this is just the beginning for so many of these teams as they make their way to Stockholm. As we take a look at our APAC North, APAC South, and South American teams, specifically on set. I heard a lot about APAC North fielding so many of those Watsons. We saw one earlier yesterday, but they should play some very interesting team comp that could really impact this lobby.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Last time that Dan and I had the opportunity to cast over some APAC North on LAN, it was the Watson meta, right? So it's kind of everything's gone full circle. LAN's coming back around, everyone starts playing Watson again. And let me tell you, APAC North has some very, very special players in that region. The same can be said about our other regions as well. And I think from this graphic, the biggest thing to say is congratulations to every single one of those teams for making it through Split 2, for making it towards the playoffs, and having the opportunity to play against the best in the world and prove yourself as being one of those best teams in the world.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at page number 2 here, you'll see EMEA and North America. And of course, TBD for our NA folks, because these are the 6 teams that have already qualified based on their position in the leaderboard now. We, of course, had all TBDs here for EMEA earlier today, but now those 10 spots, Gaskin, are filled, and they have been definitely filled in an entertaining kind of way.
And I'm just trying to match up some of those teams. You've got players, you've got Esports Arena, Team Empire, G2, Kick, 100 Thieves. Who's going to win the battle of EMEA versus North America when we do finally get to LAN? EMEA have certainly put themselves with the best foot forward, but with North America, we still have 4 more spots to fill. And of course, that will happen later on today, or tonight, wherever you want to look at it.
Wherever you are, it'll happen soon. At any rate, something else that we will do soon, and by that I mean now, let's take a look at the talent predictions. And boy,
hey, what a
Gaskin,
surprise,
you must be feeling
last.
great.
Yeah, it's good. It's always good just for Mark to lose, really. I think that's when I'm happiest. But, you know, I had a look. I saw Alliance won yesterday, and I know the Alliance redemption arc is always the same old story, so it was hard not to go for them.
That's true, and unfortunately, on set 9, I'm going to give it to 69 IQ. They made it into playoffs, gang. I'm fine.
All of our picks made it into playoffs. Like, none of us lost today. None of the teams lost. All of us are winners. Everyone gets a trophy. I will take that win.
You get a trophy, you get a trophy. But more importantly, you get a North American ALGS Pro League final group day of matches, and that's coming up next at 5 p.m. Pacific. That is 1 a.m. BST. It is everywhere you want to be. You want to see the drama unfold one more time? Well, of course you do. And we have those NA broadcasts ready for you here in not too long. We're going to round out your Monday. And something else you can do in between these matches, head on to our socials. Oh, yeah, that's right. We've got them. They're everywhere. We got the Twitters, the YouTubes, and, of course, the Twitches where you'll find that multi-view and that command center. And these are the places where, in between, once our group stages are done, but before Sweden kicks off, well, That's where you're going to be able to get nice and quenched all of your Apex Legends glory. Will be right there and ready to go. And you know what? With that, I got to say a huge thank you, of course, to our cast, to our crew, to these incredible players that have made it through the lobbies today, to our sponsors, our Lenovo's and our Monster Energies. You all have kept this ALGS Pro League for sure. And of course, to you, the viewers, for sticking along with us and showcasing your fandom in our chat. All I got to say is until next time, we'll see you later.